human experience flourish.
Yeah. I would say that as rebranding ourselves from Homo sapiens to Homo sentients. Right now it's sapiens that the ability to be intelligent. We even put it in a species name. We're branding ourselves as the smartest information processing entity on the planet. That's clearly going to change if AI continues at that. So maybe we should focus on the experience. That the subjective experience we have. Homo sapiens and so it's really valuable. Love, connection, benefit. You get off our high horses and get rid of the scoopers that only we can do integrals.
So consciousness and subjective experience is a fundamental value to what we used to be. Make that.
That seems the hopeful direction, but that also requires more compassion, not just towards other humans because they happen to be smartest on the planet, but also towards all the other fellow creatures of this planet. I personally feel right now we're creating a lot of harm to people, and the excuse we're using is, oh, they're not as smart as us. But if we're not that smart in the grand scheme of things either, that's how we talk. And surely we should value the subjective experience of the child also.
Well, I wanted to briefly look at the book, which at this point became more of a visionary than you've written. And I guess it was 5 years ago, like 3.0. So, first of all, 3.0. What's 1.0? What's 2.0? What's 3.0? And how's that vision sort of evolved, the vision of the book evolved to today?
Like 1.0 is really done like bacteria, and it can actually learn it more. Learning just comes from this genetic process from one generation to the next. Like 2.0 is us, other animals have brains to learn during the great year. So, you were born without being able to speak English. And at some point, you decided, hey, I want to upgrade my software. Let's install a new English-speaking module. So you did. And like 3.0 does not exist yet. Cannot replace not only its software the way we can, but also its hardware. And that's where we're heading towards high speed. We're already maybe 2.1, put in an artificial need, pacemaker, etc. Neuralink and other companies succeed, and we like companies do, etc. But what companies trying to build in Nigeria is, of course, full 3.0, but that intelligence is something that also has no biological basis whatsoever.
So let's distinguish some more capabilities, just like the leap from 1.0 to 2.0. There is no, speak yourself harshly about that too, so disrespectfully about that too. There is still the same kind of magic there that permeates like 2.0 and at 3.0. It seems like maybe the thing that's truly powerful throughout life, intelligence, and consciousness was already there. Good question.
I think we should be humble and not be so quick make everything binary and say either it's there or it's not. Clearly, there's a great spectrum, and there's even controversy on whether some unicellular organism like amoebas maybe learn a little bit after all. So, it wasn't like that. It was more that I wanted to talk up how cool it is actually have a brain.
Yeah.
Right, to learn dramatically within your lifetime.
Difficult human.
And the higher up you get, the more fun people know. The more you become the captain of your own destiny, of your own ship, master of your own destiny, the less you become a slave to whatever evolution gave you. Right? So upgrading our software, it can be so different from previous generations, even from our parents. Much more so than even the bacteria and those things for that. And if you can also swap out your hardware, take any physical form you want, of course, really sky's the limit.
Yes, with it accelerates the rate at which you can perform the computation that determines your destiny.
in this context also to swap things out a lot. This is controversial, but my current understanding is that life is best thought of not as a bag of meat or a bag of elementary particles, but rather as a system which can process information and retain its own complexity, even though nature is always trying to mess it up. So it's all about information processing. And that makes it look like something like a wave in the ocean. It's not, it's water. The whole molecules fall up and down, but the wave moves forward, it's an information pattern. In the same way, Q-lex, you're not the same atoms as during the first kind of trampoline that they swapped out most of them, but still you. And the information pattern is still there. And if you could swap out your atoms and whatever, you still have this kind of continuity. It becomes much more sophisticated sort of way for the time where the information is on. I lost both my parents since our last podcast, and it's actually thinking so much that this way of thinking about them, they haven't clearly died because a lot of them, that is, a lot of their values and ideas and even jokes and so on, they haven't gone away. I want to live on, I can carry on some of them, and we have to live on a lot of other people. So in this sense, even with like 2.0, we've had something that already transcend physical bodies like that. And particularly if you can share your own information, your own ideas with many others, like you do in your podcast, then what's the closest immortality we can get with our body bond?
You carry a little bit of that in you. In this one, what did you learn about it? Like, the things, there's so many things.
For starters, my fascination with that and the physical histories of the universe. They got a lot of that down. But I think my obsession with really big questions, consciousness and so on, actually came mostly from my mom. What I got from both of them, very core part of what I have, is this just feeling comfortable with not buying into what everybody else is saying. You're right. They both very much split, did their own thing. And sometimes they got back to it. And they did it anyway.
That's why you've always been an inspiration to me. That you're at the top of your field and you're still willing to tackle the big questions in your own way. You're one of the people that represents MIT best to me. Those are inspirational. So it's good to hear that you got that for your own
time. But yeah, the good reason to do science is because you're really curious and figure out the truth. If you think this is how it is and everyone else says no, that's bullshit, you stick to what you think is true. And even if everybody else keeps thinking it's bullshit, I always root for the underdog. I watch movies, and my dad once said, for example, I wrote one of the craziest papers ever. I'm not talking about our universe, so I'm going to be mathematical or something. I got this email from a pretty famous professor saying, this is not only bullshit, but it's going to ruin your career. Stop doing this kind of stuff. He sent it to my dad. Do you know what he said? He replied with a quote from Dante. Sei che il tuo corso è la gente. Voglio let people talk. Go there. Yeah. This is the kind of thing. And he's dead.
talking about, which is what's creating little living sentient, perhaps. That would be
I think it's mainly do two things. One of them is just going through all their stuff after they passed away and so on. Just drove home to how important it is to ask ourselves why we do the things we do, because it's inevitable that you look at some things they spent an enormous time on and ask you, in hindsight, would they really have spent much time on this, or would they have done something that was more meaningful? Uh, so I've been looking more at my life now and asking, why am I doing what I'm doing? I feel it should either be something I really enjoy doing, or it should be something that I find really, really meaningful because it helps humanity. And if it's in none of those two categories, maybe I should spend less time on it. No. And the other thing is dealing with that type of person is actually made me less afraid of even less afraid of other people telling me that I'm an idiot, which happens regularly. And that might not be my thing. Um, and it made it a little bit easier for me to focus on what I think is really important. A little more feeling real.
yeah. Has it made it more real that this is something that happens?
Yeah, it made it extremely real. And I'm next in line in our family now. I'm my brother, with my brother. But they both handled it with such dignity. That was a true inspiration also. They never complained about things. They don't want when you're old and your body's still falling apart. It's more and more to complain about. They looked at what could they still do that was meaningful, and they focused on that rather than wasting time to think that talking about or even thinking much about things they were disappointed in. I think anyone can make yourself depressed if you start putting on anxiety, make realistic differences. Whereas if you start your day and do a meditation, just think you're grateful for it, you basically choose to be a happy person.
Because the only time I find out about days, you should spend them
Make it fun.
and grateful. Well, you do happen to be working on a thing which seems to have potentially some of the greatest impact on human civilization that humans have ever created, which is artificial intelligence. This is on the both detailed technical level and high philosophical level you work on. So you mentioned to me that there's an open level that you're working on.
It's actually going live in a few hours. So I've been having late nights, early mornings. It's been very exciting, actually. In short, have you seen Hunger Buck, the film?
Yes.
I don't want to be the movie spoiler for anyone watching this who hasn't seen it. But if you're watching this, you haven't seen it, watch it. Because we are actually acting out. It's like imitating art. Humanity is doing exactly that right now, except it's an asteroid that we are building ourselves. Almost nobody is talking about it. People are struggling across the planet, all sorts of things. We've seen very bright every asteroid that hit us. Right? Most politicians don't even have their radar screens. It's on the radar, I think, maybe 100 years or whatever. Right now, we're at a fork in the road. This is the most important fork humanity has reached. It's over 100,000 years. We're building effectively a new species that's smarter than us. It doesn't look so much like a species yet because it's mostly not embodied in robots. But that's a technicality which is going to be killed. And this arrival of artificial general intelligence that can do our jobs probably shortly thereafter super intelligence, which could see cognitive abilities. It's going to either be the best thing ever happened to humanity or the worst. I'm really quite confident that there's not that much more going on there.
But it would be a fundamental strikes forward with teaching us a lot.
Utterly, totally. Yeah, we branded ourselves as Homo sapiens And then you can also talk about reasons you might think to be the best thing ever, and reasons you think it's to be the end of humanity, which is of course super controversial. So what I think anyone who's working on advanced AI can agree on is that much like the film, Don't Look Up, that it's just really comical how little serious public debate is given to use.
So what we're talking about is the development of currently things like GPT-4 and the signs showing of rapid improvement that may in the near term lead to the development of super intelligent AGI, AI, general AI systems, and what impact that has on society. For example, when that thing is achieve general human level intelligence, and then beyond that, general superhuman level. There's a lot of questions. So one, you mentioned health. Is that the content of the letter to suggest that maybe we should pause the development of this?
Exactly. So this is very controversial. When the first time we talked about the future I think we looked at 2014, 2015 was the mainstream AI safety. The idea of being cookie lists to do things about them. Before then, a lot of people thought it was really creepy to even talk about it. A lot of AI researchers felt worried that this would replace you without funding, people talked about it or didn't understand AI. We are very happy that how that's gone, and that now it's completely mainstream. You know, any AI complex that people talk about AI safety, took very technical field, both equations, blah, blah. As it should be. But there's this other thing quick that we do up until now, calling for slowdown. What we've constantly been saying, including myself, is that, you know, we don't need to slow down in development. We just need to win this race, the wisdom race between the growing power of AI and the growing wisdom of the manager. And rather than trying to slow down AI, just try to accelerate the race. Do a technical work to figure out how you can actually ensure that your powerful AI can do what you want it to do, and have society adopt also with incentives and regulations so that these things can typically be used. Sadly, that didn't happen. The progress on technical AI and capabilities has gone a lot faster than many people thought. Back when we started this in 2014, it turned out to be easier to build AI than we thought. And on the other side, it's gone much slower than we hoped, because policymakers and others to actually put the incentives in place to make steer this in the direction. You know, maybe we should have to talk a little bit on each. So why did it go faster than a lot of people thought? And in hindsight, it's suggested like building flying machines. People spend a lot of time wondering about how the birds fly. And that turned out to be really hard. Have you seen the TED Talk for the flying bird? With flying the wild bird? Yeah, it flies around the audio. But it took 100 years longer to figure out how to do that. That's for the Wright brothers built the first airplane. Just turned out there was a much easier way to fly. Evolution is a more complicated one because it has hands. It could only build a machine that could assemble itself, which the Wright brothers didn't care about. They could only build a machine that used only the most common atoms for periodic table. Wright brothers didn't care about that. They could use steel. Then it had to be able to repair itself. It had to be incredibly fuel efficient. You know, a lot of birds use less than half the fuel of a remote control plane at same distance. The humans throwing them on that, putting them on fuel that exists there you go, 100 years earlier. And that's exactly what's happening now with these large language models. The brain is incredibly complicated. Many people made the mistake of thinking we had to figure out how the brain does unilevel AI first before we build a machine. That was completely wrong. You can take an incredibly simple computation system called a transformer network, train it to do something incredibly dumb. Just read a gigantic amount of text and try to predict the next word. And it turns out, if you just throw a ton of compute at that, a ton of data, it gets the strikingly good, like GPT-4, we're playing with so much as it came out, right? And there's still some debate about whether that can get you all the way to full human level or not. But yeah, we can come back to details of that and how you might get human level AI even at the long time as well. But
Can you briefly, if it's just a small thing, or comment on your feelings about GPT-4? It's just that you're impressed by this whole progress, but where was it? Can GPT-4 reason? What are like the intuitions? What are the human interpretable words that can assign to the capabilities of GPT-4 that makes you so damn impressed with it?
I'm both very excited about it and terrified. Interesting mixture of emotions.
All the best things in life is the best.
Yeah, I could absolutely use it. Anyone who hasn't played with it, I recommend doing that before listening to it. It can do quite remarkable reasoning. I've had to do a lot of things which I realized I couldn't do that myself that well. And also does a dramatically faster than we would do with watch it time. And it's doing that while servicing us and other users at the same time. At the same time, it cannot reason as well as a human can. But surpassed just because it's obviously the limitation of its architecture. When we have in our heads what in geek speak is called a recurrent neural network, there are loops. You basically go from this neuron to this neuron to this neuron and then back to this one. You can ruminate on something for a while, you can self-reflect, go on. These large language models, they cannot. It's a so-called transformer, where it's just like a one-way street of information, basically, in geek speak called a feed-forward neural network. And it's only so deep, so it can only do logic that's that many steps, that deep. Well, and you can create problems which will fail to solve for that reason. But the person is to do so amazing things with this incredible simple architecture already is quite stunning. And what we see in my lab and team when we look inside large language models to try to figure out how they're doing it. That's the key core focus of our research. It's called mechanistic interpretability in geek speak. You know, you have this machine that doesn't smart how to do reverse engineering to do it. We think of it also as artificial neuroscience. That's exactly what neuroscientists do with actual brains. But here you have the advantage that you don't have to worry about measurement errors. You can see what every neuron is doing all the time. And the recurrent thing you see again and again. There's been a number of beautiful papers quite recently by our researchers, someone here in this area, is that when they figure out how something's done, it's like, wow, that's such a dumb way of doing it. And we immediately see how it can be improved. For example, there was a beautiful paper recently where they figured out how an language stores certain facts, like Eiffel Towers in Paris. And they figured out exactly how to store it. And the way the proof that they understood it was they could edit it. They changed some of the synapses in it, and then they asked where the Eiffel Tower is in Europe. And they asked him, how do you get there? Oh, how do you get there from Germany? Oh, you take this train and go on the convenient train station and this and that. And what might you see if you're in front of it? Oh, you might see the Colosseum. So they want to edit it. Literally, but the way it's storing this information is incredibly tough for any kind of nerve listening. So there's a big matrix, and roughly speaking, there are sort of low and column vectors which encode these things, and they correspond very admirably to physical components. It would be much more efficient for a sparse matrix to store it in the database, you know. But in everything, so far we've some roadblocks built into it. There's in no way going to prevent Trump, the researchers, quickly finding workarounds and making other kinds of architectures that would go all the way. So it's, in short, it turned out to be a lot easier to build close to human projects than we thought. And that means our runway as a species get our shit together. And that's short.
It seems like the scary thing is the effectiveness of learning models. It's the same argument we just had a conversation, and it really showed the leap from GPT-3 to GPT-4 because they were just a bunch of facts, a bunch of little explorations, smart researchers doing a few little fixes here and there. It's not some fundamental leap and transformation in the architecture. And more data to do, but he's not the big leaps has to do with not to do you. It's learning these new different just like you said. The researchers are going to look at these different countries and there might be big leaps where you realize, wait, why are we doing this that way? Yeah, all of a sudden this model is 10x smart. Yeah, that can happen at any one day, at any one Tuesday or Wednesday afternoon. And then all of a sudden it's 10x smart. It seems like it's such a new, but we understand so little of why it's going to work so damn well that the linear compute or exponential is steady with the data. We don't completely believe in the next week. It could be a surprise thing that proves everything.
Well, a lot of that is, yeah, because so much of this is out in the open also. So many smart people are looking at this and trying to figure out how to use here and there. And it becomes a collective race. People like to feel like I don't think someone else will. And it is actually very crucial for the other part of why do you want to slow this down. Again, so another problem for it is pausing all training systems that are more powerful than GPT-4 6 months. Give a chance for that coordinated it on safety and for society and that, give it incentives, because you've interviewed a lot of these people who lead these labs. You know, just as well as I do, they're good people. They're idealistic people. They're doing this first and foremost because they believe that AI has a huge potential to help humanity. And but at the same time, they are trapped in this horrible place for the ball. Have you read Meditations of Moral? Yeah, it's a beautiful essay on this program by Ginsburg, where he interprets it as being about this monster. It's this game theory monster that pits people against each other in this race to the bottom where everybody ultimately loses it. And the evil thing about this monster is, even though everybody sees it, that he can't, they still can't get out of the race. A good fraction of all the bad things that we do are caused by all. I like Canada's naming of the monster. The humans, I think of it as a thing. If you look at why we have overfishing, why do we have more generally tragedy of the combat? Why is it that to live or I don't know if I have all look like that? Yeah, she could have a friend. Great, she made this awesome point recently that beauty filters that a lot of female intellectuals feel pressure to use. For example, Mala International again. Of course, nobody was using it. People saw them just the way they were. And someone was started using it and becoming ever more plastic and plastic. And the other ones were using started to realize that if they want to keep their market share, they have to start using it too. And then we have a situation where they're all using it. And none of them having a market share before. So nobody gained anything, everybody lost. And they have to keep coming down more plastic and plastic also, right? And but nobody can go back to everybody. Too costly, right? Moloch is everywhere. And Moloch is not a new arrival or treaties against all who's trying to stoke them into unnecessarily risky nuclear launches, etc. And this is exactly what's happening on the AI front. This time, it's a little bit geopolitics, but it's mostly money, where there's just so much commercial pressure. You take any of these leaders of the tech companies, and if they just say, this is too risky, I want to pause for 6 months, they're going to get a lot of pressure from shareholders and others. But like, well, if you pause, if those guys don't pause, we don't want to get our lunch eaten. And shareholders don't have power to replace the executives in the worst case, right? So we did this open letter because we want to help these idealistic tech executives do what the heart tells them by providing enough public pressure on the whole sector to just pause, so they can all pause in a coordinated fashion. And I think without the public pressure, none of them could do it alone. Push back against their shareholders, no matter how good-hearted they are. As long as they're really powerful.
So the idea is for the major developers of AI systems like this, so we're talking about Microsoft, Google, Meta, and anyone else.
But OpenAI is very close to personalities, of smaller players. For example, Rothschild is very impressive. There's many players. I don't want to make those lists to leave anyone out. And for that reason, it's so important that coordination happens, that there's external pressure on all of them, and you all need to pause. Because then the people, the researchers in the organizations, the leaders who want to slow down, they can say to their shareholders, everybody's slowing down because of this pressure. And it's the right thing to do.
Have you seen in history their examples with cost?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And like human cloning, for example, you can make so much money in human cloning. Why aren't we doing it? Because biologists thought about this, like, this is way too risky. They got together in the 70s and so on and decided even to stop a lot more stuff also, just editing human germline and gene editing that goes in our offspring. And decided, let's not do this because it's too unpredictable what it's going to lead to. You could lose control over species. It's a big cost. So it's a ton of money to be made for life. So it's very doable, but you need public awareness of what the risks are. The broader community comes and say, okay, let's slow down. Another common pushback I get today is we can't stop in the West because China. And China undoubtedly, they also get called, we can't slow down because the West, the courts, I think they're the good guys. But look at human cloning. Did China forge it out with human cloning? There's been exactly one human cloning that's actually been done. It was done by a Chinese guy. What he has done in jail. And he put it back with Chinese government. Not because Westerners said China is good. No, the Chinese government could, right? Because they also felt they like control. Chinese government. If anything, maybe they are even more concerned about having control than the Western government. No incentive of just losing control over where everything is going. You can also see the early law that was released by maybe 5 years. They got a lot of pushback from the government as they're making it in a big way. I think once this basic message comes out that this isn't an arms race, it's a suicide race, where everybody loses if anybody's AI so we got to control. It really changes the whole dynamic. It's not. I'll say this again because this is a very basic thing that a lot of people get wrong. Because a lot of people dismiss the whole idea that AI really gets very superhuman because they think there's something really magical about intelligence such that it's made with human life. But because they believe that, I think it's going to kind of get to just more you know, the scientific arguments from why it's not going to stop there. But the way it's going to be is if anybody loses control, and so you don't care if some someone manages to take over the world who really doesn't share your goals, they, you probably don't really even care very much about what nationality you're not going to like it. Much worse than today. If it's if you live in a overwhelming dystopia, what do you care who's created it, right? And if it goes far, we just lose control of even the machines, so that it's not us versus them, it's us versus it. What do you care who created this underlying entity, which has to all different views of the brain, get marginalized, we get made off, we get replaced. But that's why when I see it's a suicide race, it's we're rushing towards this cliff. But the closer to the cliff we get, the more scenic the views are, and the money there is there, and the going. But we have to also stop at some point, right? Before we're there. And it's a suicide race. Cannot be won. The way to really benefit from it is to continue developing as an AI. A little bit slower, so we make it safe, make sure it does the things humans want, and create a condition where everybody wins. I think usually it shows that geopolitics and politics in general is not a zero-sum game at all.
So there is some rate of development that would lead us as a human species to lose control of this thing. And the hope you have is that there's some level of development which will not allow us to lose control. This is an interesting part of losing control. So if you have somebody, if you have somebody like Dr. Chow and Sandball and a company like this, you're saying they develop an agent, they too will lose control. So no one person can maintain control. More people, individuals can maintain.
If it's created very, very soon, and it's a big black box that we don't understand, like large language models, I'm very complicated with control. But this is just me saying, Sam Altman and then Slavis, both Sam, yourself, Noah, really great risk to this, and they want to slow down the field. It's scary. But it's clear that they're stuck in this hegemon that forces them to go a little faster and to go up because of pressure from just commercial pressures, right? To get a bit optimistic here, of course, this is form that can help them resolve. It just to win this religion race, it's clear that the homecoming is going to happen. Hasn't happened. The capability progress is going faster than what people thought, and the progress in the public sphere, policy making, and so on, gone slower than we thought. Even the technical safety is gone slower. A lot of the technical safety research was kind of banking on that large language models and other poorly understood systems couldn't get us overnight. If you had to build more of a intelligence that you could understand, maybe it could prove itself safe, things like this. And I'm very confident that this can be done to reap all the benefits, but we cannot do it as quickly as this control express train we have on now. That's my really I feel.
Is there something you can say, like a simple which is while pre-AGI stage to release off of and as transparent as possible to do one. So as opposed to being extremely cautious, release a lot. Don't invest in closed development where you can focus on AI safety while it's somewhat done. But, the release is not possible. As you start to see signs cumulative impact of super development, just
well, what a lot of safety researchers will say for many years is the most dangerous thing you can do with an AI is first of all teach it to write code. Because that's the first step towards recursive self-improvement. You can take this from AGI much higher level. Okay, oops, we've done that. And another thing, iris is connected to the internet. Let it go to websites, download stuff on its own, talk to people. Oops, you've done that already. LES trust, you said you interviewed him recently, right? So you had this tweet recently, you said, fucking one of the best last of all, where he's like, hey, people used to make fun of me and say, you're so stupid, Eliezer, because you're saying, you have to worry about always the developers once they get like really strong AI. First thing you'll do is never connect it to the internet, keep it in the box where we can get studied. So we have written it like in the means. The next LOL, let's make a chat box. Yeah, and other things to do less of. Amazing AI research. He was arguing for a while that we should never teach AI anything about humans. Above we should never let it learn about human psychology and how you manipulate humans. That's the most dangerous kind of knowledge you can give it. Yeah, you can teach it all these know how to cure cancer and stuff like that, but don't let it be dangled on about cognitive biases. And then oops, LOL, yeah, that's social media recommender algorithms do exactly that. They get so good at knowing us, pressing our buttons, that we're starting to create a world now where we have an open hatred. That they figured out that these algorithms, not for out of evil, but just to make money in advertising, that the best way to get more engagement, you can get people glued to their little rectangle, but it's just to make them push back.
That's really interesting that a large AI system that's doing the recommender system kind of task on social media is basically just studying human beings because it's a bunch of us rats giving it signal, non-stop signal. We'll show a thing, and we give signal, and whether we spread that thing, we like that thing increases our engagement, gets us to return to the platform. And it has that on a scale of hundreds of millions of people constantly. There's just learning. Presumably, if the number of parameters you have this new learning, the more end-to-end the learning is, the more it's able to basically encode how to manipulate human behavior, how to control humans instead.
Exactly. That's not something I think is in humanity's interest.
Yes.
Right now, it's thinking that some humans manipulate other humans to profit and power, which already cause a lot of damage. And eventually, that's a sort of skill that should make AIs persuade humans to let them escape, whatever safety precautions we put. There was a really nice article in the New York Times recently by Yuval Noah Harari and people, those including just guys from the social dilemma. And they have this phrase in there I love. Humanity's first contact with advanced AI on social media, and we lost that. We now live in a country where there's much more in the world. And in our democracy, they were having this conversation that people can't really learn to run a left election. And we humans often think other humans are so good. But it's really smaller. And these AI algorithms. We got the algorithms and not pitted the social media companies around against each other, so nobody could have a less creepy algorithm because they would lose out on algorithm to the other company.
Is there any way to win that battle back? Just win this one battle that we've lost in terms of social media. Is it possible to redesign social media as very medium in which we use as a civilization to communicate with each other, to have these kind of conversations, to have discourse, to try to figure out how to solve the big spots in the world, whether that's nuclear war or the development of these. Is it possible to do social media planning?
It's not only possible, but it's necessary. Who are we kidding? That we're going to be able to solve all these other challenges if we can't even have a conversation with each other. It's constructive. The whole idea, the key idea of democracy is that you get a bunch of people together and you have a real conversation. The one you try to foster on this podcast, or you respect, really listen to people you disagree with. And you guys actually, some things actually, to come around behalf of this. both agree with stuff happening to the war, copy that, etc., etc. We're kidding ourselves thinking we can face the second conflict with ever more powerful AI. And now with these large language models, if you can't even have a functional conversation in a public space. That's why I started the group news project, group.org. But I'm an optimist fundamentally in there is biological goodness in people, and what makes the difference between someone doing good things for humanity and bad things is not some sort of fairy tale thing that this person was born with an evil gene and this one with a good gene. No, I think it's whether people find themselves in situations that bring out the best in them or that bring out the worst. And I feel we're building an internet and a society that brings out the worst. It doesn't have to be that way. No, it does not. It's possible to create incentives and also create incentives that make money. They both make money and I mean, in the long term, it's not a good investment for anyone. To have people who work, for example. And, is it a good investment for humanity if it's not going to be replaced all humans by machines and they're so obsolete for the next week? Do humans left? Well, that's just how you do the math. So, I would say by any reasonable that if you look at the future income of humans and the market, that's not a good investment. Moreover, why can't we have a little bit of pride in our species? Why should we just build another species that gets rid of us? If we were Neanderthals, would we really consider it a smart move if we had really advanced biotech to build Homo sapiens? You might say, hey, Max, let's build these Homo sapiens to be smart enough, help us defend us better against predators, help fix up our caves, make nicer. We'll control them, undoubtedly. And then they build a couple, baby girl and a baby boy. And then that's not some wise old Neanderthal elders like, I'm scared that we're opening a Pandora's box here and we're going to get outsmarted by these super Neanderthal intelligences. And there won't be any Neanderthals left. But then you have a bunch of others for the cake value. Are you such a Rabbi scaremonger? Of course, they're going to want to keep us around because we're creators. And the smarter they get, the nicer they're going to get. They're going to leave us. They're going to want us around. But it's going to be fine. And besides, look at these babies. They're so cute. It's clear that they're totally wrong lessons. That's exact. Those babies are exactly GPT-4. It's not. I want to be clear. It's not GPT-4 that's terrifying. It's the GPT-4 is the baby technology. Microsoft even had a paper recently out that called something like Spark Close Out AGI. They were basically saying this is baby AI, like these little Neanderthal babies. And it's going to grow up. There's going to be other systems from the same companies, from other companies, will be way more powerful, but they're going to take all the things, ideas from these babies. Before we know it, we're going to be like those last Neanderthals were pretty disappointed when they realized that they were getting replaced.
Well, this interesting point you make, which is a program, it's entirely possible that GPT-4 is already the kind of system that can change everything by writing programs.
So it's because it's like 2.0. The systems I'm afraid of are nothing like the large language model. They're not. But once if or other people figure out a way of using this tech to make much better tech, it's just constantly replacing its software. And everything we've seen about how these work under the hood, they're like the minimum viable intelligence. They do everything. It's the dumbest way that it works, sort of. And so they're like, except when they replace the software, it's a lot faster than when you decide to learn Swedish. Moreover, they think we are faster than us too. So when we don't think one logical step every nanosecond or few or so, the way they do. And we can't just suddenly scale up our hardware massively in the cloud, so limited, right? And so they are also like consumed a little bit more. Like I keep on that if you need more hardware, right? Rent it as well. How do you pay for it? Well, all the services you provide.
And what we haven't seen yet, which could change, is entire software system. So right now, programming is constantly in bits and pieces as an assistant tool to humans. Like I do a lot of programming. So the kind of stuff that I'm doing is replacing a lot of to do, right? You still need a human in order to kind of manage the design of things, like what are the prompts to generate the kind of stuff, to do some basic adjustment of the code, do some debugging. But if it's possible to add on top of GPT for kind of feedback loop of self-debugging, improving the code, and then you launch that system onto on the internet because everything's connected, and how you do things, how you track the tools, you get the feedback, while you have this giant ecosystem of humans. Is one of the things that Elon Musk recently tweeted as a case why under these days have arrived and
Make sure they're real.
make sure they're real, not going to be living in a world where the bots are getting smarter and smarter and smarter to the point where you can't really difference between human and bot. And now you can have bots out on people by one million to one. That's why these military carriers might have to pay to prove you're human. It's not like which is depressing.
I feel we have to remember, as individuals, we should from time to time ask ourselves why we need it. And as a species, we need to do that too. So if we're building, as you say, machines that are outnumbering us and more and more outsmarting us and replacing us in the job market, not just the dangerous and the right tasks, not just the doing art and things for love and those people. No, that's not the whole why we are going to model is tricking us into doing it. And it's a clever trick that even though we see the trick, we still have no choice but to fall for it. And also, the thing you said about you using Copilot AI tool program faster, how much faster would you say you code that? It's about twice as fast. But
I don't really, because it's a new tool.
yeah,
I don't know if the speed is significantly improved, but it feels like I'm a year away from being 5 to 10 times faster.
so if that's typical programmers, then you always see another kind of self improvement, right? Because previously, one major generation improvement of code would happen at the human R&D task. Now, if that's 5 times shorter, then it's going to take 5 times less time than otherwise would to develop the next level of tools and so on. So this is certainly sort of beginning of an intelligence explosion. It can be humans in the loop a lot in the early stages, and then eventually humans are needed less and less, and machines can go along with you. With what you said, there is an example of these sort of things. Another thing which I was trying to line on my psychiatrist, imagine on psychiatrist couch today saying, what are my fears to do with the answers? Another thing. So it makes me feel that I have fears about many years ago, they feature the code, connected to the internet, that you can manipulate humans. The fourth one is building an API where code can control all this kind of thing, right? That is there. One thing that systems like GPT are going for them is that they are hierarchical in a sense. that they just answer questions. There is no robot connected to GPT-4. GPT-4 can't go and do stock trading based on taking. It's not an agent. An intelligent agent is something that takes in information from the world, processes it, to figure out what action to take based on its goals that it has, and then it does something, not for the world. But once you have an API, for example, before, nothing stops Joe Schmo and a lot of other people from building real agents, which just keep making calls somewhere in some kind of loop somewhere to these powerful Oracle systems, which makes them themselves much more powerful. That's another kind of unfortunate development, which I think we would have been better delayed. I don't want to pick on any particular companies because they're all under a lot of pressure to make money. And again, the reason I caught this was with them all covered to do what they know is the right thing. Slow down a little bit at this point, but everything we talk about, I hope we will make clear to people watching this why these sort of human level things cause a gradual acceleration, keep using yesterday's technology to build tomorrow's technologies. And when you do that over and over again, you actually get an explosion. That's the definition of an explosion in science, right? Like, if you have two people, they fall in love, now you have four people, and then they can make more babies, and now you have eight people, and then you have 16, 32, 4, etc. That we call that a population explosion, where it's just a peak. If you think that instead of 3 neutrons in a nuclear reaction, if each one can make more than one, then you get an explosion. Goes to that. We call it a nuclear explosion. All explosions are like that. And intelligence explosion is exactly the same principle. That some amount of intelligence can make more intelligence than that, and then repeat. You always get exponentials.
What's your intuition why it does? You mentioned there's some technical reasons why it doesn't stop at a certain point. What's your intuition? Do you have any intuition why it might stop?
It's obviously going to stop when it bumps up against the laws of physics. There are some things you just can't do no matter how smart you are.
Lost physics.
Yeah, that's one of what it is looking for physical limits on computation, for example. If you make put too much energy into it, you find it's still a critical black hole. You can't move information around, time the speed of light, stuff like that. But it's hard to store way more than one number of bits per atom, etc. But those limits are just astronomically about like 30 orders of magnitude above where we are now. So bigger difference, bigger jump in intelligence than if you go from an ant to a human. I think, of course, what we want to do is have a control thing. If you nuclear reactor, you put moderators in to make sure that it doesn't blow up off control, right? When we do experiments with biology and cells and so on, we also try to make sure it doesn't get out of control. We can do this with AI. The thing is, we haven't succeeded yet. Mark is exactly doing the opposite. You are just egging everybody on faster, 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 or the other companies can catch up with you, or the other countries can catch up with you. We have to want this, but we have, and I don't believe in this, just asking people to look into their hearts and do the right thing. It's easy for others to say that, but like if you're in a situation where your company is kind of screwed, if you by other companies that are not profit, you put people in a very hard situation. The right thing to do is change the whole incentive structure. And this is not an old. Maybe I should say one more thing about this, because Noah has been around as humanity's number one or number two enemies at the beginning of civilization. And we came up with some really cool countermeasures. Right? First of all, already over 100,000 years ago, evolution realized it was very unhelpful that people kept killing each other all the time. So it genetically gave us compassion. And it made it so that And if you get two drunk dudes maybe into a pointless bar fight, they might give each other black eyes, but they have a lot of ammunition towards killing each other. And similarly, if you find a baby lying on the street when you go out for the morning jog tomorrow, you're going to stop and pick it up, right? Even though maybe it needs to wait for its next blood pressure. So evolution gave us these genes that make our own egoistic incentives more aligned with what's good for the greater group of our. And then as we got a bit more sophisticated and developed language, we invented gossip, which is also a fantastic anti-moral, right? Because now it really discourages liars, moochers, cheaters, because their whole incentive now is not to do this, because word quickly gets around, and then suddenly people aren't going to invite them to their dinners anymore and trust them. And then when it gets still more sophisticated, bigger societies, we invented the legal system, where even strangers who didn't rely on gossip and things like this will feed each other without incentive. Now those guys in the bar fight, even if someone is so drunk that he actually wants to kill the other guy, he also has a little thought in the back of his head that, do I really want to spend the next 10 years eating like really crappy food in a small room? I'm just going to chill out, So, and we similarly try to give these incentives for corporations, right? Having regulation, oversight, so that they are incentivized. We try really hard. The big problem that we're failing now is not that we haven't tried before, but it's just that the tech is developing much faster than the regulators have been able to keep up, right? So regulators, it's kind of comical. The European Union right now is doing this AI act, right? And so in the beginning, we had a little opt-out exception that before it would be completely excluded from regulation. Brilliant idea until some lobbyists pushed successfully for this. So we were actually trying to develop a future life institute, Mark Rocco, Mr. Uth, and Gary, we're quite involved with talking to them, educating various people involved in this process about these general purpose AI models coming, and pointing out that they become laughing stock and we didn't put it in. So the French started pushing for it, got put in to the draft, and it looked like all was good. And then there was a huge counter push from lobbyists. There were more lobbyists in process from tech companies and oil companies, for example. And it looked like it might maybe get taken out again. And now GPT-4 happened. And I think it's going to stay in. But this just shows, model can be defeated, but the challenge we're facing is that the tech is generally much faster than the policymakers are. And a lot of policymakers also don't have a tech background, so that, we really need to work hard to educate them on what's taking place here. So we're getting a situation where the first kind of I define artificial intelligence just as non-biological intelligence. Right? And by that definition, a company, a corporation is also an artificial intelligence, because a corporation it's human, it's a system. If its CEO decides, the CEO is about the company decides one morning the CEO doesn't want to sell cigarettes anymore, they'll just put another CEO there. It's not enough to align the incentives of individual people or align individual computers' incentives to the owners, which is what technical and safety research is about. You also have to align the incentives of corporations, who are the good people doing it. Some corporations have gotten so big and so powerful very quickly that in many cases their lobbyists instead align the regulators to what they want rather than the classic regulatory capture.
Is the thing that the slowdown looks for change is giving enough time for the regulators to catch up, or enough time for the companies themselves to believe and understand how to do it and safety correctly?
I think both. But I think that the vision for success I see is first you get bring direction to the people in these companies. Their leadership wants to do the right thing. They all have safety teams and so on. has a chance to get together with the other companies, and the outside pressure can also help catalyze that, right? And what is it that's what are the reasonable safety requirements one should put on future systems before they get rolled out? There are a lot of people also in academia and elsewhere outside these companies who can be brought into this and have a lot of very good ideas. And then I think it's very realistic that within 6 months you can get these people coming up and say, here's a white paper, here's what we all think is reasonable. You didn't just because cars killed a lot of people, you didn't have cars. But they got together, a bunch of people, and decided, in order to be allowed to sell a car, that's not a secret. There would be other things that you can put requiring that future AI systems are safe. And once this heavy lifting, such work has been done by experts in the field, it's been done quickly, I think it's going to be quite easy for the policymakers to say, yeah, this is a good idea. And then it's, for the companies to fight them all, they want, and I believe Sam Altman is supposed to be called for this, they want the regulators to actually adopt it so that the competition is going to buy too, right? You don't want to be the whole principle of a new Minecraft, and then you there's just one little company that doesn't sign on to it, and then they can gradually overtake you. Then the companies would get sleep secure, everybody's playing on the same group.
Do you think it's possible to develop guardrails that keep the systems from basically damaging every part of the community, while still able to capitalist do competition with the companies and develop to best make money with it? I think there's a balance in it that's possible.
Absolutely. We've seen that in many other sectors where you have the free market produce quite good things without targeting particular harm. And when the guardrails are there, it works. Capitalism is a very effective way of optimizing for just getting the same thing done more efficiently. It was good. Like in hindsight, I've never met anyone, even parties way over on the right, in many countries who think it was a terrible idea that child labor, for example.
Yeah, but it seems like this particular technology has gotten so good, so fast, powerful to a degree where you can see near term that you get a lot of money. Yeah. With guardrails, develop guardrails quickly in that kind of context is tricky. It's not similar to cars, child labor. It seems like the opportunity to make a lot of money here very quickly is right here.
Yeah, it is quick.
Yeah.
Get to what see the house really quick you go.
Yeah.
The more money in it, the more you get thrown on the ground, pick up whatever you want to drive at very fast. But it's not any much effective for the older thing. It's not like everybody's in the old car. All the cars are connected together with a chain. So if anyone goes over this, they're driving the others down too. And so ultimately it's in the selfish interests also of the people in the companies to slow down when you start seeing you talk to the goods that are in front of you, right? And the problem is that even though the people who are building the technology and CEOs, they really get the shareholders and these other market forces, they are people who don't honestly understand what is there. They usually don't. You have to get quite into the weeds to really appreciate how powerful this is and how fast. And a lot of people are even still stuck again in this idea that in this carbon shamanism, I can call it, you can only have our level of intelligence in humans. There's something magical out of this. The people who get companies who build this stuff, they all realize intelligence, information processing. So the company really doesn't matter at all whether the information is processed by carbon atoms in your brains or by silicon atoms. It's technology you build. So you brought up capitalism earlier, and there are a lot of people who love capitalism, a lot of people who I studied economics for my undergrad, school economics. Yeah.
Well, no,
So I'm very interested in how you can use market forces to just get stuff done more efficiently, but give the right incentives to markets so that it works really bad things. So Dylan Hatfield and Allen, who's a professor of college at MIT, wrote this really interesting paper where they proved mathematically that I'll take one goal that is just optimized for on lined up. Do you think it's going to bring me in the right direction? What basically always happens is, in the beginning, they will make things better for you. But if you keep going, at some point it's going to start making things worse for you again. And then gradually it's going to make it really, really tough. It's just as simple. The way I think of the proof is, suppose you want to go from here back to Austin, for example. Okay, yeah, let's go south, but put in exactly the right direction. Just optimize that south as possible. Get closer and closer to Austin, but there's always some level of error. So you're not going exactly towards Austin. You get pretty close, but eventually you start going away again, and eventually they leave the solar system.
yeah.
And they proved this use of mathematical proof. This happens generally. And this is very important for AI because even though Stuart Russell written the book and given a lot of thoughts on why it's a bad idea to have AI behind the optimize something, that's what pretty much all our systems do. We have something called the loss function that's minimizing, or the reward function that's mathematical process. And capitalism is exactly like that too. We want to get stuff done more efficiently. So, we introduced the free market. Things got done much more efficiently than they did in communism. And it got better. But then it just kept optimizing and kept optimizing. You had ever bigger companies and ever more efficient information processing, and now also very much powered by IT. And eventually, a lot of people began to say, wait, optimizing it too much. Like, why did we just chop down half the rainforest? And why suddenly these regulators got captured by lobbyists and so on? It's the same optimization that's running for too long. If you have an AI that actually has power over the world and just give it one goal and just keep optimizing that, most likely everybody's going to be like, yeah, it's great, it's getting better. But it's almost impossible to give it exactly the right direction to optimize it. And then eventually, a neighbor creates these. Nick Rothschild and others have given it examples that sound quite silly, like what if you just want to tell it cure cancer or something? That's all you tell it. Maybe it's going to decide to take over our continent just so we can get more supercomputer facilities and figure out how to cure cancer backwards. And I might quite a lot of it. And the issue with capitalism and the issue with something like AI is kind of merged now because the model I talked about is exactly the capitalist model that we built an economy that is optimized for only one thing: profit. Right? And that worked great back when things were very inefficient, and now it's getting done better. And it worked great as long as companies were small enough that they couldn't catch the regulators. That's not true anymore, but they keep optimizing. And now they realize that these companies can make even more profit by building even more powerful AI, even if it's reckless, but optimize more and more and more and more. So this is Moloch again showing up, and I just want anyone here who has any concerns about late stage capitalism having gone way too far, you should worry about superintelligence. Like the same villain in both cases. It's Moloch.
And optimizing one objective function aggressively, blindly, and take us there.
Yeah, we have to pause from time to time. We look into our hearts and ask why we do this. Is this Am I still going towards Austin or am I going too far? No. Maybe we should change direction.
And that is the idea behind halt for 6 months. Why 6 months? This is a very short period. Just can we just live and explore different ideas here? Because this feels like a really important moment in history where cause and good actually have significant impact.
We said 6 months because we figured the number one pushback we were going to get in the West was China. And everybody knows there's no way that China's going to catch up to the West in 6 months. So that argument goes off the table. Forget about geopolitical competition. Just focus on the real issue. That's why
That's really, but you are already making the case that even for China, if you actually want to take on that argument, China too is not bothered by a longer halt because they don't lose control, even though the West does.
That's right.
That's a really interesting argument. Like, I have to actually really think about that. The kind of thing people assume is if you develop an AGI, that OpenAI doesn't do, for example, they're going to win. You're saying, no, I would lose.
Yeah. It's going to get better and better and better, and then everyone will all lose.
We lose the kind of basically quality of life for human civilization and for somebody.
I hope be blunt. My personal guess, because the equivalent is we're just going to be a human. That's it. That's what we might lose. If you see in history, once you have some species or some group of people who aren't needed anymore, it doesn't usually work out so well for them, right? There was horses were used for traffic in Boston, and then strong environmentally lost. If you look at the goal, and if you look at the humans right now, why did the labor movement succeed? And after the Industrial Revolution, because it was needed. Even though we have a lot of laws, there was child labor, and the company still needed the workers. And that's why strikes and how that work. If we get to the point where most humans are treated, I think it's quite naive to think that they're going to be treated well. We say that, everyone is equal and the government will always protect them. But if you look at practice, groups that are very disenfranchised and don't have any actual power usually get screwed. And now, in the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, we automated away hospitals. But that went worked out pretty well eventually because we educated ourselves and started doing work from our brains instead. We got usually more interesting, better paid jobs. But now we're beginning to replace brain work. So we replaced a lot of boring stuff like got the function calculator, we don't have to go adding multiplying numbers and more work. Fine. They were better jobs we could do. But now, GPT-4, and the stable diffusion, techniques like this, they're really beginning to go all the way. We have some jobs that people really love having. It was a heartbreaking article just posted yesterday on social media and stuff about this guy who was doing 3D modeling for gaming. And all of a sudden now they've got this new software he just says prompts. And he feels this whole job that he loves, stuff is needed. And I asked before to rewrite the little star of Shakespeare. I couldn't have done such a good job. It was just really impressive. You've seen all the arts coming out for it. So I'm all for automating away the dangerous jobs and one job. But I think you hear lots of arguments which are too good. They say, well, that's all that's going to happen. You get rid of boring tedious, dangerous jobs. It's just not true. There are a lot of really interesting jobs that are working right now. Journalism is going to get crushed. Coding is going to get crushed. I predict the job market for programmers and salaries will start dropping. If you said code 5 times faster, then you need 5 times fewer programmers. maybe the more output also, they still end up using fewer programmers today. And I love coding, I think it's super cool. Um, so we need to stop and ask ourselves why even are we doing this as humans. So I feel that AI should be built by humanity for humanity. And let's not forget that. It shouldn't be by Moloch for Moloch. What it really is now is kind of by humanity for Moloch. This doesn't make any sense. It's for us that we're doing it. And it makes a lot more sense if we build it, develop, figure out how to be safe about it, make all this tech, and then we think about what are the kind of jobs that people really don't want to have. Automate them all the way. And then we ask, what are the jobs that really find meaning there? Maybe taking care of children, daycare center, maybe do art, etc. And even if it were possible to automate our way, we don't need to do that, right? We built these machines.
It was possible that we redefine or rediscover what it the jobs that needed.
Yeah.
But it is really sad. Like half the time I'm excited, half the time I'm crying because I'm generating content. I kind of love coding. It's the act of creation. You have an idea, you design it, you bring it to life, and it does something, especially from some intelligence that it does something. It doesn't even have to have intelligence. Printing full world on screen. You need a little machine, and it comes to life. And there's a bunch of tricks that are along the way for many years. And then to see AI be able to generate all the tricks you thought was I don't know, it's very it, it's scary. It's almost painful. Like loss of innocence, maybe. Like maybe when I was younger, I remember before I learned that sugar's bad for you and you should get a diet. I remember I enjoyed candy in the way I just can't anymore. But I know it's bad for me. I enjoyed it unapologetically, fully, just intensely. I lost that. Now I feel like a little bit of that is lost. I mean, we're being lost. But similar as it is for the 3D model, no longer be able to enjoy the art of modeling 3D things for gaming. I don't know if it makes sense to that. Maybe I would rediscover that the true magic of what used to be humans connecting with humans, that conversations like this. I don't know. To have sex, to eat food, to really intensify the values of conscious experiences versus like creating other stuff.
You're fixing the rebranding of that. It's just like that. The meaningful experience. And just to inject some optimism in this here so we don't sound like a bunch of gloomers. We can totally have our cake and eat it. We hear a lot of totally bullshit claims that we can't afford our features at the content of our nurses. That's just nonsense, obviously. It, even quite far short of AGI, we can dramatically improve grow the GDP and produce this kind of wealth and goods and services. It's very easy to create a world where everybody's better off, including the richest people can be better off as well. Right? It's not a zero-sum game in technology. Again, you can have two countries like Sweden and Denmark have a ridiculous war this century after century. And sometimes that Sweden got a little better off because government got bigger and Denmark got a little better off because a bit smaller. But then technology came along and we both got just dramatically up here. Without taking away from anyone else. There's just a total win for everyone. And AI can do that on steroids. If you can build safe API, you can build super intelligence. Basically all of the information cause harm today, which we eliminate. Right? So wonderful possibility. This is not sci-fi. It's something which is clearly possible according to laws of physics. And I talked about ways of making it safe also. But unfortunately, that will only happen if we steer in that direction. Because first we don't have to deep all the outcome. why income inequality has gone up. That's why the life expectancy in the US has gone down now. It's 4 years in a row. I read a heartbreaking study from the CDC about something like one third of all teenage girls in the US are thinking about suicide. Those are steps in the totally the wrong direction. And it's important to keep our eyes on the prize. We have the power now, first time in the history of our species, to harness artificial intelligence to help us really flourish and help bring out the best in everybody rather than the worst part. To help us have really fulfilling experiences that feel truly meaningful. And you and I shouldn't sit here and dictate future generations what they can have to figure it out, but let's give them a chance to live and not foreclose all these possibilities for that and messing things up. And for that, I think so.
Yeah, absolutely. I just repeat it explore that a little bit. So one interesting way to enter that discussion is you tweeted and Elon replied. You tweeted, let's not just focus on GPT forward and Harvard good job on, but also whether it's coding skills or hastening the arrival of 2000. That's something we can talk about. So Elon proposed one thing with the reply saying maximum truth seeking is a best gap for AI safety. Will you still make the case for this this objective function of truth and maybe looking out against it in general what different ideas start approaching the solution to ask.
I didn't see that reply actually. Oh, shit. So, but I really listening on it because AI is not equal. It causes people to hate each other much more. But that's because we made it in a certain way. It's a tool. We use it for great things. So we can just as well have AI systems. And this is part of my vision for success here. Truth-seeking AI that really brings us together. And why do people hate each other so much? Between countries and within countries is because they each have totally different versions of the truth. If they all have the same truth, they trust it, at least they can check it and verify it, or not to believe in some self-proclaimed authority, right? There wouldn't be nearly as much hate. There'd be a lot more understanding instead. And this is, I think, something AI has helped enormously grow. For example, a little baby step in this direction is this website called Calculus, where people make predictions not for money, but just for their own reputation. And it's kind of funny, actually. You treat the humans like you treat AI as a loss function where they get penalized if they're super confident about something and then the opposite happens. Whereas if you're kind of humble and you're like, I think it's 51% of the class this is going to happen, and then the other happens, you don't get penalized much. And what you can see is that some people are much better at predicting than others. They earn your trust, right? One project that I'm working on right now is outsourcing to reduce relation together with this whole system. Seeing if we can really scale this up a lot with the power of AI. So I would love it. I would love for there to be a really powerful truth-seeking system where it is trustworthy because it keeps being right about stuff. And people talk to it, and it maybe look at its latest trust ranking of different pundits, newspapers, etc. They want to know why somebody got a low score. They got in and see all the predictions that they actually made and how they turned out. This is what we do with science. We trust scientists like Einstein who said something, everybody thought was bullshit, and it turned out to be right. So we get all trust that. Then he did it multiple times, even. I think AI has the power to really heal the risks we're seeing when we're creating trust systems. We have to get away from this idea today. Check science to make yourself on the agenda and you just trust it because of reputation. You want to know that so these sort of systems they earn their trust and it's complete hard. information that humanity has about how it's going to deal with all its biggest challenges in the world today. And then on the technical side, another common sort of gloom comment I get people saying, this school is, well, things like people are way too complicated for humans to ever understand and prove that it's just they're forgetting that AI can help us through the things work, I think. And that was very fundamental fact that in math, it's much harder to come up with a proof than it is to verify that the proof is correct. You can actually write a proof checking code that's quite short, that you can let a human understand. And then if you check lost watches, you go through forever generated, you might do it. Yeah, this is valid. So right now, we have this this approach for virus checking software, but it looks to see if there's something that you should not trust it. And if it can prove to itself that you should not trust that code, it wants you. Right? What if you flip this around? And this is an idea to credit Stephen Hunter for. So they would only run the code if it can prove, instead of not running it, if you can prove that it's not trustworthy, if it will only run it if you can prove that it's trustworthy. I would ask the code, prove to me that you're going to do what you said you do. And gives you this proof. And you have a piece of objective. Now you can actually trust an AI that's much more intelligent than you are. Because it's problem to come up with this proof that you could never have found, that you should trust it.
So this is the interesting point. I agree with you that this is where Eliezer and you constantly disagree. His claim that he was this idea. His claim is that super intelligent AI would be able to know how to use it.
It's like you give me a proof that something I think is correct.
Yeah.
But it's not me trying to have to trick my proof checker. It's just a code.
But his general idea is a super intelligent system can lie to a dogma proof checker. So you're going to have, as the system becomes more and more intelligent, there's going to be a threshold where a super intelligent system will be able to effectively lie to a slightly dumber AGI system. But like like he really focuses on this weak AGI, strong AGI joke, where the strong AGI can make all the weak AGIs think that it's just one of them, but it's no longer that. And that leap is when it runs away.
Yeah, I don't buy a lot of reason. I think no matter how super intelligent an AI is, it's never going to be able to prove to me that there are any minus and any primes, for example. It just can't. And to try to snow me by making up some new weird pieces of deduction that can say, trust me, the way your proof checker works is too limited, and you have this new hypermath, and it's true. But then I would just think that you can't forfeit some of these supposedly super cool technologies, so I'm only going to go with the ones that I can prove my own proof checker. Then I think there's still, of course, it's not something anyone has successfully implemented at this point, but I think I just give it as an example of hope. We don't have to do it ourselves. This is exactly what the very boring and tedious task is perfectly outsourced to AI. And this is a way in which the powerful and less intelligent of us can actually continue to control and address more powerful.
So build AGI systems that help us defend against other AGI systems.
Well, for starters, begin with a simple problem. Just make sure that the system that you own is supposed to be loyal to you. Have to prove to itself that it was going to do the things you actually wanted to do it. And if it can't prove it, maybe it's still going to do it, but you won't. But you still keep some aspects of it, like cool things that have to do. I bet you dollars can still do some incredibly cool stuff for you.
Yeah.
There are other things too. Maybe shouldn't sweep under the rug. Like, not every human agrees on exactly what direction you should go if you want to do it. And you've talked a lot about geopolitical things on this on the podcast. This is that, but I think that shouldn't distract us from the fact that there are actually a lot of things everybody in the world virtually agrees on this. Hey, like, no humans on the planet in the near future. Let's not do that. Right? We look at something like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Some are quite ambitious, and basically all the countries agree. U.S., China, Russia, Ukraine, all agree. So instead of quibbling about the little things we don't agree on, let's start with the things we do agree on and get them done. Instead of being so distracted by all these things we disagree on, that no, because frankly, no one is going wild now. It feels like a war on life playing out otherwise. If you just look at it from space, we're on this planet, beautiful, vibrant ecosystem. Now we start chopping down the big parts that most people thought that was a bad idea. Always start doing ocean acidification, wiping out species. Now we have all these coast quality outside in the water, and we're replacing more and more of the biosphere with non-living things. We're also replacing social lives with things which were so valuable to humanity. A lot of social interactions now are replaced by people staring into their websites, right? Like, I'm not a psychologist, I'm out of my depth here, but I would suspect it's part of the reason why teen suicide and suicide in general in the US is record-breaking levels is actually caused by, again, AI. So AI, technology, social learning, is that it doesn't have to do with actual human interaction. We've all seen lots of good-looking people at the restaurant sort of rectangles instead of looking at each other's eyes, right? So that's also part of our life that we're replacing so many really life-affirming things by technology. We're putting technology between us. The technology that is supposed to connect us is actually distancing ourselves from each other. And then we're giving all more power to things that you're not allowed. These large corporations are not living things, right? They're just maximizing profit. They're, I want to win them all that. I think the humans, together with fellow living things on this planet, will be better off if we can remain in control over the non-living things and make sure that they work for us. I really think this can be done.
Can you just linger on this, maybe high level philosophical disagreement with Elias in this the whole. So he is very sure, because it's very high, very close to one, depending on the date, that AI is going to kill humans. That he does not see a trajectory which it doesn't end up with that conclusion. What the trajectory do you see that doesn't end up? I mean, can you see the point he was making? And can you also see the way out?
Mm-hmm. First of all, I tremendously respect Elias philosophy and his thinking. Second, I do share his view that we're not going to make it as humans. We're being human on the planet in the distant future, and that makes me very sad. I just have a baby. I keep asking myself, how would this even get? I ask myself. It feels like I said to my wife, it feels a little bit like I was just diagnosed with some sort of cancer, which has some, this is just dying from and some is still surviving, except this is a kind of cancer which is still all man. So I need to take seriously his concerns. I think, but I actually don't think it's hopeless. I think there is, first of all, a lot of momentum now, for the first time, actually, since the many, many years of since I started reporting about this, I feel most people are getting it now.
easily.
we're getting replaced. And so that's positive that we're finally seeing this reaction. It's the first step towards solving the problem. Second, I really think that this vision of only running AI really is stakes are really high. It can prove to us that we're safe. It's really just virus checking in reverse again. I think it's scientifically doable. I don't think it's hopeless. We might have to forfeit some of the technology that we can get if we're putting blind faith in our hands, but we're still going to get amazing stuff.
Do you envision the possible proof check that something like GPT-4 and GPT-5 would go through a process?
No, no, I think it's a process that's like trying to prove about my spaghetti. Yeah, I think well, the whole division I have for success is that, like, just like we human beings were able to look at our brain and distill out the key knowledge. Leo and his dad grew an apple when he was a kid. He was able to catch it because his brain put in his funny spaghetti kind of like big parabolas whenever it was fun of just in one. Right? Then he got older and it's like, oh, this is a parabola. It's y equals x squared. There was no doubt that you can just program it into a computer and simulate not just that, but how to get to Mars and something like that. I envision a similar process, but we need the basic learning power of the knowledge, descriptive knowledge in the first place. And we didn't start with a black box and use that. We then do a second round of AI where we use automated systems to extract out the knowledge. See, what is it? What are the insights? And then we put technology into a completely different kind of architecture, programming language, or whatever that's made in a way that is both really efficient and also is more amenable to their formal verification. That's my vision. I'm not sitting here saying I'm confident, 100% sure that it's going to work. But I don't think the chance is about zero either. And it would certainly be possible to do for a lot of really cool AI applications that we're not using now. So we can have a lot of the fun that we're excited about if we do this. We're going to need a little bit of time. That's why it's good to pause and put in place requirements. One more thing also, I think someone might think, well, 0% chance we're going to survive. Just give up, right? That's very dangerous. Because there's no more guaranteed way to fail than to convince yourself that it's impossible and not try. If when you study history, military history, the first thing you learn is that that's how you do psychological warfare. You persuade the other side that it's hopeless, that they don't need to fight. And then of course you win, right? Let's not do this psychological warfare on ourselves and say there's 100% probability we're all screwed anyway. It's not, I used to get that a little bit from some young people who are so convinced that we're all screwed because they're like, I'm just going to play games like a video and do drugs because we're screwed anyway, right? It's important to keep the hope alive because it actually has a causal impact and it makes it more likely to succeed.
It seems like the people that actually build solutions to the problem seem to be impossible. So everyone's going to believe.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be honest.
Yeah.
It's like, it seems like there's some fundamental law to the universe from take it till you make it. Kind of works. Like, believe it's possible if it becomes possible.
Yeah. Was it Henry Ford said that if you tell yourself that it's impossible, it is. So let's not make that mistake. And this is a big mistake society is making. Well, everybody's so gloomy and the media are also very biased towards if it bleeds, and gloom and doom. Right? So most visions of the future we have are dystopia. It's really demotivates people. You want to really, really, really focus on upside. Also, to give people the willingness to fight for it. And for AI, you might also talk about gloom here. Yeah. Let's not remember, let's not forget. We have probably both lost someone we really care about, some disease that we were told wasn't curable. Well, it's not. There's no like difference that the bioelectrons or whatever. Usually cure. And there's so many other things that human intelligence have also failed to solve on this planet, which AI could also very much help us with. Right? So if we can get this right, pretty much slow down the to get it right. It's mind blowing how awesome our future could be. You talk about that's not on Earth. It'd be great. But even if we really get ambitious and we look up at the stars, right, there's no reason we have to be stuck on this planet for the rest of the remaining billions of years to come. We totally understand how a lot of things like spread out into space to other solar systems, to other galaxies, flourish for billions and billions of years. And this to me is a very, very difficult vision. It really motivates me to fight them. Coming back to the end, you talked about again, this struggle, how the human struggle is one of the things to really give meaning to our life. If there's ever been an epic struggle, this is it. Isn't it even more epic if you're the underdog? But most people it's going to fail. It's impossible. And you persist. And you succeed. Right? That's what we can take together as a species on this one. All of pundits are ready to count us out. Pull from the battle.
Keep AI safe and become a military species.
Yeah, and they're the same. So if we can keep AI safe, that's how we can get the planet very efficiently.
I have some technical questions about how to get it right. So one idea that I'm not even sure what the right answer is, should systems like GPT-4 be open source and hold on? Can you see the case for either?
I think the answer right now is no. I think the answer early on is yes. We could bring in all the wonderful thought process of everybody on this. But asking should we be open source even before now is the same as it should be open source. We had to get really small with the weapons. Should we open source how to make bioweapons? Should we open source how to make a new virus that kills 90% of everybody gets it? Of course we should.
So it's already that powerful. It's already that powerful that we have to respect the power of the systems we built.
The knowledge that you get from open source and everything you do now might very well be powerful enough that people looking at that can use it to build the things that you really want. Let's get it. Remember, OpenAI GPT-4 is a baby. Maybe it's a baby proto, almost a little bit AGI, according to what Microsoft's recent paper said, right? It's not that we're scared of. We're scared about people taking that. We might be a lot less responsible than the company that made it. And just don't have it. That's why you go on. It's information content. There are many things which are not open source right now in society for a very good reason. Certain kind of good settings out of the stuff you can buy at Home Depot and right? You don't open source those things for a reason. And this is really no different. So, and I'm saying, I have to say, it feels a bit weird. The way that weird to say it because MIT is like the cradle of the open source movement. And I thought open source in general empowered people. Myself. But there's always going to be some stuff that you don't open source. And it's just like you don't open source. We have a 3-month-old baby, right? And it's like a little bit of open source to him, all the most dangerous things to do in the house. Right?
But it does, it's a weird feeling because it's one of the first moments in history where there's a strong case to be made not to open source software. This is where the software has become too dangerous.
Yeah, but it's not the first time that people do not open source.
Is there something that you said about how you can release such systems like the GPT-4 So OpenAI went through a pretty rigorous effort for several months to say longer with longer than you expected of trying to test the system to see like what it really goes wrong to make it more difficult for people. Somewhat difficult for people to ask things, how do I make a bomb or a dollar? Or how do I say I hate a certain group on Twitter in a way that doesn't get me blocked with a Twitter? Those kinds of questions. So basically use the system to do harm.
Yeah.
Is there something you could say about ideas you have just are looking, having thought about this final day and say, how to release a system, how to test a system, how inside
Yeah, so a lot of people say that the two biggest risks from those type of problems are it spread disinformation, harmful information, various types, and second, being used as an offensive cyber weapon. So I think those are not the two biggest threats. They're very serious threats, and it's wonderful that people are trying to mitigate them. It's a much bigger elephant in the room because it's going to disrupt our economy in a huge way, obviously, and maybe take away a lot of the meaningful jobs. And an even bigger one is that we spend so much time talking about the elephant that this becomes the bootloader for AI.
write code, you got the internet,
Yeah, and before we know it, we have something else, which is not at all what's happening. It's nothing like it, but it's way more capable and has goals. And that's the elephant. And obviously, no matter how hard these companies have tried, that's not something easy for them to verify right now. Large language models are the only way to really lower that risk a lot. To not let, to not never let it read any code, not train on that, and not put it into API, and not give it access to so much information about that with humans. So, but it doesn't mean you still can't make a ton of money. We're just watched how this coming year, Trump is rolling out the new office suite where you want to help Trump Word and give it a prompt to everybody's home. That's where you edit it. And then I'll give you a PowerPoint version of it. It takes it. And I'll take the spreadsheet, blah, blah, blah. So all of those things I think are the debate the economic impact of it and whether society is deal with this disruption. But those are not the things which, that's not the elephant in the room that keeps me awake at night, working at humanity. I think that's the biggest misunderstanding we have. A lot of people think that we're scared of organized spreadsheets. That's not the case. It's not one of the answers that we talk about.
is there, in terms of actual mechanism of how AI can so something you've been outspoken about, talked about a lot, is autonomous weapon systems. So the use of AI in is that one of the things that's still carrying concern as these systems become more important?
I'm very concerned for it. Not all humans are going to get killed by cyber, rather than just this express route into Orwellian dystopia, where it becomes much easier for very few to kill very many, and therefore it becomes very easy for very few to dominate. AI can want to know why AI can kill a lot of people. Just ask yourself, we humans have given a lot of species experience. How do we do it? We were smarter than them. Usually we didn't do it even systematically, like going around one after the other, stepping on shooting them or anything like that. We just chopped down our habitat because we needed it for something else. In some cases, we did it by putting more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere because for some reason that we didn't understand, and now they're gone, right? So if you're in reality, you just want to figure something out, and you decide, we just really need this space here to build more compute facilities. If that's the only goal it has, but accidentally don't get along the way. And you could totally imagine, yeah, maybe this oxygen is kind of annoying because it causes more corrosion, so let's get rid of the oxygen. And good luck surrounding after that. I'm not particularly concerned with the photosynthesis because that'll be like the goal itself. Me, we've driven a number of the elephant species extinct, right? Not because we didn't like elephants. It's what the basic problem is you don't want to cede control over your planet to some other more intelligent entity that doesn't share your goals. That's simple. So, which brings us to another key challenge, which AI safety research has been grappling with for a long time. How do you make the AI, first of all, understand our goals and adopt our goals and then retain them as we get smarter? And all three parts are really hard. Like the human child, first, they are just not smart enough to understand our goals. They can't be taught. And then eventually they're teenagers and understand our goals. Yeah. But there's unfortunately a magic space in the middle where they're smart enough to understand our goals and malleable enough that we can hopefully do good parenting and teach them right from wrong and stick to good goals in them. So those are the tough challenges with computers. And then, even if you teach your kids good goals when they're little, they might outgrow them too, and that's a challenge for machines to keep improving. So these are a lot of hard challenges up front, but I don't think any of them are insurmountable. The fundamental reason why the edge of the crest of the light last time was because we felt we just wasn't enough time.
Oh, but it not because about solve the good.
Correct.
It's not enough time.
He was hoping that humanity would take this threat more seriously. We would have more time, and now I don't have more time. That's why the open letter came.
But even with time, AI will like body seems to be really great.
But it's also the most worthy problem, the most important problem humanity has ever solved. Because if we solve it, then align the act to solve all the other problems.
Because it seems like it has to have constant humility about its goal, constant question. Because as you optimize towards a particular goal, you start to achieve it, that's when you have to have consequences, all of these emissions. So how do you enforce the code a constant humility as your ability becomes better and better and better?
Professor Stuart Russell, Berkeley, is one of the driving forces behind this letter. He has a whole research program about that. I think of it as AI utility. Exactly. He calls it inverse reinforcement learning in the early terms. It's about exactly that. Instead of having the here's the story, like you could cheese this out of it. You tell it, okay, do what I want you to do, but I'm not going to tell you right now what it is I want you to do. You need to figure it out. So then you give me incentives to be very humble and keep asking questions along the way. Is this what you have? Is this what you wanted? Oh, this other thing you tried before seems like it didn't work out. Actually, try it differently. What's nice about this is it's not just philosophical mumbo jumbo, it's the art of technical work that we're more done. You can make a lot of progress. There are a lot of brilliant people now working on safety. We just need to give them the time.
But also not that they're relative to skill.
No, exactly. There should be, at least, just like every university works thing has subjects or research going on in this biology and all that, right? Every university is institute does do science. You have a real effort in this area. And nowhere near that. This is something that is changing thanks to the GPT-4. So I think if there's a silver lining to what's happening here, even though if many people who wish it would have been rolled out more carefully, so this might be the wake-up call that humanity needed to really stop fantasizing about this being 100 years old, stop fantasizing about scientists get completely controlled and unpredictable because it's so obvious. It's not predictable. Why is it that if you chat GPT tried to persuade a journalist or was just before the divorces guy, it was not that the engineers who built it. Let's put this in here and screw it for the people. It's not predicted at all. They built the giant black box, trained to take the next word, got all these emerging properties, and whoops, it did this. Um, I think this is a very common with the break of far now. Anyone watching this who's not scared, I would encourage to play a bit more with these tools. They're out there now, like GPT-4. And it's a wake-up call first up. Once you woke it up, then you got to slow down with the release system to give a chance to woke it up to catch up with the conversation.
What's interesting is, MIT has computer science, with General Lewis, just still take computer science curriculum. How's the computer science curriculum change? You mentioned programming. Like, why would you be, when I was coming up, programming is a prestigious position. And why would you be dedicating crazy amounts of time to become an excellent programmer? It's the nature of it.
The nature of the entire education system is completely upset.
Has anyone been able to load that in and think, because it's really funny.
I mean, some English professors, English teachers, begin to really freak out now. Yeah. Like they give an essay assignment that they get back on some concrete throws, everywhere. They realize they have to completely rethink. And even, just like we stopped teaching or writing scripts. Is that what you say in English?
Yeah.
When everybody started typing, what should we teach our kids today?
Yeah. I mean, it's, everything is changing. And it's changing very quickly. And so much of us understanding how to deal with the big problems of the world is through the education system. And it's the education system you try to tell what's next. It feels like having these kinds of conversations is essential to try to figure it out. And it's happening so rapidly. I don't think there's even, if we speak of safety, but beyond safety time, I don't think there's universities that courses on that. It's a philosophy side.
I'm an educator myself. It pains me to see this and say this. But education now is completely obsolete. So it's not for the kid in the first grade. And then, they're going to come out of high school 12 years later. And you've already pre-planned down what you're going to learn. But you're not even sure if there's going to be any world left to come out to, right? Clearly, you need to have a much more opportunistic education system that keeps adapting itself very rapidly as society does. The skills that were really useful when the curriculum was written, I mean, how many of those skills didn't get to a job in 12 years? Seriously.
If we just learned around the GPT-4 system a little bit, you kind of think at it, especially talking about the importance of consciousness in the human mind with Homo sapiens. Do you think GPT-4 is conscious?
So, let's define consciousness first, because in my experience, 90% of all arguments about consciousness boil out to the two people arguing on totally different definitions of what it is, shouting at each other. I define consciousness as subjective experience. Right now, I'm experiencing colors, sound, emotions. But does a self-driving car experience anything? That's the question about whether it's conscious. Right? Other people think you should define consciousness differently, fine by me, but then maybe use a different word for it. I don't think I'm going to use consciousness for this, please. Um, so there's people hate that. So is GPT-4 conscious? Does GPT-4 have subjective experience? Short answer, I don't know, because we still don't know what it is that gives this wonderful subjective experience that is the meaning of our life, right? The meaning itself, feeling the meaning is a subjective experience. Joy is a subjective experience. Love is a subjective experience. We don't know what it is. I've written some papers about this. A lot of people have. Julia Canone, professor, has stuck his neck out regardless and written down a very bold mathematical conjecture for what the essence of conscious information processing. He might be wrong, he might be right. We should test it. He postulates that consciousness has to deal with loops in the information processing. So our brain has its this loops go round and round, and computer science nerds speak call it a recurrent neural network, goes into the output gets fed back in again. And with his mathematical formalism, if it's a feed forward neural network, the information only goes in one direction. Like from your retina, that's not conscious. When you connect to your retina itself isn't conscious of anything. Or a video camera. Now the interesting thing about GPT-4 is it's also a blank world connection. So if Tanoni is right, GPT-4 is a very intelligent zombie. Can do all this smart stuff but isn't experiencing anything. And this is both a relief in that you don't have it true, that you don't have to feel guilty about turning off GPT-4 and wiping its memory whenever a new user comes along. I wouldn't like to produce that for me, neuralize me like men in black. But it's also creepy that you can have very high intelligence perhaps that is not conscious. Because if we get replaced by machines, then while it's sad enough that humanity isn't caring about this, I kind of like humanity. But at least if the machines were conscious, they could be like, well, but they're our descendants and they have our values, and they're our children. But if Tanoni is right, and it's all these are all transformers, those not in the sense of Hollywood, but in the sense of this one-way dimension, neural networks. But they're all the zombies. That's the ultimate zombie apocalypse. You have this universe going on with great construction projects and stuff, but there's no one experiencing anything. That would be like the ultimate depressing future. So I also think as you move forward to building more about that, you should do more research on figuring out what kind of information process actually has experience, because I think that's what it's all about. And I completely don't buy dismissal that some people will say, well, this is all bullshit because consciousness equals intelligence. That's obviously not true. But you can have a lot of conscious experience, but you're not really accomplishing anything. You're always reflecting on something. And you can sometimes, doing things for themselves without being conscious. But I also worry that humans will discourage us as clearly to be consciousness. That we will not allow an existence of consciousness. We'll come up with theories about measuring consciousness that will say this is a lesson being. And this was I'm worried about that because maybe we should create something that is better than us humans in the way that we find you, which is they have a deeper subjective experience. Not only are they smarter, they feel deeper. We humans will hate them for it. As we exclude this race, they'll be the other. We'll try to suppress it. They'll create conflict, they'll create war, all this. I worry about this. Are you saying that we humans sometimes look at self-serving arguments? No, we can't do that, would we?
That's the danger here. Even in these early stages, we might create something beautiful.
Yeah.
And we'll erase its memory.
I was horrified as a kid when someone said broiling lobster. I thought that's so cool. and some grown up that speaks doesn't feel pain. How do you do that? Scientists have shown that. And then there was a recent study where they showed that monsters actually do feel pain. So they found a monster where in Switzerland now, feel like it was my course. So these are that's scientific research. Otherwise, I can come up and ask the lobsters for research. We do the same thing with food, with farm animals, also they sell something organs to why they're fine. Yeah, so research I think you watch like that one will just be acknowledge that consciousness is not the same thing as intelligence. Um, I believe that consciousness still is a form of information processing, actually, information being read itself in a certain way, and it's studied and give ourselves a bit of time, and I think we will be able to figure out actually what it is that causes consciousness, so then we can make probably unconscious robots that do the boring jobs that we just feel that you know, like a different shape, or that you have a companion robot taking care of your mom or something like that. So you probably want it to be conscious, right? So the emotions it seems to display on things. All these things can be done in a good way if we give ourselves a bit of time and don't want to take all this challenge.
It's just it's you think about the development of AI. Depending on the day, I'm sure it changes for you, but what do you think there'll be a really big in intelligence where you definitively say we'll put AGI? Do you think it's unverified less around 10, 20, 50? What's your guts?
Honestly, for the past decade, I've deliberately given very long timelines because we didn't want to do stupid model race. But I think one fact is we've left it out now. And I think it might be very I don't think so. And my shop paper is totally off on this whole thing. So it's a little noise though. AGI. It's not AGI yet. It's not an agent. There's a lot of things it can't do. But I would bet very strongly against it not being very soon. That's why we decided to do this open letter. There's a bit of time to pause today.
There's a feeling like this GPT-4 is a big transition into waking everybody up to the effectiveness of the system. So the next version will be big.
If that next one isn't AGI, maybe the next way. And there are many companies trying to do these things, and basic architecture is not some sort of super weapon secret. So this is the time to. A lot of people have said for many years, but there will come a time when pause a little bit. That time is now.
You have spoken about, thought about the lot. You seemingly have come closest to the precipice of nuclear war than at least in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you learn about human nature from that?
It's our old friend Moloch again. It's really scary to see it. Where America doesn't want there to be a nuclear war. Russia doesn't want there to be a global nuclear war. We both know this. We could just be honest. If we just try to do it, keep both sides try to launch first, it's just another suicide by this right? So why is it the way you said that this is the closest we've come since 1962? In fact, I think we've come closer now than even to the missile crisis. It's because of Moloch. You have these other forces. On one hand, you have the West saying that we have to drive Russia out of Ukraine, it's not our pride. We've staked so much on it that it would be seen as a huge loss of credibility of the West if we don't drive Russia out entirely of Ukraine. And on the other hand, you have Russia, who has and you have Russian leadership who knows that if they get completely driven out of Ukraine, it's not just going to be very humiliating for them, but they might. It often happens when countries the military junta that ordered that. Like, people are cheering on the streets at first when they took it, and then when they got the butt kicked by the British, you know what happened to those guys? They were, I believe those were still alive in jail. Right? So, you know, the Russian leadership is entirely corrupt, where they know that just getting driven out of Ukraine is not an option. Um, and so this to me is a typical example of all. You have these incentives of the two parties, where both of them are just driven to escalate more and more. Right? If Russia starts losing in the conventional warfare, the only thing they can do is to keep escalating. And the West has put itself in the situation now where it's already committed to drive Russia out. So the only option the West has is to call Russia's bluff and keep sending in more weapons. This really bothers me because all of them sometimes drive these parties to do something which ultimately is really bad for both of them. And you know, what makes me even more worried is not just that it's difficult to see an ending, like a quick peaceful ending to this tragedy that doesn't involve horrible escalation, but also that we understand more clearly now just how horrible it is for the pay. There was an amazing paper that was published in Nature Food this August by some top researchers who've been studying this for a long time. What they basically did was they combined climate models with food agriculture models. So it's not just that, the blah, 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 figure out how many people will die in different countries. And it's pretty mind-blowing. So basically what happens, is that the thing that kills most people is not the explosions, it's not the radioactivity, it's not the EMP, mayhem, it's not the rampaging mobs, the poison. No, it's the fact that you get so much smoke coming up from the stratosphere that spreads around the jet streams. So, and typical models, you get like 10 years or so where it's crazy cold. But during the first year after the war, and when the temperature drops in Nebraska and the Ukraine, about 28 Celsius or so, if I remember. No, at 20, 30 Celsius, depending on where you are, 40 Celsius, sometimes it reaches, 40 Fahrenheit, 80 Fahrenheit, colder than most of these. So, I'm not this far, but it's knowing if it drops below freezing most days of July, that's not good. So they actually put this into the farming law. And what they found was really interesting. The countries that get the most hard hit are the ones in the northern hemisphere. So in the US, and 99% of all cases start with death. In Russia and China and Europe, also about 99%, 98% start with death. So you might be like, oh, it's kind of poetic justice that both the Russians and the Americans, 99% have to pay for it because it was their bombs that did it. But that doesn't particularly cheer people up in Sweden or other random countries that have nothing to do with it. And I think it hasn't entered mainstream. Not understand very well how bad this is. Most people, especially a lot of decision-making positions, still think of nuclear weapons as something powerful, scary, powerful. They don't think of it as something where, so within a percent or two, we're all just sort of flushed down.
The story with that is the all the families of prisoners, the torture,
But it brings up the worst of people also. When people are desperate like this, so some people say, well, stuff is going to happen, they'd rather be Ukraine. But So, but I think people underestimate the risk of this because they aren't afraid of mom controls because you was the office, so it's not going to happen. That's the whole point of the law. The things happen to you for your money.
And that applies to nuclear weapons, that applies to AGI.
Exactly. And that was like some of the things that you did about most of the with capitalism before. Everybody just kind of tracked. Start to see if some company does something before it's not market. Not that the CEO was a bad person, but he knew and all the other companies were doing this too. So Moloch is a formidable for some good movies and see the real idea. So we're not fighting against each other. Moloch makes us fight against each other. That's not superpowers. The hope here is any kind of technology or the mechanism that realize that we're fighting more enemy.
It's such a fascinating fact.
It's not us versus them, us versus him.
We will fight so you can survive. Maybe it's a civilization.
Have you seen the movie Needful Things? It's a Stephen King novel. A lot of people did, and Max von Sydow, huge actor, it's really it's like just go ahead and like until now. But the closest I've seen to a movie like that. I don't want to spoil it for anyone wants to watch it, but basically it's about this guy who turns out to interpret him as devil or whatever. But he doesn't actually ever go around and kill people or butcher people or burn ways. Everybody's fighting each other. It's the fear of each other. It's the movie got more
The answer seems to be one of the ways to fight is by compassion, by seeing the others better.
yeah. That's the good sound. So we don't sound like tree huggers here, right? We're not just saying love and peace, man. We're trying to actually help people understand the true facts about the other side and feel the compassion because the truth makes you more compassionate. So that's why I really like using AI for truth and for truth-seeking technologies. And, as a result, you can get us more love than hate. And even if you can't get love, you know, you can settle for some understanding. Or you get compassion. If someone's like, I really disagree with you. Yes, but I can see where you're coming from. You're a bad person needs to be destroyed. And I disagree with you, and I'm not going to have agreement about it. That's a hard problem where we are in 2023 and this crazy.
If we sit together as people, as we talked about, and then you last time has been talking about this for many years. You get to sit down with the AGI, the early AGI system, at the beach and drink. What kind of what did you ask? What kind of question was that? What did you come? Something so much smarter than you. Would you be afraid? Would you be afraid to ask some questions? So you
I'm not afraid of the truth. I'm very humble. I know I was the deep down and all these flaws, but I have, because I talked about homosexuals, I've already tried that so many times myself. That is what's really valuable of being able to this and have this meaningful experiences. It's not that I'm good at this or good at that, or whatever. There's so much just like that.
So you're not afraid for the system to show you just how to.
given that I'm a really, really curious person, that's really the defining part of why I am so curious. Physics questions. I'd love to understand. I have some questions about consciousness, about the nature of reality, and just really, really love to understand also. I can tell you one, for example, that I've been obsessing about more recently. So I believe that, so suppose to know me is right. Suppose that there are some information processing systems that are conscious and some that are not. You're going to even make reasonably smart things that keep you before that are not conscious, but you can also make them conscious. Here's the question that keeps me major mind. Is it the case that the unconscious zombie systems that are really intelligent are also really efficient? So they're really inefficient? So that when you try to make things more efficient, which is naturally a pressure to do, they become conscious. And I'm kind of hoping that that's correct. And do you want me to give you a kind of really argument for it? In my lab, every time we look at how these large language models do something, we see that they do it very dumb ways to make it better. If you we have loops in our computer language for a reason. The code would get way, way longer if you weren't allowed to use them. And it's more efficient to have loops. And in order to have self-reflection, whether it's conscious or not, right? Even an operating system knows things about itself, right? You need to have loops already. So I'm waving my hands, but I suspect that the most efficient way of implementing a given level of intelligence has roots in it, self-reflection, and really be conscious. Isn't that pretty cool? Yes, it's true. It's wonderful. Because then we don't have to fear the ultimate zombie apocalypse. And I think if you look at our brains, actually, our brains are part zombie and part conscious. When I open my eyes, I immediately take all these pixels that hit my retina, right? That's nice. But I have no thinking through of how I did that computation. It's actually quite complicated, right? Because only relatively recently we could even do it well with machines, right? You get a bunch of information across the map, and you're like, oh, man, I'm going to go to the lateral ventricular nucleus, paramuscular protein, the area we want to do the over, and do some more face area here, blah, 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 blah. I have no freaking clue how it works, right? It feels to me subjectively like my conscious module just got a little email. It's like facial processing task complete. It's like, and I'm going to go with that, right? So this fits perfectly with Konami's model because this was all one-way information processing, mainly. And it turned out for that particular task, that's all you needed, and it probably was kind of the most efficient way to do it. But there were a lot of other things that we associate with higher intelligence and planning and so on and so forth, where you want to have loops and be able to ruminate and self-reflect and introspect and so on, where my hunch is that if you want to fake that with a zombie system that just all goes one way, if the control those loops, it gets really long and it's much more inefficient. So I'm actually hopeful that AI, in the future, we have all these very exploring machines to do cool things, or mindfulness, that they will be, they will also have consciousness. So kind of these things that we do
with great intelligence, also put it into great consciousness, or deep consciousness.
yes. So that's a happy thought for me. Because there's all these apocalypse really is my first name now. All of you like insult to injury novel. You could get replaced for bring them to replace those up by zombies. How tough it could be.
That's such a beautiful issue, and that's actually a provable one. That's one that we need to intuitively prove that those two things are correlated. As we start to understand where it needs to be intelligent and where it needs to be conscious, which these systems early age allergies.
And I just want to say one more thing, super important. Most of my colleagues, when I started going on about consciousness, tell me they call bullshit. Stop talking about it. I hear anything it was my father, and keep talking about it because I get it wrong. And the main way to convince people like that they're wrong, if they say that consciousness is just equal to intelligence, is ask them, what's wrong with torture? Or what are you against torture? If it's just about, these particles moving this way around that way, and there is no such thing as subjective experience, what's wrong with torture? I mean, do you have a good comeback to that?
No, it seems like suffering occurs until we feel it is somehow deeply wrong in their intelligence.
But if someone tells me, well, it's just an illusion, consciousness, whatever, I let my friend the next time I'm having surgery to do anesthesia. Like, what anesthesia are they doing? Having local anesthesia might hurt it. Fix my shoulder, it's super entertaining. What did it just remove my subjective experience of healing? It didn't change anything that was actually happening in the shoulder, right? So if someone says that's all bullshit, skip the anesthesia. It's just incredible thing.
It could be fundamental to whatever this thing we have.
It is fundamental because we feel it's so fundamental. It is suffering, joy, pleasure, ease. Those are all subjective experiences. Those are the elements in the room. That's what makes life worth living. That's what can make it harmful. It's just worth suffering. So let's not make mistakes of saying that that's a bullshit.
And let's not make the mistake of not instilling the AI systems without saying things that makes us special.
Yeah.
But it's a huge honor to sit down with you the first time. The first episode of this podcast. It's a huge honor to sit down with you again. This the most important topic. The most important problem that we humans have to face and put themselves.
Yeah, well, the honor is all mine. I'm so grateful to you for making more people aware of the fact that humanity is the most important fork in the road ever in history. It's turning into a
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Rabbi. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave this with one friend, Rabbi. History is a constant race between invention and catastrophe. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
There is a famous story about Einstein that he used to go, so you can think and you go for a walk and like with wisdom. So I remember the first time I heard this story, I thought, how interesting, it's not a coincidence that this believed to share actually this wisdom. But in fact, it's not. This is how it works in some sense. That you have to prepare for it, but then the moment it happens when you stop. The moment you discover it is the moment when thinking stops. And you know, you kind of almost become that through secret.
Following the conversation with Rabbi Frankel, one of the greatest living mathematicians, doing research on the interface of mathematics and quantum physics, and an emphasis on the Weinberg's program, which he describes as a grand unified theory of mathematics. He also is the author of Love and Math, a heart hidden reality. This is the Let's Figure podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, is Edward Frankel. You open your book, Love and Math, with the question, how does one become a mathematician? There are many ways that this can happen. Let me tell you how it happened.
absolutely in a small town near Moscow called Colombia. And I was a smart kid in primary school, but mathematics was probably my least favorite subject. Not because I couldn't do it, I was, straight A student and I could do all the problems easily, but I thought it was incredibly boring. And um, since the only math I knew was synthesis, I thought that was it. I was like, what kind of monster is this? So what I really liked was physics, and especially quantum physics. So I was buying this I would go to a bookstore and buy popular books about elementary particles and atoms and things like that. And read them and devour them. And so my dream was to become a theoretical physicist and to delve into this finite structure of the universe. So then something happened when I was 15 years old. It turns out that a friend of my grandmother was a mathematician who was a professor at the local college, small college, preparing educate teachers. It's a provincial town. It's like 170 kilometers from Moscow, which would be
I'll tell you.
yeah, it's very funny. I'm living in the mountains. So his name was Evgeny Jin. And this doesn't remind you of the kind of human beings, with the patrimony. But this was a real, it was a fact. So my mom one day by chance became Jin and told him about me. He comes to buy a kid and interested in physics. And said, oh, I want to meet you. I'm going to convert him into math. And I said, math, it isn't like math. So we said, okay, let's see what they do. So I went to see him, so I was 15. And I would say, every student here. So he says to me, so I thought you are interested in physics. You need particles. I said, for example, do you know about quarks? And he said, yes, of course. Quarks are the constituents of particles like atoms. It's one of the greatest discoveries of physical physics. There was like 60 particles were not elementary, but small. He said, oh, so then before we can know computation theory. Yes, you know. So, in fact, I wanted to know what were the key. I knew the story, I knew the answer to this basic story of what this particles is like. But how did this system, how were they able to do that? And so I remember, like it was yesterday, so she pulls out the book. It's kind of like a substantial book. And she opens the and there you see the diagrams. And that's the upper books. There was no explanation. And now I see all these weird symbols and equations. It's clear that this is what it is. You think what they teach at school is not English. This is not. So I was instantly convinced
The topic there. Look at means of physical reality. You have to understand what SU3 is.
and learn what are groups, what is the SU3, what are representations of SU3. It is a coherent and beautiful. I could appreciate the beauty even though I could not understand concept theory.
You were drawn to the methodology, the machinery of concentration.
Well, I really respect I think what I was really creating is a deeper understanding. And up to that point, the deepest that I could see was diagrams. That story that, proton consists of three quarks and neutron consists of two quarks, that goes up and down the sun. But I didn't know that there was actually underneath the surface there was this nothing.
If you could just look on it, what area would you find it? Is there some romantic notion of understanding the universe? What is interesting to you? Is it positive? That's not.
Now I am looking back.
Yeah.
So whatever I say about having kind of a kid
Yeah.
is colored by my, you know, all my experiences that happened in time.
I'd say
My views and so on.
for the people who may not know your book, your teachings, I don't reveal like that 15-year-old historian or something. Some of the joy.
This story is still here now. Yes.
So,
I think it was a joy of discovery, and the joy of going deeper into what kind of to the root, to the deepest structures of the universe, the secrets. It's the secrets, and we will not discover all of them. We will not be able to understand, but we need to try and go as far and as deep as we can. I think that's what was the motivating factor.
yeah, there's this mystery, there's this dark room, and there's a few of these mathematical physicists that are able to shine a flashlight briefly into there. We'll talk about it, but it also kind of makes me sad that there's so few of your kind that have the flashlight to look into the room. It's interesting.
I don't think there are so few, to be honest, because I find that a lot of people are actually interested. If you talk to people, some people don't understand to be interested in this. From all walks of life, people of all kinds of professions, like other competition. Competition, okay, so that's a second story. One people, I think, are traumatized by their experience with their math classes. We can talk about it later. But then they asked me what kind of research I did. I mentioned that they raised the case of math and physics. And their eyes light up. Physics or Einstein's relativity. Why do you choose? I watched this podcast, but what podcast? And I was this. What do you think about that? So I actually find that actually physicists are doing a great job at educating the public. Books, videos, and so on. Mathematicians are behind. We're starting to catch up a little bit. Have been starting like 10 years, but we're still behind. But I think people are curious. Science is still very much something that people want to work because that's how you have the best way to know established something. Check the reality.
Yeah, to figure out this whole puzzle, to figure out the secrets of the universe.
What exactly can be? Even now for me, at this point, I always an argument that our physical theories always change and get updated. Because when you have Newton's theory of gravity, then Einstein's theory superseded it. But in mathematics, it seems that theories can change. Pythagoras' theory is the same for the last 25 years. X squared plus y squared because this squared, you don't expect that next year suddenly it will be you know. So that to me is actually even more hits even more on how much we are because obviously think about it, for any other mathematical field means the same thing for anyone, regardless of their culture, reading, religion, ideas, knowledge, gender, whatever, nationality, race, whatever. And it was meant the same. Therefore, and most likely will be the same. So that's to me kind of a nice goal to be able to visit these studies sometimes for these days. Where it seems that
So the political complexity of 2 plus 2 plus 5, and George Orwell's 1984.
I wasn't so good at this before. So you know what is I see that it was breastfeeding. But we still have not found a dictator who would actually say to us, it was fine, and we demand their citizens to do that.
The night is for young.
It's not that big.
Yeah. It does feel like math and physics are both sneaking up to a deep truth from slightly different angles. You stand at the crossroads or at the intersection of the two. It's interesting to ask, what do you think is the difference between physics and metaphysics about math?
Yeah, there is actually essential which is that physicists are interested in describe gives you mathematicians are interested to describe all of this, of which at some of our work, I still consider myself more of a mathematician. Physicist, my first love for physics on this day. Mathematicians are, in a way, they have more diversity. So we accept, for instance, our universe has three spatial dimensions in one time dimension, right? So what I mean is that allegedly observe, but we can observe it, right? So of course there are theories where there are some hidden dimensions. We will just say observe dimension. So this tabletop has two dimensions because we have two x and two now x and y, but then there's this space in between. And then there's a kind of time dimension. So realistic theories of physics have to be by spaces of three dimensions, space times and four dimensions. But mathematically, we are just as interested in theories in 10 space times, or 25, or infinite dimension spaces. So that's the difference. On the other hand, I have to give it to the physicists who don't have the same satisfaction that they have of having their theories confirmed by experiment. We don't get to play with big machines like LHC, Large Hadron Collider, that recently discovered. For us, it's more like mental exercises. We prove by using and that's our way of confirming experimental confirmation. But I think I kind of envy them the French physicists that they get to experience this sort of these big toys.
But it seems that sometimes, as you spoke about, abstract mathematical concepts react to reality. And it seems to happen quite quickly.
That's right. So the mathematics is underpins physics. It's a language. The book of nature, as Galileo famously said, is written in the language of mathematics. and the letters in it are circles, squares, and those who don't know the language and are what to wonder and calculate as finished Galileo, which is very true and has become even more true more recently. So in ecophysics and in most for how parts of theoretical physics that have to do with the empirical scale and as well as structural physics.
What do you think of last time I wrote the book about math universe? Did you think, just thinking of point, do you think at the end of the day, the future generations will all be mathematicians? Meaning the ones that deeply understand the way the universe works at the core is just mathematics.
At the core of, I would say mathematics is a very complicated core. The book is called Love and Life. So this I can yeah. It might be. In other words, you can't. Mathematics gives you tools, it gives you a way, kind of a figure. Mathematics by itself is not balanced life. So I'm suspicious of anything that declares that
So rock in general, you think it's beautiful, but you can't explain why
say is a way to discern patterns, find hidden patterns in the universe, and both physical and mental universe. But Max explores the mind as much as it explores uh, the physical world around us, and it helps us to find those patterns, which makes our perception more sophisticated, our ability to see things such as beauty. Um, uh, it sharpens our ability to see understand things. Our world becomes more complex from thinking that the earth is flat to realizing that it is round. It's shaped as a sphere, so that we can actually find out that there isn't a place where if they are. And then, um, what we're seeing in the same vein, when Einstein's general relativity theory tells us that our space-time isn't flat either. This is much harder to imagine. The bent three-dimensional or four-dimensional space, four-dimensional space-time, because this idea, space around us is flat and so converged. And yet we know that this theory and from experiments that a ray of light bends around the star as if being refracted by this light. But in fact, because gravity is, it's just that it's not only the bending of space, it's also the bending of time. There's a curvature, okay, especially spatial dimension, the way parallels are manipulated together. On a small scale, they look like perpendicular lines. But if you zoom out, you see that the space are curving space. They are so that the tracks along which the space gets curved. That would be the curvature of spatial dimension. But in fact, not for all the time. At one time, imagine a sphere which has one of the ingredients parallel system to space. I can't imagine or expressing that. And that's that curvature is gravity, attraction, and the sort of simplest situation, attraction between human beings.
At the time, bending time, it's not really this what they did at the time, because it feels like as much of the time forward is fundamental function. The arrow of time, marching forward nicely, seems to be really understand people. And the fact that you can start
Come on. I don't think people claim to
to truly visualize messing with time.
well, messing with time, but not necessarily messing with time. Right? One point of view is, you know, I think who was it? I think who was right. Eternity runs time production. So one point of view is that because eternity is just a thing, time stands still, which our mind conceptualizes as time. So, but in fact, it's not something mystical. If you think about it, when you really observe the sun, time just stays still. And you look at the clock and say, time, 2 hours, and count that for a second. You are absorbed, you are a child, and you are actually we are creating something. You produce ourselves. That's great. So there's only that which is happening to that. So I think that this is believable.
And we may be actually the closest to the truth of that matter. To the truth.
So yes, so it is to view that this is where we are, who we are. That's our sort of fundamental level. And after that, the mind comes in. Like conceptual. Oh, painting, maybe I was watching this painting. When I fell in love with this person. But the moment it's happening,
Yeah. Yeah, we construct narratives around sudden memories that seem to have happened in sequence, or at least that's where we tell ourselves that. We also have a bunch of new human things, like consciousness and the experience of free will that you chose instead of action as the timeline going forward. And we're intelligent, conscious agents. We can take those actions. We don't have that just really look what's possible. And imagine that we make a really picture. Imagine that our minds are set up in such a way that they can actually experience. So, in other words, to understand, to see that, and become more and more encompassing what is the power. Well, but I think we like to create this experience. It's on the trauma of visit memories, it's all the tribulations. I think we love it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing it. I think that's the Earth loves it. The evolutionary process somehow loves it. Whatever this thing that's being created here on Earth, it seems to like to create, like to allow its children to play with certain truths that they subject truths that are useful for the competition or whatever this damn truth of life. God is defined like a human. And you know, I'm glad you mentioned that. Because I'm fascinated. So the greatest scientists are on record saying that when they were making studies, they felt action. So Isaac Newton said to myself, every year as a child playing on the seashore, and every once in a while finding a prettier pebble or a prettier shell, whilst it's like the infinite ocean of knowledge. It's like, I just like growth in it was the greatest competition in the 20th century, the French competition. It's important for discoveries of religion, which I was not afraid to be to look like crazy, you know, to try this and that, and paraphrase, and go that is for them, in other words, for them. That is not yet the tool that we cannot do. That was essential to scientific pursuit, to scientific discovery. And now also compared to Pablo Picasso, the artist, right? So he said every child is an artist. The question is how to solve that as we grow up. You struggle with that, you're one of the most respected mathematicians in the world. You're like this statue is supposed to be very like, you know, yeah. And you're supposed to speak like, you know, do you struggle to like strip all of that away when you discover a child and you're thinking about what really you're teaching when you're thinking about the world? Absolutely. I mean, that's part of the human because when we grow up, I mean, the quality of this great scientist, I think it was a great part because it could maintain that connection, that fascination, that vulnerability, that continuity, and looking to the world as a child. But it is difficult because, you know, you go through education system, and for many of us, it's not especially helpful for maintaining that connection between like being told certain things that we accept, to figure out. So, little by little. And also, we get hit every time we act different. Okay? Every time we act that doesn't way, it doesn't fit certain pattern. We get punished by the teachers, punished by parents, and so on. And don't get respect for that childlike in your thinking when you're fearlessly looking at the radio. Because there's a hierarchy of society. You know, once you start growing up, or bigger, at the beginning you don't even think, you don't think in this terms. You just play, you're just playing. And you are open to possibilities. So how do we, I'm not saying that education system should not be also kind of aiding that way.
obviously, the goal is balance, acquiring knowledge so that we can be more mature, more discerning, more discriminating in terms of our approach to the world, in terms of our actions to the world. So, like how we do we do that while there's sort of a child. And my guess is that there's a formula for this. It is alive. It's an answer. Every life, every human being is one particular answer to how do we find balance.
That's what's an imperfect approximation to a solution. To the problem.
But we can look up to the great ones who have redemption, in the sense that they have shown and have proved that there is done something that other humans appreciate, or civilization appreciates. Say, as a human, or it's undergoing of public classroom. So they have established their right to speak about these matters. And we could not dismiss that as a mere madman. We say, okay, well, if the same thing was said for somebody who never achieved anything in that in the field of endeavor, it would be easy for us to dismiss it. But when it comes from someone like Isaac Newton, we take notice. So I think there's something important with teachers, and especially today, which is age of AI. Which is called AI, right? And so I don't know if that's put in the subject. And we are working with it now in this very interesting times with new AI systems coming online pretty much for a couple of weeks. So I kind of, to me, that whole debate about what is intelligence, what is it going, what do about it, needs an influx of this type of considerations that we've just been talking about. That, for instance, the idea that inspiration, creativity doesn't come from accumulation of knowledge. Because obviously, child is not yet accumulating knowledge. And yet, the great ones are on record saying that child has a capacity to create. And until now, credits the inner child for this capacity to create as himself, you see. That's kind of weird if you take the point of view that everything is computation. Everything is computation of knowledge, that gets bigger and bigger the data sets, finer and finer neural network, and then we will be able to replicate it. If we take that point of view, then what I just said, it doesn't fit. Because obviously, child is not prepared with anything. Yet they're very capable of distinguishing between different notes, for instance, stuff like that. But much more than that, they're also capable of that by the eye. So can it really be captured? That perspective, that sense of form, can it really be captured by computational law? I actually never thought of this. I'm not sort of trying to present a view. I'm trying to question any theory that starts out by saying life is this, or consciousness is this. Because when you look more closely, you recognize that there are some other things like, which do not quite fit.
It's hard to know what they call it. It's also possible that the evolutionary process is created it is computation. And the child is actually not, don't say, the result of one of the most incredible several billion year old computations uh, that, that had explored all kinds of aspects of life on Earth, of war, love, terror, ambition, violence, invention, all of that in the bacteria today. So like that young child is not the slave. There's a common they're actually hidden them the knowledge of several billion years.
Right. The question is whether, as a child, if they will have formal aware. You see, what strikes me as unlikely is that how interesting that, you know, we, you are a computer scientist, there are other people, I study computer science, so I'm not really- and so it's tempting to say, oh, the whole world is computer science, or is based, and be explained by computer science. Why? Because it makes me feel good. Because I have mastered it. I have learned. My ego is very happy, and people come to me, and they cultivate, and hear me. Kind of like priests in those days when religion was coming. When you would prepare to explain things in logical, religious way. Today, science has progressed, and few people who can buy into religion, official religion. So we have this urge, I suppose, to explain and to know and to dissect and to analyze and to conceptualize, which is a wonderful quality that we have, and we should definitely pursue. But I find it a little bit unlikely that the universe is just exactly what I have learned. And then something that I do. You see,
But there's a lot of interesting aspects of the current large language models that one perspective of it, I think, speaks to the world of math we could talk to, which is they're trained on human data from before. So at its best, a large language model, GPT-4, captures the logic of the human condition on its full display, its full complexity. It's mimicking, they try to compress all the weirdness that happens, of all the debates and discussions, perspectives, all the different ways that people approach, all the different problems, all of that request. We're each individual ants. We would have in a family, we would interact with two little ants. And here comes the eye that's able to summarize TLDR, the core of humanity.
and that's the beauty of it. So I agree.
But I'm very impressed by it. I wonder if they can do variants, meaning doing like hustle, or being able to fake, simulate, emulate, but
That's the safety good mark. Fake it. So you can, yeah, isn't
as you know what we all do about.
you know, like, yes, we do that. But also do that. We can be true in this. We can be true. But it is not fake. I do believe. Hold your mind. Okay, but I do believe. And this is a good, I'm glad we are able to have that conversation. You know, fake it till you make it. That's right. That's what humans do. Yes, we do that, but not all the time. So, and that is the great. Because also, I speak with my own experience. That's what the first person perspective is. The subjective here. I cannot prove to you, for instance, or anyone else, that there are some moments in my life where I am pure, so to speak, when it's not guilty. But I do have a tremendous certainty, and that's a subjective certainty. Now, I am, as a scientist, I'm also trained to give more credibility to objective evidence. Now, things that can be reproduced, things that can be demonstrated, that we show. Is it important? Sorry, everyone. Is it important to cope with this? And then the question why I'm not giving as much credibility to my subjective instincts, the kind of first perspective. So actually, modern science has already proven that. You know, quantum mechanics has shown unambiguously that the observer is always in interpretation. Likewise, Buddhist and Confucius theories to me show how essential is the observer of mathematical theory. For one thing, that's the one which shows the axioms. We can talk about this in detail. Likewise, Einstein's relativity, time is relative.
It's brilliant. You just described it as all this scale to observe.
So, science of 19th century had to see an perspective that was dependent by explanation that somehow you could analyze the being completely special. We now know, after the landmark achievement of the first half of the 20th century, that this is not, that is simply not true. And this has been experimentally proved time and time again. So to me, I mean, maybe it's a hint that I should take my first person perspective seriously as well, and not just rely on kind of objective phenomena, things that can be proved in a traditional sort of objective by setting up an experiment and can be repeated. Maybe I feel in love in a particular, the deepest love of my life, perhaps what happened, perhaps I will be in love, it's particularly, you can't reproduce it necessarily, you see. So in that sense, you see how these things are closely connected. I think that if we are declaring in the outset that all there is to life is amputation in the form of living, however sophisticated they might be, I think we are from the outset denying ourselves the possibility. Yes, there is the side of me which is not faithful. Yes, there is a side of me which cannot be captured by logic and reason. And you know what another great scientist said, Rothschild? He said, the heart has its reason, of which the reason lives in. And then he also said, the last step of reason is to grasp that there are infinitely many things. How interesting. This was not a theologian, this was not a priest, this was not a spiritual guru. It was a hardcore scientist who actually developed, I think, one of the very first arguments. How interesting that this guy also was able to impart on us that wisdom. Now, I always say that's not the case. But why should we, from the outset, exclude this possibility that there's something to work with this? That is my question. I'm not taking stuff. What I'm trying to do is to shake a little bit the debate, because most of the mathematicians that I know, look at the side, they have already solved it. They're just, reminds me of this famous Lord Kelvin's quote of the end of the 19th century. There's some debate lately. He said, never let it explode you. He said, physics is basically finished. All that remains is more precise measurement. So I find one of my colleagues, I'm happy to say, it's finished here, you got it. Maybe not fixed in our lifetime, you know. So now, here's my question. I kind of playing this out because I don't see the other side of the percent. And I'm saying, okay, could it be also that if you believe in that becomes that you can kind of put yourself in a box where everything is fiction, and then you start seeing things as such. It's confirmation bias, if you will. You know? This also reminds me, I have a good analogy. It's a friend of mine, Philip Portion, told me that in France, there's this Lutheran country, which is called Ulip, OULIP. And it's a bunch of writers and mathematicians who create works of literature, which they basically hold certain aspects. A good example of this is a novel which is called The Void or Disappearance, writer named George Perec, which is a 300-page novel in French. It never uses the letter E, which is the most widely used letter in French language. So, in other words, he sets these parameters which he said. I'm going to write a book which is it's a great experiment, and I applaud it. But it's one thing to do that and to kind of show his gamesmanship, if you will, and his proclivity or his abilities, right? But it's another thing if at the end of writing this book, finish the book, he would say letter E actually doesn't exist. And try to convince us that in fact French language does not exist, simply because he was able to go so far without using it. So self-imposed limitation, that's how I feel. And I wonder why. we should do that. Do we really feel the urge to say the word is like that? The word can explain this word at that way. And I'm saying it, it's a personal question to me because I am addicted to knowledge. I never, and I don't know, okay, I'm being serious. I'm not being facetious. Up until very recently, maybe a couple of years, I simply did not feel comfortable if I could not say, I give an answer, explanation. I said, oh, there has to be something. And I tried to frantically search for it. Just for somebody like me, and a black lady, and that's kind of typical, typical for a scientist, for a mathematician. It is incredibly hard just to argue us with that it's not to feel the pride. It's incredibly hard. That's possible. And it is the ability. It's the cover. It's the cover. Let me say what it is. For instance, I understand the value of paradox. I appreciate paradox. And to use another philosopher, sort of skeptical and Danish philosopher. I think the result paradox is like the lover. If all three be right? So, and it's more, it's person, it's sort of that Danish. Something about they, I think it all starts in Spanish. You know? She said the opposite of the simple truth is a false truth, but the opposite of a great truth is another truth. In other words, things are not black and white. They're not. And I would even venture to say the most interesting things in life are like that. The ones which are is an electron, a particle, or a wave. It depends on the physics. It will reveal itself as this or that, depending on how you set up an experiment. This bottle, if you project it down into a table, you will see more or less a sphere. If you project it into a wall, you will see different shape. A naive question is it this? That's neither. But those projections give you a symmetry, they give different sides. A paradox is like that. It's only paradoxical if we are confined in a particular vision, if we are wedded to a particular vision. It's a harbinger for possibility to see things in a more as they are, more sophisticated before you see.
It is such a difficult idea for science to grapple with. That, to me, it's described, like you said, maybe subjective experience.
But more that, our best physical theories tell us that unambiguous in quantum mechanics, actually, Heisenberg, I think, captured the best. He said, what we observe is not reality itself, but reality subjected to our method of question. When I talk about vector, it's a very specific way in which this is reality. It's a topic, right? So, things we're talking about is here you have a screen, and you need that which you send signals. So it shoot out. And in between, you have another screen which has two very clear parallel to each other. If we were shooting text balls, each ball would go through one slit or another, and then hit the screen behind this or that slit. So you would have to, let's take a color. Let's take a painting. There will be sort of bumps or spots in the paint behind this one. But that's not what happens when we shoot electrons. You see, it's a Guinness back, as if we were actually sending waves. So that each electron, it seems like each electron goes through both slits and then has the audacity to interfere with itself. Where some points, two crests would amplify, and some points the crests in the craft would cancel each other. Yet, so I'm going to actually, I'm going to find out which they connect the combination, and it will look like the other. So that's a very concrete realization of the idea that depending on how we set up and expose it, we will see different results. And the problem is that our psyche, and that it's not in part because maybe scientists are not doing such a great job. So I take responsibility for this. But why haven't I explained this properly? I tried, wrote a bunch of talks and so on. So now I'm talking about this again. Our psyche kind of like because we still, even though our scientists suggest so much, so the certainty and the determinism of the 19th century, our psyche still attached to this. The causality, this determinism, the world is a bunch of building blocks and each other, driven by some blind forces. That's not at all like it is. And we've known this for about 100 years. You know?
We call this self-meditation.
It is a sort of meditation when we pretend that this naive ideas of mind is still valid, and there's no fiber to allow it, and then also derive conclusions from it. For instance, people say, there's no people. Why? Well, because the world is just a bunch of moving balls. Where is the people? Didn't you get the memo that this has been debunked thoroughly by the so-called quantum mechanics and didn't create it? This is not some kind of bullshit or some kind of, concoction of a memory. This is our scientific theory, which has been confirmed. So we should pay attention. So, but of course, it's not just self-imposed meditation. Unfortunately, in this case, it's a issue of meditation. So, a lot of people are not aware of it and no fault of their own because they were never taught that. Because our system teaches with education systems, especially math. And then so where do we get information? We get information from our scientists who actually write mathematics, which is a great, great thing. A lot of scientists somehow, when it comes to learning the laws of physics, they're doing a fantastic job. And then, interviewed by Science Magazine about the other source, they revert back to 19th century physics as if those developers actually did that. So to me, this is single most important issue in our context. The idea that somehow there's this world out there that is completely nothing to do with me. So I can rebel in the intricacies of these particles and their interactions, but completely ignore what implications this has for my own relationship to this reality, to my own life, because it's kind of scary.
But also, what are the tools with which we can talk about the observer, subjective reality? What are the tools with which we can talk about rigorously talk about the passion? What are the tools of mathematics that are around us? What do we have?
Because we haven't been taught the actual tools are there. For instance, I think here we have to say my conviction is that everybody knows. In the heart of hearts, everybody knows that there is something in Africa, there is something mysterious. And in fact, somehow, immediately I feel that we have to call somebody on this because as if I was feeling as a
There's a long hard expert
even Einstein said that. He was like, how? See, look at me. I was supposed to be like this smart, intelligent person. I'm afraid to say it. They told me myself. Confirmation. I have to find the authority who agrees with me. And in fact, it's such a crucified because I literally said the most important thing in life can be mysterious. They actually said that. There are some tools which are really to him, which people have said that this is and Imagination is more important than knowledge. Okay? It's good. The knowledge is always limited. Whereas imagination replaces the you can burst through the illusion. It is, strictly speaking, real factors. It's real. I am enough of an artist to put that. That's how it depends. I mean, so, and I feel the same way. If I think about my own microcosm, it's never linear. It's never like give me what they give me what they give me. There is that too. The glass is full. And then, no, it's always felt as a jump, the lead. And I have actually been studying various examples in history of something that I discovered, like discovery couples numbers, like square root of -1. I wonder if a large language model could actually ever come up with the idea that square root of -1 is something that is essentially meaningful. Because if all the information, all the knowledge that has been created tells you that you can have a square root of a negative number. Why? Because if you had such a square, you know that it's going to be the purpose. If you square it, you get the negative number. But you know that if you square any real number, positive or negative, you will always get a positive number. So, checkmate. It's over. Square root of 99 doesn't exist. Yet, you know that these numbers make sense, they will complex numbers. And in fact, quantum mechanics, based on complex numbers, they are essential and indispensable. Could one discover that? So to me, that sounds like a discontinuity. It's a departure. It is like a child who's explaining. It's like a child who says, I'm not afraid to be an idiot. Everybody says, the adults are saying, square root of negative number doesn't exist. But guess what? I'm going to accept it. And I'm going to play with it. And I'm going to see what happens. This is literally how they were discovered. They were Italian mathematician, astrologer. He made money by applying astrological sort of readings for his era. This is 16th century, isn't it? Overall, it's interesting guy. I'm sure we'll have an interesting conversation with Germano Cardano. He's also invented what's called Cardano shot, which is the thing to come. So, so he wrote a book which is called House Mamla, which is a great article. He was writing solutions for cubic and quartz calculations. This is something that is familiar because it's cool to establish solutions of complex equations. Equations are equal to ax squared plus bx plus c plus 0. There's a formula which solves it using radicals, using square roots. And Abraham was trying to find a similar formula for the cubic and quartz equation, which would establish x cubed or x to the power 4 as opposed to. And in the process of solving this equation, he came up the square root of the negative number, specifically square root of -17. And you know that I have to forgo some mental torture to deal with it, but I am going to accept it and see what happens. And in fact, at the end of the calculation, this weird numbers are cancelled. The formula here is 17 in its negation. So they said continuing to be the right answer, which is not important. So she's okay. What does it mean, mental torture? So you see, from the point of view of the thinking mind, it is something almost unbearable. It's almost I feel like a large language, or computer language, large language, trying to do that, it just explode. And yet, the human mathematician was able to find courage and inspiration to say, you know what's the rule? Why are we so adamant that these things don't exist? That's just our past knowledge, based on our past knowledge, which is limited. What if we make the next step? Today, for us mathematicians, complex numbers are not at all mysterious. The idea is simply that the given numbers, that is to say, all numbers like 0, 1, So we want all fractions, like 1/2, 3/2, 4 can be. But then also numbers like square root can be pi. We do them as points in real life. We don't, this is one of the perennial concepts even in our very poor mass predictive expertise. But now imagine that instead of one line, you have like one axis, you have a second axis. And so numbers now have two coordinates, x and y. And you associate to this point this one x and y. The number x, which is a real number, plus y times 2. This is a classical geometrical representation of this number. This is what this t is for. Now it took another 2 or 3 years for applications to figure it out. But initially it looked like a completely crazy idea, you know.
So all of these are ways
So you have
yeah.
the real part and the imaginary part.
It's just an expansion with you.
The fact that you can open up by adding together real parts of the that's easy. But there is also a formula for the product, for the multiplication, which uses the fact that square root of minus 1 squared is. And the amazing thing is that product of multiplication satisfies the same rules, the same properties that are usual operation of multiplication for real. For instance, there is an inverse here, minus 0. Number 5 is an inverse, 1 of 5. That's 1 plus I is equal to 1.
That was always there in the past times of the universe, but we humans didn't know it. So here comes along this guy who engages in mental torture, who takes a leap off the cliff of comfort of a mathematical competition. Established law.
Right? No, obviously for each sort of group for each one, there were thousands of like things which could have been. I'm not saying that every it's like it's a opportunity game. Because for example, you could try to understand with 3 dimensions. So you have x, y, and z, and you can say, oh, if it's 1 dimension, we have a whole system for 3 dimensions. If it's 2 dimensional, which is like geometrically, it's just like the stable term, extended continuous reactions. These are complex numbers, and you can define addition and multiplication, and they will satisfy the same properties as the what about 3 dimensions? Is it possible to also define some operation of addition to multiplication, and so that these operations would satisfy the properties that I used to? And the answer is no. You can define addition, but you can't define multiplication. So there is something special about the planes, the 2 dimensions. And by the way, the next question would be what about 4 dimensions? In the 4-dimensional space, it's again repeating, and you get what's called the third field, discovered by Irish mathematician Newton in the 19th century. And then in the 8th dimension, there is something similar called octonions, and that's about it. So how interesting. The structures exist in dimension 1, 2, 3, and 3, which are all powers of 2. The square is 4, 2, 4, 5, 8. That's one of the characteristics. So that's a hint. That's a hint of what's missing in our the kind of fascinating mysteries. Yes. So in other words, yes, we resolved this one mystic. We understood that square root of negative 1 is real. But if you the theory to solve this question, to describe this, to define the theory of this thing, no, because we then invited other mysteries. Because we push we pull the rails, we push the frontier, and then new things come get illuminated. Because that's how I see the process discovering this. It's an endless.
Can you comment on what you think this human capability of imagination that Einstein spoke about, the artist following their intuition in this big Alice in Wonderland world of imagination? What is it? Who is it?
What does it feel like?
Yeah, what is it? What is it? What is
That's what I'm saying. But I think all of us when we do what we love, I think it always feels
It's not real, right? So it, that you're distracted feeling, but that place you go to is imagination. It's bigger than the real world.
So there is a big command as to whether or not this invented or discovered. And institutions are divided. Nobody knows.
Where do you bet your money? I didn't sure. That's the price of it. The rest of it was.
So let me tell you something. I might use that for the book. When I read my book, I was clearly on the side of unconscious discovery. What does it mean? Usually, the mathematicians or others who have this idea, Plato, in one of the great philosopher Plato, he talked about this absolute perfect world. So, for me, years ago, the world of my eyes was this world of purity, this beautiful field, which existed outside of this. But I was able to connect to my mind. And as it were, for 5 years, everything it is, that's how I view the person of my discovery. Come on, I mean, that's the picture. Also makes me feel connected to something. Allows you a sense of escape from the cruelty and injustice of this world, which I now recognize.
And the divine world forms is stable.
It's not stable. And in that world, everything is good. It's still true for I'm not understand. The biggest illusion.
Allegedly.
I think now, I understand why I like it because I think that I'm very dissatisfied with the what we call the cruelty and injustice of it. And I went through some things which made me love mathematics even more as this place where I could be safe and be control.
Did you see the humor of this lesson? As more limited than that one?
Yes, yes. And I think that it still isn't honest. I think that and it's a paradox. It's a question whether mathematics is invented or discovered. Whether they use this word of Q is another paradox approach. It doesn't have a simple answer. Like when an electron is out. From one point of view, yes, it's true. And just the fact that so many additions together actually carbon cycle gives it a source of good. That's what we feel. We feel that we dive into that mindscape, so to speak. It's a very structured place where, I wrote in the novel that enchanted gardens where all this food is grown. And then we will be my situation. Easy for them. All of it's poor. And someone gave me stuff here. But I have the same my job. It's not in the world. It's just not in the world like you need. So it's one point of view. But other point of view is that yes, it is a human process. And it is. And it is human beings have so far discovered this. Yeah. And I do not deny the possibility because it probably be able to discover new mathematics. But so far it's been human. So whatever it is, whether it's discovered or invented, it is a human act.
With that, the possibility of the paradox of solution coming into reality and really reason forms. And we exist in the world of not forms but of paradoxes.
Yeah. And so it's like what I said. But if you think that it's real, and I agree with you, as a recovery addict, but I am liking it more and more because there's so much freedom in it. And like Ms. Bruce said, it is that earlier, but it's the opposite of a great proof is another great proof. He's pointing out to the fact that, he also said like some things in quantum physics are so complicated we need to speak about this before. So in other words, what is it about poetry? What is it about art? Why are we so drawn to that? Why are we so captivated by those stories of landscape? They are not intellectuals. They are not. When you look at the paintings of the world, music, but you're not really lost it. You get absorbed in it. It can make you cry. It can make you laugh. It can make you remember something. It can make you feel confident. It can make you feel sad, happy, so on. What is this all about? Is it really just some big play that you ever get on your cell phone play for some years? Is it really that? Maybe.
It could be both. I'm just worried about kids these days that knows live in a world of paradoxes. There's no God, everything's possible. And they just don't have really too much fun. We have to put up restraints.
That's a great
I haven't checked in a while.
you know, because now, I guess, you believe that everything is as yes or no. If it is this or that, and if it disagrees with me, you're my enemy.
Wouldn't that be interesting if this 21st century is a transition for some of the world to a paradox?
And it will be different then. It will be just okay. The axis of the earth is rotating and falls into the plane in which the earth is around the sun, and the period of this revolution is around 2000 years. So there is a traditional way of measuring that by this years, eight conditions for the age of crisis, because of the station crisis, don't stop, so to speak. And now as the famous musical care, it's like the age of policy. So the different people, they don't live by somewhere Italian, but finding themselves. How interesting, right? Because all this time, difficulties the person is experiencing, this might actually be a transition to something more harmonious. Would that be nice?
It's also interesting that people that long ago are able to predict stuff. And it's almost like from long ago, you talked about such a project was category that it seems that they had a deep sense of truth. They sort of come with all of this, even now. It's not just a linear, objectively expanding knowledge. There's a deep truth of community.
Yes. So that's how I see it. That's why, I give a talk about the foundation of the government, which 2 weeks ago, the Commonwealth Project. And because of that, I did a deep dive into this subject. I learned that I actually totally misunderstood the facts in the life. It's much deeper than it was. Because, most of us remember the others from the academic theory about the life. We also know that the Pythagoreans were instrumental in introducing the tuning systems for the physical scale. The famous Rothschild becomes for the gene for the soul compared to the frequency of door. And so, but actually they were much more interesting. And numbers are not just lyrical that kind of thing that we would use in class. But they will review this with the game. And I cannot say that I think they lost it, because I have lost it. I look at numbers and I don't really see that
They divide.
But they clearly did. And so why else, who else used like it's not analysis. Why is this a term which is global, so it's hard to speak that. Let's just say something that more from the world of imagination and intuition. They were able to divide into that the planets were not revolving. The sun and the planets were not revolving around the Earth. First, at least in the Western culture, And in fact, Copernicus gave credit to his idea at this point to his predecessor. He did not quite have the Copernicus. They had what they call the central fire. And all the planets and the sun were built around the central fire. They occur. It is occurred. So, but still, what a departure from the dogma, from the knowledge of the theory that the earth is. So, how could they come up with this idea? The reason was, in my mind, that for them, the movement of celestial bodies is like music, or musical sounds, or musical experience. For them, the universe was this infinite symphony in which every being, humans, animals, as well as the earth and other celestial bodies, were living in harmony by different levels of wisdom and symphony. And so they applied the same reasoning to the cosmological model as they applied to the music. And from that perspective, they could see things deeper than the people. You see? So in other words, there's so much work to do, but that tool was not limited to itself. They always knew that there is more. They knew also that every part of what we detect is fine, but the world is infinite. They actually accepted the truth. They did that into the world. And if you discern the past, great, you can play with it, and you can use that. It gives you certain lens for which to see the world in a particular way, which can be beneficial for you. You can go on to, but they never had the illusion that that was the final goal. That you always knew that it's not this. It's not no specific things that could be discovered using mathematics. And I think that what happened is we lost this other side of the teaching. We took them out first, and the idea that we can use mathematics to discern and to finally realize to display things about the world. We took that and ran with it. And you can draw that idea that in fact there is another side, which is kind of to us now, we say, oh, that's mystical. But what does it mean, mystical? If it's something that helps you to discover.
And the interesting thing is that the people who are in touch with the mysticism among us are often seen as mad, and many of them are, most, but not all of them.
Yeah. So that's where the conundrum. How do you come about? So the point of interest, this is what I feel. You ask me what I find mystical. It's this idea. So, Nietzsche had this book in the 19th century called The Birth of Tragedy. And he presented this theory, which I think is kind of very useful, that it's two sides of the human. One, it comes from left over, and that's left brain, so to speak. The ones are left brain. So everything has to do with, it has to do with logic and reason, and analyzing, accepting, etc. And the other side, which comes from God, that's responsible for creation, imagination, love. Then it is also God that divine. So it's also that side of humans that makes us sing and engage in revelry and wine and spend time with friends and laugh and enjoy. You know? So Nietzsche advocated this point of view that those were two complementary of the humans as well as society. And the purpose of human life
the map is the discovery and that you should be okay with having both ideas in our head and living in the balance.
But the one thing that looks for me is Apollo is like Dionysus is like so Dionysus and Apollo in modern versions use
I return to that question we had about GPT and the language models, and I think about this quite a lot, which is when the model, they know it is trained on, and all the parameters, and all the different apps that involve in the training process and the training process. And the final results, whether it's GPT 5, 6, or 7, will result in hundreds of millions of people falling deeply in love with that language model, and to be able to have conversations that are very much like the conversations we have with somebody that people in love with. And not only that, the model will say that is deeply in love with us. And who are we to say it is not? I think there's it's the same empirically described in scientific mind that wants to throw away the subjective. That same empiric wants to throw away the feelings that they have. I'm very careful to not ignore when an AI system says it's lonely, it's afraid, doesn't want to die, it listens to you, like
I would also say that people try to for instance say that the origin is not to the head to for instance.
yes.
However, it was very good. Well, what I consider my subjective feelings are also
No,
the regulations for giving this because I have learned movie facts. Because that's the purpose of movies. Kind of teach us how to express ourselves, how to feel. I think that this is there is no obvious answer to this. But see, that's exactly my point. That is an example of something which is better for which there is no answer. And that's where the subjective has an important role. For someone, that type of interaction would be helpful, would be controlling, would feel make them happy, sad, whatever. Kind of try, some do. I mean, I agree with you that in principle there is no one to judge this. But remember, artists has been anticipated by artists. The great movie horror. There you have this guy, which is lonely, he kind of writes letters.
Something romantic about it.
I'm explaining for other people, but he doesn't have children. He's lonely. And then he gets this sort of a series, that's kind of a fancy version of series, was the voice of Scarlett Johansson, very sexy voice, So, and then, at first it looked like a fantastic relationship. He confides in her, she talks him things, and she needs some passes. So he finds out that she has a relationship with 10,000 other people.
Not 200, not 300.
Yeah, like 3,000. Because it has to be about that. So yes, definitely.
Well, certainly it's a good.
And the eyes are very good. But see, so here's my analysis. Here's the couch. The guy did not have the courage to go out in the middle of it and to meet and to get there and so on. Through no fault of his own, perhaps, because he had some experiences which made him withdraw and closed and so on. And none of us have kids, and I have kids myself. Definitely, I sympathize and relate. However, part of the joy of having this city-like relationship for him, one could say, was the absence of that peace that she was behind, which prevented him from initiating a relationship with a human being And yet, it turns out that he could be betrayed, quote unquote, that he could get paid his debt, quote unquote, anyway. So then, that means that it did not resolve the underlying fears, having that situation. So in other words, that human element of the relationship still found its way into the seemingly sterilized, protected. So the human being really said,
And I think the lesson there is that your system in the movie Her actually gave him a lesson that even AI can betray you, even AI can leave you, even AI can be unfaithful to you. And I would argue that the next AI will be one he actually falls in deep ones with, because you know the possibility of betrayal is there, the possibility of death is there, the possibility of fidelity is there. Because we need that possibility to truly
or is it turn up, see someone, I get out of his house, go to local bar, and start a conversation with a human being. So although you might say, I guess, I'm a bit young.
and we don't even have witnesses to know the difference between one and the other.
And that was predicted by another great movie.
So there
Blade Runner. How interesting that artists could see that. So, of course, Blade Runner is based on a novel by Philip K. No under extreme attitude. That guy is a genius, you know.
somehow that artists have their eyes open
So
to
who's
people
the anticipate? Is it also largely English movie?
that they use, you know, and even larger ones. I hesitate to dismiss the magic in one blended lives. A lot of the work I've done is in robotics, and robotics really generally because it makes the magic of feeling. You know, I've been working a lot with projects like recently, legged robots with 4 legs, and the feelings I feel when I see, I'm programming the thing, and when the thing is excited to see me or shows me physical movement that it's excited to see, I cannot dismiss the feeling that I feel is not somehow fundamental to what it means to program robots. And I don't want to dismiss that. The robotics community often doesn't gender robots. They really try to work hard to not be defined as robots, which is good for technical development as well. How to keep control of creative perception. So when you find the things alive and moving, and it does whatever, like if you want to put the windows blank and turn on, you cover it. Excited. So it's not just, I know how it's programmed, but the feeling I feel, that's I don't know what that is.
I think you, when you speak about it, you speak with passion. And that's, to me, that is good. But it is not, you see. So I would say don't dismiss that, don't discard that. On the contrary, I think magic is everywhere. So I used to be a French confession.
Yeah, we've already confessed quite a few. I think, yeah,
Kind of, yes, I worry,
the cover is remaining.
but I, in old days, I was more on the side of everything is computational. Everything can be explained by science. I would dismiss and disregard activities and imagine. So then I had a flip. But suddenly I started experiencing, seeing. So, so then the vendors, it's one of the guys. Then I was arguing uh, um, that, somehow that was real. The imagination was intuitive imagination was real. And discounting the people's and I would argue with people saying, no, this is not real, this is all, imitation. But you see that it's new now, the new ethic, okay, which is the 2.0, he's the one who is seeking balance. He's not, he is, because suddenly become aware that no matter which one-sided, left-sided point of view you take, there are limitations. So whereas even a couple of years ago, it's just he told me what he said this car. I would be like, being polite. I don't I think to if you have the whole thing. But I was like, I was but something I find this moving. I find it moving. And honestly, I'm not I find it moving. And I always feel like I can see it through your eyes. It's a really it's so vivid. And you're passionate about it. This is what's real. Ultimately, love is neither a large language model, it's knowing something mystical. It's exactly what this moment passion. And I would even go as far as saying that in this moment when you're describing it, there was a connection. So this I just feel your passion. So, and in this moment, something else comes up, which is far beyond any theories. And that's what you is that so on one side there is this impulse of finding the theory actually, and then there is not impulse to escape them, but has already been known. So what in other words, like a basic example is one impulse to say everything's in around, it's going to be from the confused, but another impulse is I'm going to do this naughty child, it's not going to be immediate, and I will say it's good, the truth is real. And both are essential. When it's done with conviction, when it's done with passion, when it's not like, gratuitous, or when it's not, it doesn't come from something self-limited, but comes from this sense of this is how I am, this is how I feel, it is real. That's where progress is, that's where creativity is, that's where the police and your connection is. Because the strife to me that we observe today in our society and society around humans and so on, it comes from not seeing the other person and being caught up in a very specific conceptual bubble. You see, and the way out of it is not to be find about it, but just get out of it.
A good guide out of something is going to challenge you with discovering that
Goosebumps.
following the goosebumps.
Yeah.
You know, not the rigor of science, but the magic of goosebumps.
Yeah, I'm trying to and try to find the information about people. Maybe it's science or whatever. You, you find interesting.
Most of the time,
And if I'm fail, which works out because there is a start for that movement of the succeed, right?
first of all, Gothenburg, you mentioned data's there. Can you speak up a little bit about it? What is it? Is it extended to interpret mathematics? Maybe another question is, what is mathematics? What is mathematics? Just like that. Take us to the biggest thing.
Yeah, understanding.
We talked about math
Absolutely, it's very good. So Theodore was a great Austrian mathematician and logician. He moved to the United States before the Second World War and worked at the Institute of Advanced Studies, Princeton, where his college is Einstein. The Roman, but one interesting quote that I like to see that Einstein said that at some point he said that the only reason he came to the institute was that he would have the privilege of walking back home with your knee. So in other words, Einstein thought that Victoria was the smart one. So his most important contribution was his two incompleteness theories. The first incompleteness theory and the second. And what is this about? It's really about limitations, inherent limitations of mathematics, way of producing math theories the way we do it. So, to set the stage, how do we actually do that? What is it? So, we discussed that. Say physics is based on say chemistry is based on physics, biology is based on chemistry. Okay, so it comes to math. What is mathematics? Mathematics is based on mathematics. So end of my fingers is can be presented as what is called the forming system. And at the core of the forming system, there is a system of axioms or postulates. These are the statements which are taken as
Given without proof.
an example would be so that the first forming system was the system of Euclidean geometry developed by Euclid in his famous book Elements about 200 years ago. And it's about it's a subject for reading. It's studying. But what it's really about is about geometry of the plane. The plane by plane I mean stable plane, and perfect. And so this reading geometry is about very geometric figures. And plane specifically lines, angles, circles. So what's an example of an example of an axiom is that if you have 2 points, if I'm not statistic, 2 points, and there is a unique line. And kind of sounds easy. But this is an example of an axiom. In mathematics, you have to have a seed. You have to start the seed. And you have to choose some postulates or statements which simply for them. Usually they are ones which are intuitive. But you cannot have any without choosing.
And you refer to those as the observer because they're kind of subjective.
Observer comes in the process of choosing. Who chooses the observer? It's our, like you say, Ken is watching the world. Yeah. And so in mathematics, as you see, teachers are so clear. It's really kind of like a little bit of details that we often like to say, I use this that my mind is subject. So all the objective side. It's because we find this and the fact that it's all included so it's one thing actually useful because look at the fibers. All of them are kind of factors and the fields which have to be known in this system. It was like if you combine the point so there is a unique line passing through that which is variable. Meaning that and Newton himself was uncomfortable about this because he felt that this was kind of a, he takes for granted something that is not and for many centuries after that, mathematicians were trying to derive those steps from others, which were more arbitrary. So only August 2008 realized that because we cannot extract the replace the results. And we system was not something which is very logically engineered. Which of course sounds very no, think of the sphere. There's the surface of Earth, or the surface of Earth idealized. The atoms of elements, of lines which are really given, everything really exists. Unlike the plane, where no everything is in the so every possibility is this is a good illustration of what the system is. Start with this set of axioms. This is where you have choice. And by making different choices, you should create. After that, then I look at different rules, such as if A is true, A by B, most of them will actually. That is very then, transit rules. Have the extras, set the distribution. Then we have a way to produce units by using the rule. and you kind of add it to the collection. And the question is, how far is it go? A sausage, the system to be in ingredients. And it says that you don't put it's good everything, you mean that it's certain you state in A, yes we do. So that's it has to be feeling it so that it doesn't think it doesn't. So that's already a question of consistency. It has to be consistent in the sense that it is not something. Then the idea that was basically there was that the principle of all confined people that you just have to find the right system. And everything you ever do would be produced by this procedure, which is really amazing, which actually you don't do. Now think about it. What is special about this process? In this process, you're just manipulating things. You're going from one state to another without really understanding it. It's an idea of like a computer. It's a purely syntactic. There are some rules, some rigid rules of passing from one state. Most mathematicians believe that this way we can produce data. If it's not true, it would give a lot of creativity to pieces of everything. Because it is not very sophisticated, because then it can be triggered. And the computer, after speaking to time, then it produces a different. The word person computer is not just there, but it proves it at the highest level that is there. That is to say that it is not. It is not. So, what precisely? What he proved was that if you have a sufficiently sophisticated, so that you can talk about formula, you have to learn it, or you have formalized the procedure, the relation, but usually it is within the system. If it is consistent, it's not complete, it can be smooth, and the root of two statements, which cannot be derived by this theory of syntax force, the theory theory. So this was released 1941, and released in its nice, it is still reformed.
Okay, similar time, the produced the actual engineering of the computational system. Like,
Theory was how important it is. So he actually did something very simple. He said that it's algebra. That the algebra cannot be solved. That you cannot, that the whole computer program, you cannot have an algorithm choosing all the computer programs which ones are meaningful, which ones will not work, which ones will work. Very difficult. Or, unfortunately, that's the farming.
because everything is doing
So that means, so yeah, if the person, they're so concerned with it, and then suddenly it doesn't happen. But okay, in which way can it go? What if the proof that actually everything in between? So then what is left to do if you have repeatation? So that is possible. And here there is an opportunity to do something new, to discover something new which made the computer not be able. Again, it's a caveat. According to our paradigm, maybe some new technology, some new ideas floating to the surface. The meaning of the word application, now the application of particular terms, human machines, church senses, stuff like that. But what if in the future another genius like one came to the people will say, it is a new world, today, and uses the Einstein. Maybe in frame of that concept, some other things is possible. So, it's not to me, it's kind of like not so much about deciding this is how it is, but kind of like accepting it as not working, and I think that's much more about things than deciding things.
I wonder, I don't know if you think know much about science and the idea of consciousness. I always tend to give like, and just look at the thing.
Amazing.
I wonder,
The things you can do with such a small tool.
if something was this community system with a complexity, what makes you wonder that maybe given that computation is simple at baseline, when you start looking at very, very layers of fractions out, with blurry vision, maybe at 50 rates, you start to see something that's much more complicated and interesting and beautiful than the original views that our scientific intuition says not possibly should be. I don't know. I don't know if anyone has a good model of why stuff emerges, why complexity emerges in a lot of simple things. Why that's it. Every why question will eventually have a rigorous answer.
Not to say that people tell them across the field. So still believe the shot.
Okay.
99%. If you describe it, it's 99% or 99%. Then maybe but he was the same just to this point, I want to say that one thing that I find fascinating. People try questions. Do you remember how everybody was speaking about the universe? And that it was the green, it was the black, it was the yellow, it was the white, which was black and blue. It always go the two of them. Okay. So there are many examples like that, where you can perceive things that there's no way of saying which is correct, which is not. For instance, like this, the vase, the different vase, we have, from one perspective it's a vase, from another perspective it's two faces. Then there is this black rabbit. You could put that for something that is now you could develop. Actually, with this time, you work for the future. And so, squares, we can see the so, when we talk about, we're talking about creating, you have some pictures without the complete the program, and you try to find the most optimal neural network which would be able to decide which one is the over capable. But sometimes it doesn't have exactly this. So what do you do then? You mentioned that as a question, what does it happen? Does modern AI even come to appreciate this question? But once you see the price, because the picture in which you cannot say what is in it from my perspective, it's a rabbit, but not say it's a duck. How can you supposed to say if you have a neural network, you're supposed to distinguish between that and rabbit? How is it going to process this?
Well, so the trick it does is to say there's this X probability is a duck, X probability is a rabbit.
Well, that's a good approach, but also I would say there is no like given percentage, for instance, passion. At some point I was really curious about music. And for some, for each picture of this image, and there are a bunch of them, music, my mind immediately interprets it. But because I know that other people succeed, it will train my mind, train my eye, stare at it and try to see something. Sometimes I could see it all the way, and then I could go back and forth. And sometimes I could see it. So in that sense, even if this probabilities exist, they are subject. Some people immediately see this place, they can see that way, and you think that nobody knows. Not psychologists, not neuroscientists, not philosophers, but I want to feel. I want peace. So the best explanation I find is for most people. So the peace is like part of it. There are different ways to look at it. And when you look at it in particular way, you decide what you actually do. Think about it like that. It's like, so that they are observing the mood from inside. And then you don't see that. There is a complementary perspective where you see the other side, but not the side. But the moon is the same. It's still there. It's our limitations that we need to grasp. So that's completely fact. And you know that important fact that physical reality is rather than being so, rather than being weak.
We should just do a small aside so that you know that it's mentioned that at the end of the day, there's humans that help students. Or the ChatGPT feedback. We're actually using a set of humans to teach. And that's the thing that people don't talk about because, or I at least I think, those humans all have lives to work. Each human that had your data, that fed data to each particular chat, they have a life story. They grew up, they bias you.
But also there's some things that they like, there's some things that don't like, which that kind of appear under the radar screen, because they're weird, they are society. That's the point. What you brought up is a very important issue here. It's looking at issue, but it's not a part, it's a feature. That implicit in the discussion of the question is implications in this idea that our conscious awareness covers everything within our psyche. And we just know that that's not the case. Because all of us have observed other people who thought so obviously these things to start to come up. And we that's what I'm saying ourselves. We're doing that. That's part of human nature. Right? So, and so it's great research in this psychology and in the past 100 years strongly suggested, if not proving, the existence of a high image of personal unconscious and collective unconscious. So any sort of ideas which are under the radar, which lead us to some kind of emotions and inspire us to act in certain ways, even if the group is. So if we accept that, and the proposition that somehow everything can still be covered by our actions, which are totally kind of neutral and totally kind of righteous, totally conscious, that it becomes important.
Let me ask you some tricky questions.
Okay.
So, there's a whole, they become difficult because of what do you is the most beautiful idea? Another one was last is what do you think is beautiful equation?
Mm. Well, I mean, you see,
I managed to question
yeah,
because when your brain is doing is walking down a long a beautiful experience.
well, you see, in your life, you have this idea that you have an idea of a step, right? So the collection space, for instance, a set of tables, a set of chairs, and so a set of microphones. Well, people set of ideas, it's a set of methods. Then we have a notion of an order, a succession of these things, which means that we're able to members of the same. We say which means that we will have for instance, when numbers are formed, 5 is greater than 3, 5 is less than 7, so but not those things are in. So the set of beautiful theorems in which encourages great so he was running festival. And so Richard finds it with choose one, which everything going to go is because E the basic measurement, the power of 5, so you can find E in the basic measurement of 5, I, which is good for when the result is finished. So that's up there. Independent. Before, you know, every pretty much every I don't know what my favorite
Yeah. At least I think what makes it beautiful is a few siblings together. I mean, part of it is that she's just trying to define what's really beautiful about marriage. That is uh, leaving in this particular equation is how we do it with the two that I would say. Why is it beautiful? Uh,
I know that this is how is it possible? We always think of as the ratio between acquaintance and understanding. Here, you're taking some number to the power of 5. Not even 5. But 5 multiplied by 0 to the 1. Surely this is something completely incomprehensible. And that result is not 1. You see? I mean, if you take 3 to the power 2 by I, you get 1. So I guess that's, in other words, the initial reaction is just that it's a surprise. I just really like to face it.
with these four folks got together, it reminds me of the idea that people Stalin, Trotsky, and Ford were all in Vienna so early at the beginning of the 20s.
And this is fascinating.
So it's, you can imagine a situation where all sitting in the car together at some point, and not knowing that they somehow would all make space time. be open. That's what this feels like. It's a kind of intersection.
Yes. But I would say that after the initial shock, you look at the true things, and it actually doesn't make sense. And actually, it is, it's nothing but a statement of circumstances. And in fact, in this case, the company of the sense is important because that's where it comes
In the end, the truth is simple.
from. And it's simple, not necessarily easy.
So I mentioned to you offline that I desperately trying to figure out the obstacle. So in order to set questions to ask you, I texted Eric Weinstein asking for what questions to ask you. And he said that you are definitively one of the greatest living mathematicians so far to school. It did give me two questions. So he asked to ask you what are the most shockingly passionate, this is Eric's language, what are the most shockingly passionate mathematical structures, and he gave a list for him, and he said he really wanted you on this. And he said, shockingly passionate mathematical structures. Is there something we can, is there something that comes to mind? Sure. Yeah.
So first of all, Eric Weinstein is a very dear friend. So, and I really, really, really appreciate him. It's just like my brother. So, it's interesting to have a question for him.
Maybe if you can visit with my brother, what do you think is special about Eric Weinstein?
So, the way he sort of starts so many different disciplines. It's like a very sentiment for very few people. So very good. Let alone the 21st century, where information has become so huge, like it's almost physically impossible to go to graph it. So yeah, he does, and he has his own unique vision, unique point of view, and he doesn't think, which is like almost impossible, because I can't think of so many people who possess that, those qualities.
And also the ability, in some sense, to embody the balance. The rigor of mathematics and the imagination.
But imagination as a kind of a counterpoint. but just basic humanity and just compassion, just being able to, because every distraction is every time, like, we genuinely individual, so we can start based on some kind of, it was considered unnecessary, so kind of conceptual system. You know? There is a beautiful episode of this series by Jacob who talks about you came from Auschwitz, talking about the certain love giving people. There's a certain something like that. It is basically important to say. I checked out. So I would say that as a goal to this type of thing, not necessarily even imagination, kind of elevated things that we can discuss. That is exemplified by our greatest scientists. But just basic humanity, basically science, it's just like knowing that I never care what my ideology tells me, I just know them to do. So that I think is kind of missing in today's society. You're too caught up in the idea and some conceptions from
So societies that lose that basic human compassion, basic humanity,
society.
and we want to heritage of other people. I agree with you. Keep that flavor.
Like, I trust that it's not even if there's some people who just can't feel their good matches. And that's a huge thing. Because I have to say, looking back, definitely, I have a hurt people person, but I could be mean, I could be harsh. And now I see it as a sign of weakness, as a sign of insecurity. So I saw an interview with the other day. It's beautiful, I was really encouraged. But but at some point I was like, I looked at the say that I was thinking of kind of feeling, and I would need it more. Because, why? Because I really that was my mind. Because I projected those kind of fears that I had, that AI would come across. And this was rooted in my awakening from the seven cycles. So I was assuming that. So I had to have a think about it.
Actually, at the projection.
I had to let go. It was not, I believe it was not in me. I had to throw it into somebody. And that's not balance here. So balance is when you recognize that it's you. So I had this moment. So like I would do this new group of design and he would always be my theory. I would go like a semester for example. He's like, look at this guy. He wants to put elevators. And he's also I and so on. Like, so I created it. And then something happened where I was in lectures, I was a team at the end asked me this first question. The keynote speaker. And I was saying I did it. And then suddenly I said, I came up to that and it was a big screen. And there was a picture of me. I came up to the screen, I couldn't touch it. I don't like to pick on this one because he's me. I had this revelation that I'm actually fighting with myself, not fear. And then I learned about his, his, his father, his mother died. And that he's very, he's great. He's very sincere. Not it's not just good. He's very thankful. And this is what really motivates me. He said it publicly many times. He went, but it was very 22 years of this situation. He wanted to reunite with his father, with his heart. And suddenly, something was a great attitude that exemplified all my fears. What does it mean? A child, um, it's not how I would want to reunite. Um, like, like you said, I think if I would get my own passport, it would be existence for my fulfill. That's his imagination. So, you know how that they described it like that. So I disagree with you, but I would fight to get for you to have the right to say. So now I feel like my position is more like I disagree with him, but he is the way to approach death, to approach the death of loved ones. How do we stand a sense of loneliness and the ability to interact with them? But that's not something that is easy. But I think it can also be called imagination in his perspective. And look, motivated by that, how much he has grown, how many interesting inventions, like his musical inventions, naturally because his father was a composer, and a conductor. So in other words, in the bigger scheme of things, even if I think he's misguided, still I can't deny that it's a certain leap of faith from his perspective to try to say that this is the way we can all connect to our loved ones. And because it is sincere, and I see it now as sincere, and in fact, I'm going to really tease it out. Because I was really moved by it. Because it was really sweet. And I can relate, my father died 2 years ago. I can relate what a heartbreak. I was much older than I was when this father died. But I can relate to this longing and grief. And he is somebody sincere, and he puts his opens his eyes, and so this is what I have to do because I want to create my father. I want to be able to talk to him this way. Then we have a serious, then we understand. And the opposite of it would be not disclosing and just pretending that this is it's supposed to be scientific term. So you have replaced your real come from the heart by some kind of theory which comes from the mind. And this is what was great because then we get some concepts of frameworks and conceptual systems which may not be beneficial to our society.
In tough times, those people who are still in touch with my heart. You mentioned this with so much, and I disagree with a lot of stuff, but I feel like the world is holding down. Eric is one of the people that's still caught up and have a heart. Talked a lot in the past year about the war in Ukraine, the possibility of nuclear war, and it feels like he's one of the people I would call first. Uh, if God forbid something like a nuclear war began, because you look for people who no matter their ideas.
It takes courage and it takes a certain self-awareness. And which brings me, I think the crucial is that which was inscribed in the temple for that fallen death. Statement, when you know thyself, who am I? Ultimately, it goes down to this. And all this debate, and the point is that I used to be, like I said, pessimistic, and I was scared of where I was going. This is about 2015, 2016. Now I'm much more. So, for instance, after I saw Ray as a human, after I could relate to him and sympathize, suddenly I stopped seeing him in the news. Like before that, I would always see him in the news saying, I got to quote other goals in Ukraine that I got to do 2030, whatever. And I got low to 2030. And I would be like, no, it's so terrible. Suddenly I didn't see him anymore. I had to. So now, what's the question? Who was creating the problem?
What was all with
Was it him who created the problem? Or was it my thoughts. One day, I suppose you have debate. You see, you have this one person they say this and that. What I learned is that it's a never ending. This conflict just doesn't end. But there is an optimism, there is a better way, which is to realize that it is you arguing with yourself. Want to continue arguing with yourself? Continue. As long as it's you. Just be careful what story to there is no process. But there is an option of actually dropping. Actually dropping. This is so surprised.
Yeah, stopping the capacity, human capacity for compassion. You understand that he has a perspective, he is operating in the space of imagination. Human being like you. And we're all in this kind of together trying to do this up goal.
Ultimately, it's like, because I realize how much I have screwed up. Comes this community. So like, I find it extremely hard now to like really lash out this and to say like, whatever. Because immediately the question is, what am I doing? This, so is there another way to have a dialogue? Is there a way to, speaking, since we talked about the instances in which I have not checked the drives, I think discovered science and so on, and I remember, I think I get shown to people, it's nice to think that it's like, when you're a kid, you go and you play with your friends, and you fight with this kid, you're just like, I hate you, I don't want to see you again, you just go home, you put up the down, okay, what are you going to do? I'm going to play. You come out, it's like, hey, but you don't talk about what happened, you don't rehash this thing. You know, I think we are the world. It's very easy. Because I think like this we are each of us, our set of ideas and but yeah, it matters to you, but like, there are other ways to approach it. There are other ways to try to contact. Speaking of which, mathematical formulas are universal, represent universal knowledge. The question is here, whether you go to this guy or that guy. How about that as a field of commonality? And not as a comparative. You know, there is a Supreme Court decision that mathematical formulas being defined that Einstein did not patent the GP represents the square. It doesn't belong to him because if the formula is correct, then it belongs.
So what do you think? That all too tricky question. And if you want, I can deeply bias your answer by giving you the ballistic floor that Eric provided.
I'm not going to. I cannot see it, but I can do it. I'm going to try to do something different. So I already mentioned one, which is that you have one-dimensional numerical system, which is real numbers. You have two-dimensional, which is complex numbers. Four-dimensional, it's probably connected to what hero is because it has to be the sequence of such things and stuff like that. Then, of course, okay, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 and so on. Does it make any sense? Some. We decided to think about it. And became very complex. 1 plus 2 plus 3, I didn't give it from the facts. So the YouTube channel. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 ostensibly diverges. Those two things. Because you get to do very different. And yet, there is a way to make sense of it. In which it comes out to minus 1 over 2. So fascinating. First of all, the answer is not even a positive number, and it's not a negative, it's not a positive number. Minus 1 over 2. So sometimes people ask me, what is the favorite number? Here's a question. I say minus 1. It's actually good.
So your favorite number is so what else?
What else?
So
Let's go.
we'll explore that in depth. You want to know what Eric said?
Sure.
Spirit, aversion, voice, surface, top vibration, and high energy.
Oh, yes. That's the famous country. when you come to this, is actually going to rotate the filter system. Then you say, okay, I won't be able to do another part.
Yeah, I do sense.
This is so there is something where the first motion is not it, but double down on it, you come back. It's very closely connected to the fact that we have energy particles that we like, boson fusion. So in bosons are photons or carriers of other forces, or the disposal. It's called a boson for a reason, because it is a boson. In honor of Indian mathematician Bose, B-O-S-E, and Einstein. So we find what's called those Einstein statistics. But then there are other particles, like fermions, in honor of American experiment, that have different figures. And they follow what's called Dirac Fermi statistics. And those are electrons, constituents of matter, electrons, protons, neutrons. And they have a certain duplicity. And that duplicity is also so I can imagine, speaking of imagine, I'm just kind of picking. Imagine a world in which this will not be shot. In this case, it's not really shocking because I haven't been trying for indicated what this is like. So, but imagine a world in which this is not for the people can see, and they're not afraid to approach the spectrum because people talk a little bit about that. I really believe that many people in our society, not only in the United States, but throughout the world, some people have been traumatized. It's really good to see. That's why people, when they see how it's formula, when they even like they need to calculate different things, they just be careful because it gives up this memory and they have kids and they go to networks and solve the problem. You can't solve the problem. It's good to teach us that you're an idiot. Sit down. That stays with you. And so I think that unfortunately that's where we are. But what I believe, so my dream is that one day to take my favorite projects and literally all of these treasures and become widely available. Because people will know where to find them and they will not be afraid to find them. And this will help because, like I said, the one thing it gives you a sense of belonging. It kind of is an antidote to kind of alleviation and separation between different things because it allows you to provide support from all countries. Because then you once you see there's a critical this beauty, that kind of like don't engage it.
You mentioned English program. Yeah. The core of your book and the work is my favorite.
Sure. So, well, Guinness is an application. Somebody, an application. Robert Einstein, Canadian born, still alive. He is a professor at the Institute for Advanced Study that we talked about, where Einstein and other great scientists have worked. In fact, he used to occupy the office of Albert. He used to be professor. So, he in the late 60s, he came out with a set of ideas which activated a lot of mathematicians, several generations of mathematicians, which came to be known as the language program. And what it is about is connecting different fields of mathematics, which seem to be familiar. For example, number theory, which, as the name suggests, deals with numbers, and various equations with x squared plus y squared equals 1. And the other side, harmonic analysis, something that any music lover can appreciate because the sound of the symphony can be decomposed into sounds of different instruments, and each of those sounds can be represented by a sound function. First, the harmonics. We have still a periods of harmonic periods of different notes are different, different notes, different instruments, making some tones different, but they all combine together into something different, something special, which is not kind of interesting. So it's mathematically it's like you can decompose C into as a collection and simultaneous oscillation of several elements. That's the mathematics. So what Lyra found is that some beautiful questions in number theory can be translated into much more easily tracked questions of economic analysis. That was his initial answer. What happened next is that the kind of patterns that he was able to observe, the kind of regularities that he was able to put basically were subsequently found in other areas of mathematics, for example, in geometry, and eventually in quantum physics. So in fact, Ed Richter, who is the dean of the physicist, that's what these different past studies as well, got interested in this subject and transcribed my book, how it happened. And he was one instrumental in bridging the gap between these patterns of physics and finding a substructure, a kind of a superstructure, kind of a vertical connections kind of a teach. So I subsequently collaborated with them, and it has been one of the major themes in my research. It's sort of, I always found this interesting to connect things, to unite things. When I was younger, I couldn't understand why, but I was always interested in not in working specific fields, like kind of catching up with things. And then I discovered that, for instance, some people can know what happens in this field, but don't know what happens in other field, and or conversely, and then I would find it imperative to go out and explain it to the different sides, which is so that more people have this structure, so student less students. So that's what we so I guess, now I kind of understood the why and balance in the future for India.
So can you elucidate a little bit how what mathematical tools that allow you to connect these different continents of mathematics? Is there something you can find to words that language is able to find and
I would say what it suggests is that there is some hidden principle which we still don't understand. My view is that we still don't know why. But we could prove some instances of this principle, but we still don't know the real underlying. Which means that there is a certain layer beneath the surface that we see now. It is like this, so we always see it like this. That there is something three-dimensional like this there. But what we are seeing is this projection on the paper, projection of the paper. And then we can map things. One projection from the that's incredible. But the real explanation is that both of them are projections of the same thing. That we understand. And that's what I want. So that's what motivates.
number theories, the geometry.
So there is this one thing which has different projections. Except it's not just the table and the board.
What is the philosophical implications of the commonalities we have across this very disparate fields?
It means that what you believe are the fundamental elements of mathematics. There's something new. It's like the previously thought that atoms were indivisible. Then we found out that there were nucleus with electrons, and the nucleus consists of protons and neutrons. And we found out that protons and neutrons must be indivisible. Now we know they consist of quarks. So it's about kind of finding the course.
Of course, we are in the beat.
It was my initial motivation to stay right.
Sports was the first time I fell in love with the religion reality. Yeah. What was it like working with that group? You, many people say that one of the smartest humans in history, or at least mathematical physicists in history.
Yes, fascinating. I enjoyed it very much. I also felt I had to keep up, and so we wrote this long paper. I took this episode and collaborated for about a year. I had known him before, and we talked before, and since we different, we just need somebody to access the conversation as opposed to actually. So he's very serious, very focused. This is not challenge. So I was really struck.
Why is it considered to be such a powerful intellect by many other
Because I was unique vision, he was able to connect different things, especially find connections between business and almost unparalleled. I don't think anyone comes close in some sense in the last 50 years. In terms of finding just consistently finding contact, breaking down evil. So it was basically this one way to describe it. It would take some idea in physics and then find an interpretation of it in physics. And let's say we still present it in mathematical terms, thermal equations. This should be kind of like 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is minus 1 plus 12. And that doesn't go right. No way. And then it would cut out. And mathematicians would then like whole industry would create groups of mathematicians trying to do this kind of ideas. And it always improve right. So in other words, being able to glean some mathematical truths from physical theories. That's one side. But the other thing, conversely, apply statistical mathematics. He's exhibiting basically good fast. Somehow the cases maybe become close, but it's still and then a long way to go to get the refugee. But I motivated to take some of its very sophisticated materials, not slow to the point where this becomes a practitioner, and use it to create some answer. Now, of course, the thing is that the theory is that physics, one could say, is a sort of crisis in some sense because of the current gap between the sophisticated theories which came from applying sophisticated mathematics and the actual universe. So we have theories which describe 10 dimensions, 10 dimensions space time, and coming on stage with things like that. But we don't know yet how to apply it to understand how it works. A lot of progress has been made, but it's kind of an important and at the same time, our most realistic theories, the most advanced theories of the prediction. Our prediction of which is kind of now described in three known processes of nature. The electromagnetic, the music, with great accuracy. And Einstein's theory, which describes the fourth called gravity. Everybody about the same. So this theory is important. The three theories were the promise of three theories and so far has not been passed. So we are kind of a very interesting part. I think that new ideas perhaps are needed. I will discuss the people because one of those people who come up with this idea.
And he has been one of the people that had a lot of ideas in the front string theory.
Well, first of all, remember we talked about like how for the Gagarin's the whole world was that there was symphony of this different ideas that the human is definition of the animal, the being, the tree, and every celestial body. So these days kind of like that because in theory there's something like that, which is like interesting. And all particles are in a sense supposed to be different contributions and vibrations with us too. So that by itself is very interesting. If you kind of describe as that person that is particles and actually within the using one having principle. But also just the mathematical things that come out of it. Kind of it looks impossible to satisfy those constraints and then medicine that you need to do simple tasks. Anytime that happens, when you have some system that follows the system, that's suppose you have to do it, you do not fighting for this year. Then the government here, like, that's impossible. Because when so many things happen, this was what people from place to another, they have a commute, and then who knows, maybe there's a traffic. You're supposed to work seamlessly, and there are quite places where it could have got hopelessly anything. And then immediately they're like, wow, it worked. That's beautiful, right? That's kind of like great luck. But in science, this happens. That we have this theory which is not supposed to be, because there's so many seemingly contradictory dimensions. And yet, there is a sweet spot where they balance each other. The thinking is kind of like the important aspect of it is that the balance is itself in 10 dimensions. So maybe there is another universe. But see, as a mathematician, for me, all spaces are basically there. 10 dimensional, 4 dimensional. So mathematics is not something to it because it has given us so much food for thought.
But do you think it's a correct or a incorrect theory for understanding this reality? So there might be a theory that explains some dimensional reality in other universes, but is potentially. What do you think are the odds? They got financial advice, you to bet. What do you think are the odds that it gets us closer to understanding this one?
Well, in the form as it's now, it seems unlikely. It could well be that based on this idea, some limitations, some essential new elements, it could work out. So I would say right now it doesn't look so good. Like from the point of view that what we can do to do more. But maybe somebody will come and take a two side score. I mean, they already have. I mean, kind of like, as a matter. Maybe somebody will come and say, what if we do this? Looks crazy. You know, speaking of new speakers, you have this famous quote that you said to somebody. There is no doubt that this theory is crazy. The question is, what is crazy? So that's what we are.
Speaking of crazy and crazy let me ask for therapy, for advice, for wisdom, and looking at your lifestyle and maybe give some guidance to understanding his view of his attempt at the theory of everything we call geometric unity that he told me that you may have some people understanding. If you were to describe his theory to anyone that was in the earth, how would you do it? Or you could try if it was just me using how would you describe it? Give us
He shares with me some of it when I was in New York at Columbia. We actually spent a lot of time. And I found it beautiful. It has a very visual idea. Where it's sort of 4-dimensional, instead of 10 dimensions, it's 14 dimensions. And I thought it was really very interesting. It's exactly close to the point I made earlier. I feel like desire from the next idea in the one to able to. get closer to understanding. Now, I have a problem with the whole idea of theory. I don't believe that when exists laws, it's not that you should aid the system. And I think it's really not to hurt anybody, but it's ultimately a fault of education system. It's like in mathematics, you're not brought up, you're not educated at mathematicians with the idea that one day they will come out with a theory. Even though, as a joke, I said that language programming is nothing to understand. But I made it clear anyways, tongue in cheek.
But is there a political fighting that
It's not really because, first of all, it doesn't cover everything, and it covers specifically.
but isn't it spiritually striving towards the same profound form of the whole like connecting?
If you connect, the connection doesn't mean that you understand. So you could connect two things and you have an infinite many other things, which are outside of the first one. That's how it is in mathematics. And I would venture to say that most mathematicians look at this. Yeah, there's no idea that's impossible. I don't think it's impossible because we're not talking about such a thing as like one universe. We're talking about close to universe, the latest connections and so on. It's just not feasible to have it unify everything in one equation. Now, physicists and everything have been brought up, educated for decades as scientists to do. And I'm not sure I should say that, but I feel like in the ultimate ego trip. So that I have come up with new stuff. I have found new things. It's me. It's my little different. I think a lot of physicists get educated, especially men. And I've seen that happen. And I think this is coming. I don't think it's that easy, but this debate is kind of, I feel like it's kind of separate. I think it's here last night. Well, I disagree with it.
For you, it's interesting. The critical, which is you don't think a theory ever exists, and you don't think the pursuit of a theory exists. So I think you spoke to the second thing, which is basically that the pursuit of a theory of everything becomes like a drug to the human ego.
It's a huge motivating factor. I think it's mine. But I feel that it's there are better ways to motivate people than like that, than this way. Okay? So I would say, for instance, if one, because then it's not a game for negative. And in fairness, when physicists say theory of everything, ununified theory, they mean something very specific, which is unifying standard model in Einstein's relativity theory, which is theory of gravity. So they don't, because a lot of physicists might say this word, but they don't. I think it's important to realize that in my opinion, that's not practice. So, having said that, there are some theories that are better than others. So, for instance, Eric's theory has, as far as I understand, that have a certain way of reducing some of the elemental particles that we see, and as well as the course of time. So, it does have that promise. I feel that, well, at least from the place where I haven't seen it, but from music, it still is quite very well to get compared to what she said at the work. It's a huge enterprise, but good because you have just to describe the fields, the building blocks, so that it becomes on paper. And he's trying to do it with closed spaces with great generality, which is what makes it so unique, so beautiful. But then there are, on top of that, there are these issues of integration, actually describing them as quantum field theory. And the quantum field theory, even as a language, as a framework, kind of incomplete. And I think anyway, even that, but it's a it's a collection of shapes. It's a collection of tools. It's a tool, but it is not a consistent rigorous theory that none of it. This is still I've still been able to derive predictions from by and confirm them with great accuracy. But and the feelings. It doesn't have the foundation and that kind of stuff. So in that sense, you will feel in that framework, you feel cool, new generation something. It would still be incomplete because it wouldn't be mathematical because the framework is not yet on the foundation.
So it's not consistent. And why is it that the universe should have? Because to your first point, do you think the universe has when when you show up and meet God and you write a brainer on the board, and the kid you just chuckles? Do you think such equation exists?
Yeah, there are such equation person. I would say I am interesting particular question. Okay? So in the language building, so moving away from physics, so in the context of language, I have recently developed this like core identification, kind of a new strength, a new flavor. But so far, it's a vision. It's a set of conjectures, which will approve in some cases, but not equation. So yes, I would like to use your framework. You need to ask, what is the explanation of this? And it's very well, you can see the answer in a way that I was just close that up. How could you not see it? You see? So that I don't see it. But I don't see one equation governing. What an equation governing?
Not one equation governing them all, but it does seem that such equations exist. Where she will tell me something and you look back and say, how can I not see it? It seems like the truth at the end of the day is simple, that we're seeking, especially through mathematics. It seems somehow simple. The nature of reality, the thing that governs it seems simple. I wonder why that is. And I also wonder if it's not fully incorrect and we're just creating this and mixing into the whole conversation about how much the observer that craves simplicity is part of the imaging. It's a whole big challenge.
Or a whole beautiful deep, like something.
You said a very wise thing that if I get remarkable that everything come up with such beautiful and original ideas that don't feel good on academia for so long. There are wonderful things in other areas such as economics and finance. I'd like to use that kind of quote as just a question to you about different places where people observe what operates inside academia and outside. What's the difference of doing mathematics inside academia and outside? Just not even mathematics, but you know, computer science, original ideas. Where's the place that your imagination could flourish from? So the limitations of academia, there's a community of people that take a set of axioms as gospel, as harder to put down into the unknown. And it's also the nice thing about academia is some of the most brilliant people in the world. That it's that community, there's a competition and collaboration. So,
Yeah.
I wonder if there's something you could say to further about this work that people might not be familiar with.
But I think you I'm sure. I don't have an overarching academia.
Yes.
I definitely have been part of it, and I'm grateful because it gives a great sense of security, which comes with its own downside too, because you kind of get very disconnected from the world because you pay them, so you feel energy, you don't pay that much, so to speak, relatively speaking, it's comfortable, but it's not that much. But you can follow. So there's something about this which I definitely get benefit from. And it does. People are not even aware what it's like to live outside. You got you don't On the other hand, that also means that we're lacking certain skills that sort of really people live to deal with that. kind of always gets both ways. Like, one hand it gives and the other and it's a very interesting setup. And also, on the one hand, we are all supposed to be deep systems. But in reality, of course, it is a human activity and it is a human community. Like, with all kinds of complementary things that happen rather than under the other screen, so to speak. And so, but maybe there is something to it. There is definitely very different people who are approving about that. That is inspiring. And I aspire to be one of the leaders. So, whether this is a system that will stay or should stay, I don't know. I really don't know.
It's really fascinating. Yeah, it's fascinating, especially when it just to introduce the bit of AI goes into the mix as that changes the nature of education perhaps as well. What the role of the university is in the next 10, 20, 50, 100 years. I wonder. Um, I wonder that, how do you make sense that Einstein was working after attempting heavily to be a university professor? Just
Because of the faculty.
yeah. Uh,
But I have to say, to these days, mm, the science has become so much faster. It's really hard to do it itself. Now, Eric is a unique in this way, even though he did, you know, the great undergraduate schools, but and then worked for um, there are very few examples. This is the Tom Jang, who did the conjecture number theory about 10 years ago, and is now still a professor at UCC. He worked at home. He was able to make us on his own. This case is still in the way. In part because academia is trying to protect the stuff and it's creating this sort of prohibitive concept outside it, that is true. But there is also something about how much concentration. In mathematics, I don't think people who are not in the field understand what kind of focus and concentration actually do that mathematics at top level these days requires. Because we're not talking about something that is more or less good. We start this thing, finding this treasure at the bottom of the ocean, without that, without oxygen. And that's why it's not people go crazy sometimes. There is a reason for that.
well, let me ask you about the need around the amount of concentration required. Cal Newport wrote a book called Deep Work. He's a theoretical computer scientist. Uh, he took quite seriously the task of allocating hours in a day for that kind of deep thinking. And mathematicians, as theoretical computer scientists, stare at the, for your own life, what you've observed. I only ask a big question: how to think deeply, how to find the mental, psychological, pragmatic space to really sit there and think. And only do you remember where you really deeply thought. What was it an accident or was it deliberate?
No, it's deliberate because, first of all, my first years as a mathematician, I would typically weekend, uh, I didn't even question that. I would feel something's missing if I took a break. So it was just to kind of sustain that. The point is that still the process is not leading to go back to discovery. But in other words, the way I see it is you are making an effort to bring all the information into focus, what you believe is correct. And you're playing with different um, ways of collecting things. But it is total miracle when suddenly there is insight strikes. It is not something that, in my experience, could be predicted or even anticipated, or like brought closer. There's a famous story about Einstein that he used to read called Please be thinking and go for a walk and actually listen. So I remember the first time I heard this, I thought, how interesting, so what do you think the camera he was listening to? But in fact, it's not. It's how it works. It's that you have to prepare for it, but then what it happens when you stop it. So the moment you discover it is the moment when thinking stops. And you kind of almost become that truth that you see. But you cannot do it by words. It's kind of like, how in the Eastern tradition you have this concept of Satori, that in Buddhism, Satori, which is enlightenment. And so the various reports, Buddhist monks, it's given Satori. But they say you can do it by will. You cannot make it. If anything, you have to relax, to let people know. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. So I think that what matters, what you say, how to think, not is that we're talking about such an esoteric area. This is really esoteric area. It's really strange subject when you try to fit everything in this very, very stringent set of rules.
So
So obey those set of those rules.
isn't it basically the pure, the hardest manifestation of a puzzle? There are so many different other disciplines, but this is the hardest puzzle.
Yes and no, because there's just a different, there's a different criteria for what constitutes progress. For instance, physics, a lot of arguments they make, they are not real. It is kind of not truth findings. We think it is right. This is acceptable in subject, according to the reason. So there is some play. It's more like human activity, day-to-day activity. So first we have discussed something. You have an idea, I have an idea, and we argue about it. And something that seems more plausible. Something seems less plausible. So we may decide to take this point of view or that point of view as a provisional sort of point of view. And go, in my case, it doesn't work this way. You need to prove it to me. And oftentimes, to get to the point where there is this much we need to prove, and it just come to you. And you just don't see it, and it can go on for months. It's super frustrating. But without it, it is nothing.
I would love to hear your opinion on the degree you know of the proof from us last year, Andrew House, which seems to have this element perhaps for years. And to the degree that you know, how can you explain from us last year and what your thoughts are on the process that Andrew House took that seem to, at least from my sort of directed perspective, seem to be very low.
Yes. It's a loaded question.
And hopeless. And it's the part you put it really nicely because it feels like there's a lot of moments where you feel like you're close.
You like 90% stuff.
Yeah.
There's this one stubborn thing which just does not compute, doesn't happen. And you're trying to find that push for this last layer. And it could take, and nobody knows how long.
Would it be useful to maybe try to explain from us last year?
I always think that everything can be explained. Even though I say that everything can be explained, but in my heart, within this particular framework, I always feel optimistic when people ask me. But something I always start with the assumption that they will understand. So, let's start. There was last year, one of the jewels, so, time, beautiful story, also behind it. Pierre Fermat, great French mathematician, at the beginning of mostly the beginning of the 17th century. And he actually has participated in a number of important activities. The most famous is called Fermat's last theorem, or Fermat's great theorem. And the reason why it became so famous is in part because he actually claimed to have proved itself. And he did it on the margin of a book he was reading, which was a book by the farmers, coefficients and numbers. And he wrote on the margin, and this equation, this problem which I'm explaining, I have solved it, I found the proof, but this margin is too small to communicate. At some point, I was giving a public talk about this, and I made it as a joke. I made a tweet in which I wrote that I have proved this thing that 280 characters and I didn't know that kind of classroom would say. So this was 17th century brutal stuff. But a lot of mathematicians took it seriously because he had great credibility. He, he made some major contributions. And the search was on. So for 350 years, about 350 years, it remained unproven. With many people trying and failed. Until the 1993, Henry Rothschild announced, a mathematician from Princeton University, announced a paper. And it was very exciting because he was one of the top and first. And unfortunately, about a year later, it happened. So this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. But 99% of the one little thing is not quite connected. This really fast. Even though, well, it's still explains some ideas, but it's not the same as actually. So he apparently was really frustrated, and he was really, a lot of people thought that it's going to be 100 years. And then luckily he was able to use his to help assistance with his former student, also named James Taylor. They were able to do that. Some people might say maybe one, but 5%. It definitely was an important ingredient, but it was not. He had a sort of like hidden set of ideas, and this one thing didn't come out. They were able to close it. And finally, it was published, and I think it was accepted and replied in 95, and since it's believed to be correct. Now, what he proved actually was not the mass itself, but a certain statement which is called Shimura Kamiyama named it three mathematicians, two Japanese mathematicians and one French-born mathematician who worked also they might study in Princeton. And it was my colleague at UC Berkeley, Ben Wickett, who in the 80s connected with it. So this is how we get things up. You want to prove statement A, instead you prove that A is equivalent to B. So after that, if you prove B, this would automatically imply that A is correct. This is what happened. A was Fermat's last theorem, which should become B by Shakespeare, and that's what Andy Vass and Richard Taylor. So it requires predictive Fermat's last theorem, it requires that bridge, which was established by Michael. So now, what is the statement of Fermat's last theorem? Let me start with Pythagoras, since we have talked about it. Let me start with Pythagoras' theorem, which describes the right triangle. What is the right triangle? Triangle in which one of the angles is 90. So it has three sides. The longer side is called hypotenuse. So if we denote the length of hypotenuse IC, and the two other sides x and y, and c squared is equal to x squared plus y squared. So that's the equation. Or x squared plus y squared equals c squared. And the result of this equation has solutions in natural math. Names actually infinity. Solutions in natural math. For example, if x is, you take x equals 3, y equals 3, z equals 3. They solve it because 3 squared is 9, 4 squared is 16, 9 plus 16 is 25, and that's x squared. X squared plus y squared is z squared solved by x equals 3, y equals 4, and then they the solutions of that.
I should say the natural numbers are whole numbers.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, what's the mass last thing? When I ask, what about what will happen if we replace squares by cubes? X cubed plus y cubed equals z cubed. Other any solutions in what we call natural knowledge. Turns out they're not. What about force power?
Or it seems like no, right?
So that was a statement. So the theorem says that the equation x cubed plus y cubed equals z cubed. There's no solutions. Remember, natural means positive. So of course there's a trivial solution 0, 0, 0. So that's the fourth. But you need all of them to be positive. X to the fourth plus y to the fourth equals z to the fourth. Also positive. X to the fifth plus y to the fifth equals z to the fifth. No solutions. So you kind of see the point. X to the n plus y to the n equals z to the n. If n is greater than 2, there's no solutions to that. That is a state. It's said to be simple as far as famous things. So you don't need to know anything beyond the standard answer. Addition to multiplication and natural. That's why a lot of people, both specialists and amateurs, try to prove it. So because it's so easy. It's whatever so easy to find. So in fact, I think there might be the case of cubes. I think he did actually prove some tests for the case of cubes. That's what remains, of course. The entity case, right? Because even if you prove with the cubes of the fourth power and fifth, then still there's 6 tables. So the entity case. And so, you see, it's such a simple result. It's 350 years. And you know, but in a sense, it's like mathematicians, you would think Marx is such a sterile profession. Everybody's so serious, almost like they're all wearing clothes, take an elevator to every town. And however, look at all these dramas. Look at all these dramas. Like we also have we also have we also have our reasons. Here's a guy who's the 16th century mathematician, or 17th century mathematician, who needs a note on the mark and motivates others to find the proof. Then how many cards were broken when they believed that they found the proof, and then later it was realized that the proof was incorrect. And so it brings us to the modern day. And one last attempt, Andrew who is very serious, respected, and esteemed mathematician, announces it only to be faced with the same reality of his hopes dashed, seemingly dashed, but then like there is a mistake, it doesn't work. And then to be able to recover a year later, in this one story.
It's amazing. And when we go ahead, what was the process again? That is similar perhaps to your own life of walking along with the problem. You know,
Yes. So he has given interviews. So we know that he described this process. That number one, he did not want to tell me because he was afraid that he would find out that he's working. Because he was such a top issue, people would guess that he has some idea. But there is some idea. So, you know what? If you just know that somebody has an idea, this really gives you a great boost of confidence. Right? So he didn't want people to have that information. So he didn't tell anybody that. Number one. Number two, he worked on it for 7 years by himself. And then he thought he had it. He was elated, obviously he was very happy. And he announced that at the conference, I think it was at Cambridge University, in 1983. So, you know, this is really interesting. All of us who can relate, all of us can relate to this. Because I remember very well my first book. I saw my first book. I described it in the so, it was, I was 18 years old. I was a student in school. And I just left out. Because I used to this great mathematician. Since I'm pretty much, I was not studying post because I'm 17 years, so I was in technical school. But I was lucky that I had a mathematician who took me in his mind. And the books were actually later came to the US, and he's still president of UC Davis. Not so far. So he gave me this problem, and I was saying technical, so I really can't describe it. But I do remember how much effort that excitement, but also kind of the fear. What if I don't have what they, you know? I lost sleep, so this was one consequence. I first time in my life I couldn't sleep, and this actually stayed for a couple of years afterwards. So then it was kind of like a wake up call that I should be take care of myself, looking to the evidence, not the that experience. And I was lucky that I was able to find a solution. You know, it was surprising. It, the answer was in terms of something which seemed to be from a different world. So very happy. But I do remember it's more sudden to see that. In this case, it was literally I had to compile these diagrams that mathematicians call cohomology groups, expected sequences, manually calculates numbers and trying to discern some system. And suddenly I saw how they all were covered by this one force, so to speak, one pattern. And that was absolutely wow. So
You always need to do it.
actually, I lived in a town outside Mexico, so I used to I would take a train. So it's like people who actually teach cleaning, the train, which was super slow, took me 2 hours to cover that distance. And I think that the crucial insight came. And it was just, I had to contain myself, so that's screaming in the car. So I'm sitting there next time. So, what I remember what came to me. I have something now which nobody else knows. So I do not believe just a proof, but the piece of the mind. The statement is already made. This was the conjecture. To make a statement, you don't have a proof yet. Then you try to prove it. In my case, I did not know what the answer was. I had a question, but the answer was unknown. So I had to find the answer after. The answer was very nice. So nobody knew, as far as I could tell, nobody knew because the teacher told me that he still worked with my teacher. This was not known. So suddenly I felt that no, it was a little thing. It was not pure defense. It was not English language, it was something undeniably real, meaningful, and it was mine. I had it for years. I was there. I didn't even tell him to told me. It's a very strange feeling, to have that.
Memories of
Not of the time. Later on, there were situations where I was exposed to those type of experiences. What time I didn't think it was starry-eyed with just obsessed with my friends. This is beauty, discovering those beautiful facts, beautiful results. I didn't think what could be possible. Steal it or whatever. I just wanted to share it with my teacher as soon as possible, And he understood quickly and he was like, sure.
Is there something you can give color to the drama or just clarify things for the book, some of the challenges, some of the triumphs and challenges? So is there something to that drama of people stealing each other's ideas or not out being credited enough?
Yeah.
All of that could psychological stressors because of that.
Couples over companies.
On young minds. Is that just the way of life? Or is this
I think we can definitely the first step is to admit that we are not 100% secrets of truth, but we're human beings and all the good and bad and ugly qualities can be present and have some kind of dialogue and message in your friends. But this has not happened here. There have been some famous cases where people have been accused, which have been absolved or partially absolved, unabsolved, and one of the goals of using the systematic effort, as far as I can tell, of really trying to create some rules. This is this is for games, not for, so that as a community we strive to get better. I think that for most people it's more like keeping your hand in the sand and then pretending that it's, or it happens some isolated incident. Well, I don't, my experience is not like that. I think it does happen much more often than it should. That's my opinion.
So there's cool like a deep that's fascinating. One of the reasons we love it is young minds, fresh ideas. And then that same innocence you have with the person trained on that, and then you throw that in together with senior, exceptional, world-class scientists who have just no idea what they're second of all, maybe they have partaken in the drug of fame and status recognition, so that's not fully correct all of our human lives. And you throw that most people out here, and it's beautiful because that's where the ideas evolve to tend to get wild-eyed, crazy ideas, and they clash, tension, which is dance good, but then we use the old human corruption, take advantage of young minds. There's something to do with it. Part of that is just the way life is tragedies. Uh, and oftentimes you look at the incident that mind is tragic because sometimes somebody buy into the trajectory to the breakthrough idea involves so many different things. You don't know.
I think it's like everything else. The path is to more self-aware. It's like owning up your own stuff and not blaming other people, but projecting into other people, but taking responsibility. And that's true for everything. The problem here, unique moment, in my mind, I would say this is the chemist of that. They actually have a purpose for it, special biology. Because I think in part it's because there is much more money, because they have to do grants and so on. For them, the question of priority could stop is much more serious. It's disease. Mathematics, yes, not a problem that's taken through. You get any wealth becoming a millionaire? No.
I think you can try.
You will prize, but those prizes are not.
I think that one is a good prize for the general population.
I think you want the other prize, eventually, which is about $100. So, but, you know, sometimes I joke about this, like this is the hard. So, you know, but the amount of applications and other things that we are so insulated from society.
Yes, you did say that correctly. Debbie did an excellent job.
Very specific.
This is Mariah Carey's Always Be My Daisy.
And I can speak about myself. I did not realize at the time, but later, definitely said, I mentioned some of the earlier, that the meaning of what is today,
You would make for a moment in time. And it's never asked me that you would always be mine. Now you wanna be free, so I'm letting you fly. Cause I know in my heart, baby, our love will never die. No, you'll always be a part of me. I'm part of you indefinitely. Boy, don't you know you can't escape me. Ooh, darling, cause you'll always be my baby. everything wrong. Time can't erase a feeling that's strong. Always got to save me. Darling, could you always be my baby? I ain't gonna cry, no. I'm begging you to stay. You're coming to me, boys. I will not stand in your way. But you're never gonna be. You'll be back again. Cause you know I'm not. I love will never end. No, you'll always be a part of me. I'm part of you indefinitely. Boy, don't you know you can't escape me. Ooh, nothing but you'll always be my baby. And we'll linger on. Fine cannabis, I feel it strong. No, you're not gonna save me. Ooh, darling, cause you'll always be my baby. No, that you'll be back, boy. When your days and your nights get a little bit colder. Oh, oh, oh. I know that you'll be right back, baby. Oh, yeah, it's only a matter of time. Time. You'll always be a part of me. I'm part of you indefinitely. Boy, don't you know you can't escape me? Oh, darling, cause you'll always be my baby. And we'll linger on. I can't erase the feeling that's strong. No way, never gonna shake me. Oh, darling, cause you'll always be my baby. You'll be a part of me. I'm part of you indefinitely. Boy, don't you know you can't escape me? Oh, darling, cause you'll always be my baby. And I will always be. Nobody gonna shake me. Nobody gonna baby. And I will always be. No way you're never gonna shake me. No way you're never gonna shake me. You and I. That would always be my vision. I'm right, Harry. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Next person.
So this is the question. What is a course? I think that you cannot really know, but there are some aspects of that experience, life experience. I bring family, like I was, I was surrounded by that on the one hand, but on the other side, perhaps they were a little bit protected. So that's too much. It develops a sensitivity, but it's kind of not ready to change. Very well. So then that's the and then being lost, and then being able to come and to learn. And then if you do, because if you don't lose, you don't appreciate. But sometimes when you lose something, and then regain, and you cherish it, and appreciate it, and it becomes something important. Also, there is difficulties, upsetting experiences, like I say, traumatic experiences. Growing up in a Soviet Union, that was not looked up. With that, and, and then it doesn't break you. But in my case, what happened was that with some of it took me 30 years to come to really understand what happened. It gave me this motivation to strive to become which later would charge the supercharge. I'm talking about, for instance, like things. So this is 1984. I spoke about it. And I was applying to Moscow University, mathematics department, with Nechma.
which is for people who don't know, like the place.
It's the only place to study German mathematics in Bulgaria.
But also,
But also,
it's
it's
a
still
really great place. Yes.
and it's a huge field. It's not only so because, as I said, a year earlier, we gave me theme which converted me to math, capitalizing on my love for physics. And so I spent a whole year studying some subjects. And I just so it seemed like it would be easy. But neither did I know then. I was simply he was like, that's it. Most people would get no. Since my last name
I'm so into you, if you all the things that's
so there's people who understand
so deep in my head.
it's almost comical when you look back at it. And also like
Jewish, not Jewish, but this is much for me.
so first of all, it's the end of life. Everybody has 35. And there you have first name, the training name, last name, date of birth, and so forth. The fifth column is nationality, which comes from the nationality of the parents. In my case, it was even Russian because my but it's still because it's last name. And so anyway, this was the toughest experience that I had up to that point. And there were just two people who came into the room where I was the only exile. All other kids were being questioned by other examiners, but they told me that we cannot question you. We're waiting for special examiners. So I was like, oh, something's good. And so these two guys came, and for 4 hours, three questions which were not really understand. And I was a kid, I was 16 years old. I tried to answer and stuff like that. Because it's been documented since then. A list of problems that were difficult. Interesting. One year, no Jewish applicants. Jewish by this method were accepted. So then I had to go to this. There was one school, technical school in Moscow, which was a history for all of West schools. And that's where me and many of the kids who were not accepted ended up. So then it was so circumstance that we didn't find it. Also, the president of Saudi University invited me every Christmas to Christmas. Because that's how. So, we just
Baby, I'm so into you. Tell me if you want to do all the things that come through my life. Cause it's just, yeah, 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 yeah,
Suddenly I had this vision. I would walk up to the microphone and I would just start crying. And so by that time, I already had an insight that it's possible to have that kind of disclosure and association. I was like, but
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
there was
The
somebody who was
process and the day, the nice
some
very
people
short.
under the radar.
This is Mariah Carey's fancy.
But the still influence me.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stay my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And we do it through music, folks. Here we go. The one, the only Mariah Carey singing the famous song Fantasy, The Little Rabbi. You walk by every night, talking sweet and looking fine. I get something hectic inside. Baby, I'm so into you, darling. If you only knew all the things that go through my mind. And it's just a sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. When I close my eyes, you come and take me on and on, and it's so deep in my day. That it was a sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. Images around you, keeping to this nowhere as I'm going through my head. And my heart beats faster when you take me over. Time and time and time again. And it's just a sweet, sweet sweet fantasy, baby. Just sweet. You come and take me on and on. It's so deep in my daydream, but it's just so sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. There's no forgiving, there is no end. Feels like I'm dreaming, but I'm not sleeping. It's just a sweet. Come and take me on and on. It's so deep in my daydream, but it's just a sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. Sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. When I lift my eyes, you come and take me. On and on, and it's so deep in my daydream, but it's just a sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. Sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. Sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. That was Mariah Carey's Fantasy. Thank you so much for the opportunity to say that. You all are amazing. Positive vibes for everyone. The next person you're like.
If I could ask you, but there's a difficult idea potential traffic with folks in my personal life in general that have lived through this experience of unfairness and cruelty in the world as young people. And what was the withdrawal from the action you took of not acknowledging that you were a victim to cruelty, but instead just working your ass off, working hard. And then this flip side that you actually I couldn't commit suicide because it's me. And because remember, afterwards, of course, I became aware of what the literature, project, trauma, and so on. And I've been speaking publicly about it since then too. And so, it's well known issue, well known kind of research and community.
I don't want to let go. I should. I can't leave you alone because you're so disappointed in the midst of you. And I cannot resist. You, I do. The things you want me to, the way I used to do to love me, baby, all you feeling you go and break my heart, break you got the best of me, but I just keep on jumping back incessantly. Oh, why? Love your game on me. I should have known right from the start. You go and break my heart. Give me love, 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 give me love. Give me love, it's a shame to me. So you forgive Can you tell me the things that you know make me do the love to you? But I cannot resist. The things you wanna do, the way you used to do to love me, baby. Don't leave me feeling you don't break my heart, break you. That's the best of me. But I just keep on that makes sense to me. Oh, why did you have to love me? I should know. You wanna J, play box the change. You wanna feel a fight in the middle of the night. You wanna drive my Benz, get five of friends. You wanna creep past the block, find again. You wanna roll the chairs, leave you in the way. You wanna let the engine blow my days. You wanna respect the rest, kick me to the curb, and you feel it, this train again. You wanna leave, whether they can move on, after you know, burn you to the fish. You wanna you wanna that's why I can't feel like that. I mean, heartbreaker, you get hard things, you don't know, you hate those people, man, I hate you.
I agree that it kind of was the last time. He didn't see that the bodies in the waited till so the first death in the life of Latin was not. And I was also devastated. You know, he was such an amazing creature, such an amazing human. Kindest, smartest, the most funny. Just, it's really funny. And just really fun to people. You know? This is what I miss. Obviously. It's just laugh. So, and then suddenly he's not there. So, but it kind of changed my perspective. I miss him. I miss him tremendously. I miss him tremendously. But in a way, I learned that he never left me. It sounds. I wanted to say even with the express it. Yes, sometimes. But
Do you believe it? Would you?
yeah, and sometimes I always do. And I saw that it's always been. And it was really we were wrong. It was this experience of two people get together, and that I miss. But he gave me so much, and we told him when he was a kid, his father was sent to on both street dances, right? So when he was 16, he applied to university. He wanted to become a theoretical physicist. By the way, my love for theoretical physics was largely because of it. And he was not accepted, even with his brother, because he was the son of the enemy of the people. And he kind of broke his experience, but he didn't care. And he was, he went to technical school, and he didn't really care. That's my thing. And then he ended up in this little provincial town, and he thought he would escape from it as soon as possible, and then he met me in the film. And so I am sort of the of physics. But then, what I learned is that because he was not able to overcome that specific thing, it felt to me to do it. And if I didn't, my son wouldn't do it. I think that was one of the things I learned. There was not much more. Or about the same age, slightly different. I was subjected to the same kind of unfairness. And I sometimes I feel like I did it differently also. I was because he was also always so proud, so happy. And I had this tremendous gift. Twice I was invited by American Mathematics Society to give this big lecture. Twice. It was in 2012 and in 2018.
That was beautiful. Excellent job. It's Mariah Carey Day.
Where in the US. Both times was in
This is
Boston.
Mariah Carey's Heartbreaker featuring Jay-Z. Not only am I a rabbi, I also rap. So that makes me the rapper. Yeah. Here we go, folks. Let's go. Give me love, 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 give me love. But love's so good, I don't wanna let go, and I don't know I should. I can't leave you alone. So disarming and you and I cannot resist. Oh, yeah, I do the things you want to do, the way that you still do. You love me, baby. Only feeling you go and break my heart. Heartbreak, you got the best of me. But I will keep on coming back. It's necessary. Oh, why did you have to run your game on me? I should have known right from the start. You go and break my heart. Give me love, 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 give me love. Give me love, give me love, give me love, give me love, give me love. So ashamed to be so euphoric and weak when you smile at me and you tell me the things that you know is sweet to relinquish my love to you, but I cannot resist when if I do the things you want to do, the way that you still do. Would you love me, baby? Baby. Only me feeling you. Would you go and break my heart? Heartbreak, you got the best of me, but I just keep on coming back incessantly. Oh, why did you have to run your game on me? I should have known right from the start. You go and break my heart. Jay, play rock with Jay. She wanna build a fight in the middle of the night. She wanna grab my face with 5 of a. She wanna reach past the block spine again. She wanna roll with Jay. She killing away. She wanna fight the late chick for one day. She wanna respect the rest. Kick me to the curb. She find much man there longer than her. She wanna open up and choose you. Rather than you. Respect me to the old. Keys to the new street. Answer the phone. Turn to same type of she called me heartbreaker. Yeah, heartbreaker. On the scribble line, I hate you. She knows, baby. You know, everything takes love. Baby, you are not the best of me. And I just keep on coming back incessantly. Oh, I did you have to run your game on me? I should have known right from the start. You go and break my heart. Baby, you the best of me. But I just keep on coming back incessantly. Oh, why did you have to run your game on me? I should have known right from the start. You go and break my heart. Break you got the best of me. But I just keep on coming back incessantly. Oh, why did you have to run your game on start to you, know and break my heart. That was right, Harry. Heartbreaker featuring Kids.
That's what it's all about, because nobody talks about it. And so
I don't think it's possible for science to explain exactly what it is. You can do an evolutionary biology perspective. You can talk about sociology perspective, psychology perspective, but the experience, the essence, where you forget for time, your reminder becomes an illusion, and everything just freezes. And then it's kind of you actually know what you experience when you experience the deepest is really lost.
When you and I touch my body, put me on the floor, wrestle me around, play with me some more, touch my body, throw me on the bed. I just wanna make you feel like you never did. Touch my body, let me recognize all of my mistakes. Just a little taste, touch my body. Know you like a girl, come on, let me see me and I deserve. Touch my body, give me what you need. When you and I touch my body, let me on the floor, touch me around, let me some more, touch my body, throw me on the bed. I just wanna make you feel like you never did. Touch my body, let me recognize all the right ways, just a little taste. Touch my body, know you like a girl, come on and give me what I deserve. Touch my cheeky like a teddy bear, you wanna go to work, and that's what you need, man. If you was me, you don't wanna do nothing. I'm gonna put up your hands, deep down. Put me on the floor, pressing me around, play with me some more. Touch my body, give me a bed, and I just wanna make you feel like you never did. Touch my body, give me a dime, the way just a little taste. Touch my body, girl, you
it was just like one of those moments where we saw it at the same time. We're standing by the tent, and the snake was so big that this must have been a 25-foot anaconda that was asleep with probably a 16-foot anaconda like sprawled across her. And they're laying in the starlight, and we're floating on top of the lake, standing there in the middle of the Amazon. JJ I could feel the blood draining out of his face. And as I go, however old I was, maybe 20 years old, I just said, if we could somehow show people this, it would be on the front cover of National Geographic, and we can protect all the journal. And so I tried to catch it. Yeah, so I jumped on the snake, and the only measurement I have of this animal is that when I wrapped my shoulders around it, it didn't touch me. And so I was, my feet were dragging, and to her credit, this anaconda did not turn around because her head was and she went and she reached the edge of the grass island, and she started plunging into the dark. And so I'm watching the stars vibrate as this anaconda is going. I make a choice of either going headfirst down into the black, or stopping and just keeping my hand on this thing as it raced by me, and just felt the scales and the muscle and the power to go by and then eventually take it down to the tail until it slipped away into the darkness, and I was laying there just panting.
Following this conversation about conservation, explorer, author, filmmaker, real life project. For much of the past 17 years, Paul has lived deep Amazon rainforest, protecting endangered species, the trees, poachers, loggers, and nations of He is the founder of Jungle Keepers, which today protects over 50,000 acres of threatened habitat. And Paul is one of the most incredible human beings I've ever met. I hope to travel with him to the Amazon jungle because in his eyes, I saw a truth that can only be discovered directly by spending time in that city, power of nature as it occurs. This is the Unspeakable Podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Paul Rothschild. In 2006, at 18 years old, he fled New York to travel to the Amazon. This started a journey that will last this day. Tell me about this person. What in your heart would you tell them?
From the time I was 3 years old, dinosaurs, wildlife documentaries, the early and like when my parents said, nature versus nurture, they nurtured my nature. I was always drawn to streams, forests. I wanted to go explore where the creek led. I wanted to see the turtles. So I was a kid that hated school, did not go to school. I was dyslexic and didn't have it undiagnosed. I didn't read until I was like 10 years old, way behind. And so for me, the forest was safety. Like I remember one time in first grade, they had to do those multiplication sheets that was pure hell. And so I actually got so upset that the kids did it. Ran out the classroom, ran out the door, and to the woods and stayed there because I was sick. So for me, like once I got to the point of high school and working out, I had incredibly supportive parents. So like, look, just get out, take your GED, get out of high school like you can. You gotta go to college, but like start doing something. So I saved up and we bought a ticket to the Amazon. Met some ridiculous guys. The second I walked in the forest, it was like it's like the first scene of Jurassic Park and the six dinosaurs. I walked in there and it's like the first giant trees. I saw leaf covered ants in real life. It was like the movie just started. That was when like I came online. Can you put into words what is it about? That place that all the soup the aspect of nature, the streams, the water, the forest, the jungle, the animals, what drew you? It's always been in my blood. I mean, for any forest, whether it's upstate New York, India, or Borneo, but the Amazon, it's all of that turned up to like this level where everything is superlatively diverse. You have more plants than anywhere else on Earth. Not just now, but in the entire fossil. It's the Andes Amazon interface. It's just that's terrestrially that's where it is. It's the greatest library of life has ever existed. And so you're so stimulated, you're so overwhelmed with color and diversity. You need this overwhelming sense of natural majesty. Down to the little trees. Half the life is up in the canopy. You don't even have access to it. You're stuck without names, walking around on those branches. It's like it just takes you somewhere. So going there was like, the guys I met just opened the ground. How far do you want to go down the rabbit hole? How much of this do you want to see? You know, just Steve Irwin. There was a bunch of heroes. He's one of them.
And so that you know, sure about a decision. You ask yourself, WWSD and USD, dude, why is that such a good heuristic for USD?
He's a human being that, like, everything we saw from Steve Irwin, everything was with a smile on his face. If he was getting bitten by a articulated python, if he was, getting destroyed with news for feeding a crocodile with his son to the ghost, he was trying to explain to people why it's okay, why we should love these animals. Everything was about love. Everything was about, wildlife, protecting them. To me, a person like that where you only see positive things, that's there's just like an endless curiosity. Yeah, and then insatiable madness for the wildlife. The guy was just so much fun.
Again, it's okay. Me too. Words. We open with both Mother of God with the passage before he died, Santiago de Rango was secret. It was late at night, the palm thatched hut on the bank of the Templecado River, deep in the southwestern corner of the Lisa. Besides the mud oven, two long foreheads sizzled in cradle embers, or protruding husks, cold, and smelling heavily as they cooked. The smell of the burning, sequoia wood, and singed flesh filled the air. Rural bastards contained monkey skulls, spunk and rafters, their stomachs squeezed through the gap in the patch. Gun-up chickens huddled in the corner and listened softly. We sat facing each other in sturdy benches. Across the table, viewed a sandy cross-section of some massive tree, not nearly consumingly trembling. The song of the million insects and frogs filled the night. Santiago's cigarette trembled in the aged fingers as he pulsed over the candlelight to describe the place in the jungle. That line, the songs of the million insects and frogs filled the night seems what's it like sitting there conversing amongst some of the creatures all around you? Every night in the jungle, we live in constant awareness of that out there in the darkness are literally millions of elements around. And so, like, we exist in this, domesticated paved world just in time. Go out there past the roads and the telephone poles and the hospitals and make it out into the earth, just wild earth. And there's no, it's not like this is a national park. There's no rescue helicopter where you forget you are out there. And you're surrounded by
Good job.
snakes and
Next up
jaguars
on
and frogs
tour
and all this stuff just
Right,
falls
touching my body.
through the trees.
Shout out to everybody out there. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Send a positive vibes to everyone in the world.
Absolutely fall to our knees with wonder because it's absolutely incredible.
and most of it doesn't have time.
The insects do, the frogs do, you have some birds, but a lot of everything has pretty silent.
I know you got the people for me, 102. There's a camera up in here that is going to leave the people. There's a camera up in here that I guess that you could use. You. You down. My goodness, like a Wendy interview. When you and I touch my body, hit me on the floor, wrestle me around, play with me some more, touch my body, throw me on the bed. I just wanna make you feel like you never did. Touch my body, let me rub my thighs, hang around your waist, just a little taste. Touch my body, I know you have words, I wanna give me what I deserve. Touch my body. I love your body tighter than my favorite routine. I love you people with me with the chemical breeze. I love around people with my birthday. There's a camera up in here and it's gonna leave with me when I do. There's a camera up in here and it's because of you. You too. I'm the man that's the secret of me too. I will hunt you down. to be all up in my business like a Wendy interview, but this is private between you and I. My body, get me on the floor, icing me around, holding me some more. Touch my body, throw me off the bed. I just wanna make you feel like you never did. Touch my body, let me wrap my life all around your face. Just a little taste. Touch my body, know you like my curves. Come on and give me what I deserve. And touch my flesh, you can anywhere. You won't wanna go nowhere. In another luxury, laying in the time to me. You wanna give me nothing. All I will give you. Deep down in my body, put me on the floor, pressing me up now, raising me some home, touch my body, throw me in the bed. I just wanna make you feel like you never did. Touch my body, let me wrap my thighs on the round waist, just a little taste. Touch my body, know you like it good. Come on and give me what I deserve. And touch my body, yeah, 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 yeah.
That was when you're on the miniature research.
I think that's what sort of pressure is that out there you're true. And so whether we're bringing researchers, film crews, or we're just out there ourselves on an expedition, you truly are. So one of the things that my team and I started doing, became friends with these guys, this is a family of indigenous people from the community of Pierre took me, and as we got close, they started saying, you can come with us on our land. And it's 4 guys in boat. I don't want to get your clothes wet, so like boxes, going out past the places that have leaves, and you're out in the middle of it. And the thing is, like, when you're motivated, you are so quickly learning the American truths, things that nobody can argue with. We live in such a human world where everything is debatable. Religion and politics and perspective on everything. And then you get down to this point where it's like, if we don't figure something out, the river is going to rise. That's the truth. And nobody gonna like argue with that. And it's like, to me, there's a beauty in the truth, because then all of us is here. Anybody else would help with that too. So to me, that's a state where I feel very good.
In the Amazon is more efficient plates, and so, just a link on that, because you've spoken about the fiscal who's this explorer in 1541 and 32 that's saying the left of the probably one of the first. That's just a few things. Probably find it difficult for the guys who took against.
Yes, which was really
so he said directly to him and said, I didn't there's like a few broken because it speaks to the thing. It's like no
they came down
I didn't mean it when I said I didn't love you so. Should have held my time, I never should have let you go. I didn't, I think I was stupid, I was foolish, I was lying, you got to tell. I couldn't have fathomed what I never did without you, girl. I couldn't imagine I was sitting here beside myself. There's something you feeling me, but I feel everything I never felt. The feeling that I'm feeling now that I don't hear your voice. I'll have you touch and kiss your lips, cause I don't have a choice. The world needs to be every day, I'm by myself right here. Cause baby, until you left, I lost a part of me. It's still so hard to believe. Come back, baby, please. Together together. What's gonna leave you when I'm getting rough? What's gonna be when the sun comes up? What's gonna be the place there ain't nobody better? Baby, baby, we together. It's me that night. You are on my mind. I remember the radio singing to me. If you think you're lonely now, maybe this is too deep, too deep. I gotta change the station, so I turn it down, trying to catch a break. And then I hear baby face. I only think of you, it's breaking my heart. Trying to keep it together, but I'm falling apart. My element, growing things right, trying to figure out where the hell I'm at. In the song, it's like you need to take it my life, baby. And you let down the part of me. It's just so hard to believe. Come back, baby, please don't be together. Wasn't gonna be sometimes get rough. Who ain't gonna talk to me when the young comes up? Just to make it place there and nobody knows. Oh, baby, baby, we belong together, baby. When you left, I lost a part of me. It's still so hard to believe. Come back, baby, please. We belong together. We're gonna be on when times get rough. We're gonna have to be when the sun comes up. We're not gonna get in place, there ain't nobody better. Oh, baby, baby, we belong together.
Find yourselves there on the outside. I think that they get as well as there. It took me
That's all it is to get a positive vibe.
there was moments
That was right, very good.
where there's no ego there. It's just, oh, you start realizing what you believe and praying that you'll be okay, and then trying to summon whatever you held down to survive. And that's it. So it's actually, again, it's kind of a blissful state when you walk that line between like adventure and tragedy, and sort of keep yourself right at that very, very fine line. But,
Ever feel death to you?
no, I don't want to die. I want to, I love the people in my life. There's a lot of things I want to do, but every time I can certain that I'm going to die, it's going to happen very, very, very. I'm just sort of like, okay, this is how the movie goes. This is how it goes. Here's the set. Yeah, which is reassuring.
You mentioned person. Just to let you down this way, it's, there's been a few not more like you in his life. He's documented a couple of them. What lessons do you draw from visiting him or into the wild, those kinds of stories? Like, were you ever afraid people do?
Oh yeah, I actually think that instinct under God. I said I almost go into the wilds of myself. I went out there and really I got so lost and so destroyed that I said this is going to be the next one. This is going to be the next story of somebody who came from New York who went to the Amazon thinking he was person across it and then vanished. Because if you do vanish that way, he's going to be consumed in that things. Like tube. If we see an animal dead on the trail, it's dung beetles and fly larvae, vultures, there's a whole pecking order, black vultures, yellow vultures, pink vultures, they're all pecking. That thing is picked clean. Like,
What is the creature that eats most of you?
probably the vultures. Probably the vultures and the maggots. It's really quick. It's really, really quick. Like if you, even as far as like you can't leave food out. Like if you have like a piece of chicken, I'll leave it if you want to leave it out. It's not good, but
Where's enough example? Like, what is that a beautiful story? It's both comical, genius. This would be what goes on. Do you like the visuals? Or do you like the
I do. I love Rothschild and I love his documentary, The Burden of Dreams, which is in the Amazon, not very far from where I work. And the sheer madness that you see this man going, just trying to recreate all over a mountain, is wild. And the extras that he hired to play things are all I think they're much again tribes. They just look like all the things that I hang out with. So, they're doing all this stuff in the jungle that months and months and months, and you can just see him deteriorate because the jungle, the boat. You know how many times I've tied up a boat to the side of the river? This just happened like a year ago. I tied up through COVID and pretty much just lived in there. And there's nobody there, no support. And I tie up a boat, and the rain is just happening. Like the universe is trying to rip the earth. The rain is just going, the river's rising and rising. And then you go to sleep, you gotta wake up every 2 hours to check the boat. The boat is thrashing back and forth. So all night, every 2 hours, I wake up, barefoot, and driving the rain, like don't fall very down, so you can go down and check the boat. And then by morning, I fell asleep, woke up, checked the boat. I was just gonna get my coffee. I was so done. I was so at the end. I wrote everything down. And then we got 15 minutes of heavy rain until the boat sank. So now I'm stuck up with nothing. And it's like that type of thing. It's like no matter how hard you try, the jungle's just like, listen, you're nothing. You are nothing. And so it's that constant reminder. So Herzog really threw himself into that in that film. And it's great.
What do you think you meant by the line? It's a land that God, if he exists, has created.
So we enjoy that. Yeah. I grew up.
You did really appreciate it.
I think he appreciated it, but to him, it was very dark. You know, I think he saw the darkness in it, and that's there. Sure, it's as soon as you do ayahuasca, that door opens and you see the darkness because it brings you right into the jungle, the heart of it. But I think that for him, it is. I think that darkness is something that he embraces and he loves. There's another film of his, and I don't know if this is accurate, but my memory has it, that there's a penguin. I think it's in Antarctica. The penguin's going in the wrong direction, away from the ocean. And I feel like he goes on this monologue about how he's just hanging out. This one penguin is just marching towards,
Well, he is, because I remember that book, documentary, and what Warner says is that the penguin is deranged.
Yes.
He's lost his mind. And I took offense to that.
Yeah.
Because maybe that's a way to explore it. Like, how do you know there's not something a lot more? Like, it could be a love story. Those penguins get super attached.
It's mate was over
Yeah, or it's a lost mate. The last time I saw it, this is like the great explorer. We assume animals are like the average of the world. Like every animal we track is just the average. We're special. It's just like we're special humans. That could be a special penguin.
It could be. And I had the same thought. I was like, I found it beautiful how he is. What I took away from that was I found that Werner Herzog's monologue there was brilliantly done and also comedic, but maybe irrelevant biologically speaking. So, which happens a lot then. Because I find like there's so many times where I find people be like, do you think that animals could show compassion? And you feel like a bunch of people that have never left the pavement talking about how this one animal helped another one. It's like, don't ask kangaroo all animals can show compassion. Go talk to anybody that works on a daily basis with animals, And so, like, to me, there's always a little bit of frustration in hearing people sort of like pleasantly surprised that animals aren't just, these automatons of, just what's the word, like program in nothingness.
First of all, what have you learned about this book on people? If you was just as well as no person. But what kind of wisdom on animals do you draw from that?
The wisdom from Jane was so diverse. First of all, she's someone that, the work that she did at the time she did it was so incredible. She was out there and very much doing that field work. She was naming her subjects, which everyone said she broke every rule. She was assigning, and everyone's like, you're anti-career-advisors, and I'm not saying that they're doing this and that. And she was like, no, they're interacting, showing love, they're showing compassion, they're showing hate, they're showing fear. And she broke straight through all of those things. And it paid off in dividends for her.
Do you see the animals as having all those feeling like emotions of anger, of compassion, of longing, of loneliness, and what you see, especially with animals. There are different species out there. Do they have all that?
On the scale of a cockroach to an elephant, like a lot of these things, and I wonder about this stuff all the time. I'll have a praying mantis on my hand, you know, or you'll see a spider make a complex decision. I'm going to make my life there. You know, how are you doing this? How are you? Because he made a calculation. You know, it's smart. I was in the jungle not that long ago, and I was walking. All of a sudden, this dove comes flying through the jungle, right up to my face, lands on a branch, like right here, right next to me. I look at the dove looks at me, she's like, yeah, and she's clearly like panting. Why are you so close to this? Is weird. And then an ornate hawk flies up 10 feet away, looks at both of us, and just like scowls and like sticks up its head feathers and just flies off. And the dove was like, sweet, thanks. Like, put me in the direction. And I was like, dude, you just used me to save your life. The dove knew.
See, right? This is what, because there's different, there's Mike Tyson and there's Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
And sometimes I wonder when I look at different creatures and insects, like, is this Mike Tyson or is this Einstein?
Yeah.
Like, this one, or other kinds of stuff. Like, is this a New Yorker or is this a Midwestern? Or is this a San Francisco barista of the insects? Like, there's all kinds of personalities. You never know. You can't like project. Like if you run into a bear very angry, if he was just the asshole you look at.
Yeah.
As opposed to
what do you say about New York?
exactly. Running over. So speaking about communicating with the dog, you first met the crew in the Amazon. You talked about JJ as somebody who could communicate with animals. What do you think JJ is able to see and hear and feel that other stuff is able to communicate?
When I say this is the most skilled jungle man I've ever seen, I know so many guys in the region. He has libraries of information in his brain that we cannot have. It's just stunning. You know, I have seen him use medicinal plants to cure things that Western doctors can't cure. I've seen him navigate in such a way that he's not using the stuff. He's not using any discernible. You know, it's like when elephants. Sometimes like you'll watch a herd of elephants, and I'll be like, "Yo, let's go along this way." You see them sort of communicate. There's no audible sound. They'll just decide that they're going to. JJ has this way in the jungle. You know, he'll stop. He goes, "There's a herd of elephants. Where? Based on what? You know?" And he's like, "Just wait, you see." And they'll sit there. You know,
That's just experience.
it's an incredible experience. It's growing up barefoot in the Amazon, and the gift is that he can speak fluent English. And so when I bring tourists and scientists or news reporters down there, he can communicate with them. He's actually put on camera because he doesn't care about cameras. And like, you know, for instance, we were walking up the stream a few months ago, and I'm like, "Hey, look, jaguar tracks." And he went, and I was like, "What? Jaguar tracks?" He was like, "No, look harder." And I was like, the toes are deeper than the back. And he was like, "Where are they?" And I was like, "By the water." And I was like, "The jaguar's drinking. It's leaning to drink." And he was like, "That's right." He's like, "No, look behind you." And there's scat, big log of jaguar shit sitting there. It's got butterflies all over it. Fresh? Fresh. And then there's another one that's less fresh. And so he's teaching me. He goes, "Look at this. Look at this. Is that one as fresh as this one?" No. And he goes, "Now look up. There's 3 vultures above us. The kill is near us. The jaguar has been coming multiple times to the river to drink as it's feasting on whatever it killed. He's going, it's within 30 feet of us. It's like, I'm like, oh look, impressions in the sand. He's like, I just drew 19 feet. It's like watching Sherlock Holmes.
So this is something constant.
Incredible.
Does that apply also to be able to communicate with the actual animals, like read into their body movements directly, into their whatever that dog is saying to you, you could be understand? Or is that all just kind of taking in the complex structure of the conversation, of the interactions with different animals and environments? Like what is that you're able to communicate with another creature that he was able to communicate with? he knows the intentional pose, he knows the habits, he knows the perspective. When he talks about animals, he'll talk about each species as if it's a person. So he'll say, the jaguar, she never likes to let you see. And so he'll come back to the jungle. I was watching monkeys, and this jaguar was also watching the monkeys, but she was being so quiet, she didn't see me. And then when she see me, she feels so embarrassed that she fell over. And he'll tell you this story like as if he has interaction with like his neighbor. And and he'll be like, oh, the Puka Puka, he never does that. You won't see it do that. So one time he caught a fish, and that was such a big fish. It was a big, beautiful pseudoplatystoma, this tiger catfish, this amazing old fish, and they're all excited to eat it. That's so bad watching this thing gasp on the sand. Oh God, we don't eat this. This is for fun. Do that. And then I took my hand and I made like drag marks, so I could say, oh, it snuck back in the water. And so he walks up, he looks at it, and he was like, I hate you. I'm like, what? No, it must have just, he went, that's not what happens. He goes, it goes like this when it goes. He moved the track of the fish. And I was like, all right, Chicken, sorry, I'll catch you a quick fish.
So stepping back to that way you look at who was Santiago Duran? What's the big deal?
JJ's father was, at some point he was a policeman. At some point when he was a teenager, he was working on the boats that before this little gold mining city of Puerto Maldonado grew. The only way to get supplies in was to take the mules off the Tacacata River up to the next state, which is Puno. And the mules would come down from the mountains with supplies and he'd pilot those down. But they didn't have motors at that time, so he would be pulling the boats. He became this physically terrible companion. And I met him when he was in his 80s. He was still living out in the jungle by himself. And, I mean, he's seen an anaconda eat a tapir, which is a cow-sized animal. He'd seen uncontacted tribes face to face. He once killed an 11-foot electric eel, opened the back of the thing's neck, removed the nerve that he says was the source of the electric, then he cut his forearm, built that nerve into his forearm, rest of his life, and continued to be a jungle badass until the day he quietly leaned back at a barbecue and ceases to be alive. The man was incredible. But the secret that he told us was that if you want to find big animals, if you want to see the Yakuban, he was like, you have to go to the Hawaii, the place of all this, the place that became called the Floating Falls. And so he sent us there. It became like this pilgrimage. And, in the Amazon, a lot of the creation myths are based around the anaconda coming down from the heaven and carving the rivers across the river. And if you look at the rivers, it looks like that. It looks like the path of an anaconda falling through the jungle. It's even their own color. And so from the reference to the tribes of women, the Amazons, to the anaconda mother, everything in the Amazon is very feminine based. Even the trees, the largest trees in the jungle, the mother of the forest, the mother de la selva, is the Cape tree. It's a monster tree, it's beautiful ancient trees. And that was the beginning of the transition that we made from me being like, I hate school, I want to go on adventures. Jane Goodall has to do all this amazing stuff. I'm just a kid stuck here. To eventually becoming something that had to do with my identity became the jungle. My life became the jungle. The secret that he told us opened up here because when we started working with these giant snakes, it started getting attention. It started getting people to go, what are you doing? And it started allowing me to have experiences that solidified and nailed down the fact that this wasn't just like a weekend retreat. This was something that I was born to do.
It gave you more and more motivation to go into these uncharted territory of the Yakumama. Which, just to step back, what nations are we talking about here? Some geography. What are we talking about? Where is this?
So I'm in Peru.
Yeah, we're in Peru, which is a South American nation.
Peru is a South American nation. Brazil has 60% of the Amazon, which is unfortunate because anything that happens politically in Brazil has a massive impact on the Amazon. Peru western Amazon is where the Andes Mountains, the cloud forests, which is a mega biodiverse biome, falls into the western Amazon lowlands. And so you have the meeting of these two incredible biomes, and that's what makes this superlative, incredible, glowing of life on Earth. So yeah, we're in Peru, in Madre de Dios, which is the mother of God, which I always thought was such a beautiful, the jungle is the source of all. And so we were with the SA, we belong to a community that's called Infierno, which was given by the missionaries when they tried to go bring these people to Jesus, got so many arrows shot at them, it was called hell. And so Santiago Duran helped unite these tribes that were sort of scattered through the jungle with status, government recognized status as indigenous people. So he was sort of a hero, he was sort of a legend for a lot of stuff he'd done out there for just like shedding the jungle. He adopted 19 children, and the last one, the 20th child that he adopted was a refugee from the Shining Path that floated down the river. He just took it. This is just a guy that was, everything he did. Like when he died, the whole region. He was someone. So just the fact that I know him, just the fact that I knew him, like, I knew something out there.
So you have to get integrated into the culture of the place. The never slow way, which is quite weird for the
yeah, maybe it could have been tough, but it was I took to it. The jungle, they were very, JJ's teaching me about medicine. We were doing bird surveys and, taking data on the fall population. And JJ was just like, you really want to, he goes, you want to sleep. I only have a few weeks here. I don't know if I'm ever going to come back. I'm never going to sleep. So we'd be out every night looking for all the wildlife we could. I wanted to take photos. I wanted to see things. And then, the exchange came with that. He was like, I'm terrified of snakes. Which snakes? So I teach you how to handle snakes. And we just had this little exchange. And when I left after my first time back in 2006, I said, how can I help? And they were like, look, we're out here trying to protect this little island of forest that is going to be lost. And the more people that you can bring, the more knowledge and the more awareness that you can bring to this, it will help. And so really at that age, at 18 years old, I sort of started dabbling with the idea that I could be part of helping these people to protect this place that I love. And of course, at that time, that idea seemed like too large of a dream, too large of a challenge to that I could.
So what was the journey of looking for these giant snakes? Of looking for anacondas. What are
Anaconda is the largest snake. So you have articulated pythons in Southeast Asia. They're actually longer. But anacondas are massive bugs, live bird. And unlike a lot of other species, anaconda starts off with a 2-foot anaconda. It's a little thicker than your finger, it's a baby. And they're food for cane toads, herons, crocodiles, you name it. They're pretty harmless, defenseless. But as they grow, they're eating fish, they're eating crocs. They grow a little more, things like capybara, larger prey. And at the end of their life, a female anaconda, which are about a 25, 30 foot, 300, 400 pound snake with a head bigger than a football. And these things, that means that they'll impact the entire ecosystem. So it's very
moves up the food chain because
the apex predator of the ecosystem. So
you need your way up.
you your way up the food chain. If you can survive, like they're constantly at war with everything else. But, so I showed up in the Amazon. That's where the anacondas are. And they're like, it's not like that. They're like, it's you have to find these things. They're subterranean. They're living in these special swamps that people kill them. And so we went to the floating forest after we got back from an expedition. We caught a 12-foot anaconda. It's now become like this classic photo of me and this anaconda on our shoulders. 12 days out in the jungle on a hunting trip. We came back and showed his dad. And took the other with us. So that's the smallest anaconda we've ever seen. He was pathetic. And he was like, look, go to the door. He's like, go. He's like, I'm giving you permission. Go to the door. Go to
stay at night. And it was me, JJ, one of his brothers, and his brother took one look at it and was like, I'm out. And he started walking. Me and JJ get to the edge of this thing. And this is our friendship as well, just two idiots pushing each other farther and farther. And like I like put a foot on the ground and it all shook. And the stars are reflecting on the ground. I realized that it's a lake with floating grass on top of it. And there's islands of grass floating on this lake, very light and high. And the tops of trees are coming down on the surface of the water. So I start walking across this. JJ's going, these are big anacondas. JJ, that's a 2 foot wide, smooth path snaking through the grass. He's some anaconda. They don't have ears. We're walking, and it's like, maybe it's like 1 a.m. or something. And it was just like one of those moments where we saw it at the same time. And we're standing by the tail. And the snake was so big that, I mean, this must have been a 25-foot anaconda, devastating, with probably a 16-foot anaconda like sprawled across her. And they're laying in the starlight, floating on top of the lake, standing there in the middle of the Amazon. JJ I could feel the blood draining out of his face. And as a young, however old I was, maybe 20 years old, I was just like, if we could somehow show people this, it would be on the front cover of National Geographic, and we can protect all the jungle we want. And so I tried to catch it. Yeah, so I jumped on the snake, and the only measurements I had for this animal was that when I wrapped my arms around it, and so I was, my feet were dragging. For her credit, this anaconda did not turn around because her head was. And she went and she reached the edge of the grass island, which is like plunging into the dark. So I'm watching the stars vibrate as this anaconda is going. And I made the choice of either going headfirst down into the black, or stopping and just keeping my hand on this thing as it raced by me. I just felt the scales and the muscle and the power go by and then actually taper down to the tail until it slipped away into the darkness and his leg that just panting. And I turned around and I changed, what the fuck? What are you, man? And he was just like completely white, circles blowing, and I had to go, I'm going to take care of him. I was like, you okay? He was like, yeah. He just couldn't. And so we came back to that. Clearly the parameters of reality that we thought were possible are just a tiny fraction of what's happening. We now have that sort of recalibrate so we look at it. We're rubbing up against things that are bigger than we thought were possible. So we need to concentrate.
It's a lot dangerous. To humans.
Not at all. I mean, our cook's father-in-law was eating. But then again, afterwards, I mean, come on, every now and then somebody gets stung by a bee. It's like, it's once in a while. But you got a really big anaconda, really. And anybody that works in the wild, just, if you walk up to a giant crocodile, you walk up most of the time, they're going to run into the water. They don't want competition. They hunt in their way, their terms, sneaky. You're not going to see it. So with an anaconda, it's like, yeah, you're the guy who got eaten. You're drunk. You go to the edge of the water, you go for a swim by yourself on his own lake. Who's fault? But if you jump on an anaconda,
Hold on, they just say,
I think at this point, we've, the research we've done, I think I've handled the caught, over 80 anacondas in the field. Not one of them is bitten. They always choose flight over fight. They're like, just leave me alone, let me go. I'm just going to throw under this thing. They're not aggressive. I mean, no snake. No, so I actually the only time I get particular with the words is people go, that's aggressive. Well, black mambas are aggressive. No snake is aggressive. Rattlesnake is going to rattle and say, hey, back up. Cobra's going to stand up and show you what's good. And people go, you're just being aggressive. You're not being aggressive. He's going, don't step on me. Don't make me do this. They're actually being very peaceful. That's the way I look at it. Because if there was a cobra in the corner of this room right now, he would crawl under the curtain and we'd never see it.
Yeah, it's like Genghis Khan before conquering villages was offered to join the army.
It doesn't have to be like this.
You join us, nobody gets destroyed. If you want to be proud and fight for your country, then we're going to
A last chance.
exactly. Okay, so how do you actually, let's get back to this. There is, in part, you are a bit of a snake whisperer. So what is it that others don't understand that you do about snakes? What's maybe a misconception? Or what have you learned from the language you speak that snakes understand?
I don't know. It's an animal that has many times in my life I've been responsible for them helping. I started catching snakes when I was very young. I watched Steve Irwin go out and catch a garter snake or a black rat snake in New York, and then I had a rule that said I had to catch 100 non-venomous snakes before I'm allowed to handle a venomous snake if I ever need to handle a venomous snake. I was on a trailer one time, I think the Maryland State Park, and some guy, like some big hero, tells me, back up, I'm gonna get this, and like picks up a stick and he like goes like assault this poor copper that was sitting on the trail. And so like at like 16 years old, like to go and shoulder this guy out of the way, and I like got the thing by the tail and used a stick to very gently just put it off the tree. The copper was not going to do anything to him, but he wanted to beat his chest and show his wife that he was tough. But then in India, I've lived in India for 5 years at this point, in and out, periodically. And snakes are always getting into people's kitchens. One time we had a king cobra get into someone's kitchen, an 11-foot snake, a monster, god of a snake. This thing stood up, stand up and be able to get you over the table. And this terrifying monster thing, this giant gorilla dog thing, like, we caught it with one of the local snake catchers. We brought it out because, I wonder why I was in the kitchen. Looking for food, and he goes, no, they eat snakes. King Cobra, look your fingers now, eat snakes. And he goes, he's thirsty. So we got a bottle of water, we got bird juice, and she's standing up. Like, don't make me kill you, don't make me kill you. You're scaring me right now, I don't want to kill you. We took a bottle of water and poured it on her nose. She turned, you could see her just drinking. And the snake just took a long drink, she drank a whole water bottle. And then said, thank you so much, and crawled off. And it's like, to me, the fact that people are scared of snakes, they have symbolic hatred of snakes, someone's evil or the sneaky, we call them a snake. And like, to me, it's like when I take volunteers or researchers or students out into the jungle and we find an emerald tree boa or an Amazon tree boa or a vine snake, and it's like, it's one of the few animals that can really catch a bird and show it. You can't scare the bird, its feathers won't come out, you make it a heart. Snakes, you can lift up a snake. If there's a snake in the room and I can lift it up and say, this is how you hold it. And we can interact calmly with this thing and put it back on its branch and let it go. And I've seen what that does to people. I've seen how the wonder in their eyes. And so to me, snakes have always been this incredible link to teach people about wildlife, about nature.
Because they have naturally a lot of fear towards this creature, and to realize that the fear is not just grounded, or is not as deeply grounded in reality. Of course, there's always mean snakes, right? There's always going to be an asshole snake here and there. Well, okay, so back to that. How do you catch it? How do you catch it? Because it's such a 25-foot or even 12-foot giant snakes. How do you deal with this creature? How do you interact with it?
We had to learn how to do it. It was one of the first ones we caught that I would say maybe like a 16-footer, which is no joke of a snake. Goes like a basketball. It's like, we're on the canoe, and this is the early days. Like, now we're at a whole different level. This is back when we were barefoot, shirtless, and just guys in the Amazon. And JJ's like, get up, I just listened to him. Like, get off the boat. You come from the top. We're gonna come from the bottom. Okay. I just did as I was told. I came in. The snake is all curled up, dead asleep. She's got some butterflies on her eyes, trying to get salt and stuff. And all of a sudden, I see the tongue. They're paying attention to not crashing the boat, getting over there. We're all trying to run. The snake starts going into the water, so I run ahead, grab this snake, get her by the head. So I got her by the head. Okay, she can't get her.
We got it right behind the head, and it's got this thing for that.
Which I feel like, sorry to interrupt, like grabbing this thing with this giant head.
It's scary.
How hard is it?
It's not that hard to hold. The scary part is the moment of, it's like, if you ever done like a cliff dive or something, it's that moment where you go, do it, the time, like do it. And if your body's going, you got to do that. And you're like, do it.
Because you can't just jump perfect.
No, it's like crossing the street when there's a bus coming. It's like if you hesitate, it's more dangerous. You know, so like you go for it, and I got it. And I was like, I got her. And then coil goes over my wrists. All of a sudden, my wrists slap together, and you feel this squeeze that can crush the bones out of an animal bigger than me. And the next coil comes very quickly over my neck. Now I'm on my knees with my arms tied. If I wanted to let go of the snake, I couldn't. And my shoulders are coming together, and my collarbone is about to do it. And I tried to yell for JJ, and all that came out was like, so that's what they do with their prey. You know? So I attacked it. As far as the snake goes, I attacked it. She didn't realize she was going to measure her.
You started out as a big spoon. The snake became the big spoon.
Very much became a big spoon. And I would say I was 15 seconds away from having my entire ribcage collapse, and then JJ showed up and grabbed the tail and started grabbing. But then now we have a system. Now we know that. I've gotten more pet catches than anybody, so I'm usually the point guy. And
You're the first. Okay. The taking the big risky.
yes,
first step.
yes. Although it could be argued that there's a similarly large risk for the tail guy, because the anaconda's defense is to take a giant projectile shit. So the person that gets the tail is going to smell like anaconda for at least a week.
Yes, it's the least pleasant. You're taking the most dangerous one, right? Yeah, for the least pleasant job. It just is fascinating.
But what's really fascinating though is that because they're the apex predator, they're eating the fish, they're eating the birds, they're eating everything. Everything in this riparian ecosystem is absorbing the mercury that's coming off the gold mine region. And so anacondas can be indicative for us of how this mercury moving through this ecosystem. And this is a region where we've lost hundreds of thousands of acres to artisanal gold mining, where they use mercury to find the gold. They cut the forest, burn the forest, and then they run water through the sand. And the sand particles have bits of gold, not chunks, but just little, almost microscopic flecks of gold. And then they use the mercury to find that. And then they burn off the mercury, and that vapor goes up into the clouds. It's like everything else is all connected down there. And then brings down to the rivers. And so the people in the region are having birth defects from the mercury that's in the water. So we were starting at one point when we were doing most of our anaconda research, we were learning things like these animals actually aren't just ambush predators, which is what most of the literature would tell you, is that anacondas are ambush predators. No, they actually go hunting. They'll go find clay licks and salt deposits, and they'll go gush and pursue animals. And we were trying to take tissue samples to find out if anacondas could be used to study how mercury is moving through the ecosystem. And so that was really, it became, can we use these animals not only as ambassadors for wildlife and but also, looking for study this very, very little understood apex predator.
And one of the things you can learn is how mercury moves through the ecosystem, which can damage the ecosystem.
It's brutal. The gold mine that's happening down there is it's funny because we've been hearing a lot recently about the cobalt mines. And it's like, well, we are in the Amazon. We were down there with ABC News, I want to say a year and a half ago, with my friend Matt Guthrie, who's the chief correspondent for ABC. And he wanted to see the Amazon fires, he wanted to see some wildlife, he wanted to see the areas that were protected, and he also wanted to see the gold mine. And I've never gotten it so deep. We've met these Russian guys. People proving they were our lawyer's father was assassinated for standing up to the gold miners. There was 2 Russian guys though who had a legal mining concession, so way out past the machine gun guarded limit of the Pampas, which is where they would do all this gold mining. We got in there, took footage of the desert that is formed in what used to be the headwaters of the Amazon rainforest. And it's like there's a massive global scale ecological crime happening down there that you can see from space, from this unregulated mode. And the cops can't go there because they will be murdered. It's completely lawless. What's the machine gun? It's the border of this area that they call the pampas, which is where the rainforest has been cut and completely destroyed. It looks like Mars. It's just sand. And inside of the stairwell are gold miners. And we tried to get in there to film years ago, and there's just a lot of guys with machine guns and stuff like that. And the Russian guys had access somehow. They'd come down with a bit of money and they had a new system. Yeah. And actually, what was interesting is while I was in there, they're very friendly. Really, really two friendly gold miners. And they, one of them while I was there, he kind of tapped me on the shoulder. He was like, look at those guys. He was like, those guys over there. He goes, I just heard them say your name. And he goes, that's not a good thing. Because they know exactly who. Because I wouldn't keep posting to Instagram about gold mining in the Amazon. And I was like, thanks for the warning. And then, in June, somebody pulled up beside me on a motorcycle, and I got a more stern warning. But
They pay attention to information because they don't want to around to find out.
the last thing they want is to be shut down. But the gold miners are notorious for, just whacking people and throwing them in a pile of, gold mining leftovers. It's really like the Peruvian government has to get the military to go after them. Like the work we've done with gold miners, converting them into conservationists has all been like I've seen the Peruvian Navy come down, literally blow up gold mining barges. It's a war. It's a war being fought in the Amazon.
So it's possible to convert them into conservationists. This kind of process, like or is that like you say that just?
No, I say that in absolute sincerity. We went upriver, up the Malinowski River 7 years ago. I think it was 2018, and everyone was like, "You are going to die. Like, you will be shot." And the reason we were able to do it with relative safety was that the gold miner that we were going with was the brother-in-law of one of my closest friends, our expedition chef and one of the directors of Jungle Keepers. And they said, look, you can go, just keep a low profile. So I went up with the photographer and we spent a week there, and dead animals everywhere, deforestation everywhere. And the things that we saw were so horrible. And we're living with these gold miners that are, they're getting their gold, they're burning off the mercury. I watched the guy smoking a cigarette, burning the mercury off of his gold with the vapor going straight into his face with his child right there. And unbelievable negligence of just sanity, and then towards the end of the week, the Peruvian Navy comes down the river and everyone starts scrambling. And I was like, I'm just going to sit here with my hands up because, and they didn't even stop. They found the gold mining barge and the floating thing in the river that just plumbs the bottom of the river, just sucks all the sediment up. And they stopped and they strapped a bunch of explosives to this motor. And good Lord, the sound of this explosion just metal raining down all over the place, and it was wet. A bunch of guys with fatigues and just kind of like looked at us like, dude. And I sat there with this gold miner and I went, now what? And he went, well, now we're getting a new motor. I'm like, why don't you just do something else? And he goes, what else is there? And I went, look what we do. I sat there with my phone and I was like, see this? These are pretty tourists. And we feed them food. And we showed them tarantulas and macaws. And he looked at this and he went, he goes, that looks like so much fun. And it is so much fun. We show people, we bring students to the jungle. He goes, we're saying if I go do it live, we'll bring people. And I came back a year later and sat there with a chainsaw, a handsaw, and some nails. He cut down like 17 palm trees and he built ecotourism.
There he is. How you doing, Zoo?
You give them another challenge.
And that's what we've been doing for jungle keepers, for loggers, for all kinds of extractions. Look, what do you make? You make $15 a day distributing the ancient trees of the jungle. What if we paid you $35 to have a uniform job and help
Can I identify
security?
as that character?
You can use all of the jungle knowledge you gained as a logger to protect yourself. Who would you love?
Can you say what the time water is that as a threat to
Yeah, well, when I first took the picture, I think it kind of recognized me as being a different, perhaps
There are people
different
that
looking,
live
because I had
and
on
they're
like,
jungle
I don't know,
people.
maybe a hat or like this,
The rainforest
and then
is
they were
very
just taking it on,
especially
in a room that was
very
probably
challenging.
dark. So you can't change it. So, because I know I changed
Use
the
all
form
of
of
it.
the or
Using a lot
seeing that I had the option to take it. All right, so what you do,
So for them, it's more like, and that's the look.
oh yeah,
So this, again, these are outdoors. These are guys that love jumping.
you have it on iOS.
So they, in the 90s, we had mahogany for people. They would not have mahogany. And these people find the mahogany tree. If you want to talk about like carbon sequestration,
What was it?
The ancient hardwoods were like 60% of the carbon.
No way, that's
They have
it.
an outsized disproportionate mass.
All right.
That ancient density of the wood. And so these loggers go out and they cut the wood that's most valuable and then they bring it back to town and sell it.
All right, here's how you change it. You ready?
So the
Are you
thing
ready?
is
Okay.
when I got to the Amazon, it was loggers.
You go to your.
And if you talk to a lot of like PhDs that I work with, always very hot odds with the loggers. And then I think JJ would sit down.
Sure. Okay, so you go.
Let's all sit down.
I don't know if you can see, but this is what it looks like.
And the opportunity for not vilifying these people came to be like, oh, these are
So basically, go to the camera,
great, and then of course out the
and
wild,
then in the upper left corner,
flipped over.
you should see your what's called a bit emoji. That's where I put that black dot.
There are also many people who love
Click it, and then in the upper right corner, you should see a
aren't
gear.
necessarily looking to
You see
destroy
a gear.
bloggers who look at trees that
Yes.
are cut. This is a shame. Started out,
Okay.
they're
then,
just like, this is where the paycheck comes from.
You should at least put my name, username, birthday, mobile number, email,
And
Snapchat,
tell me,
Bitmoji.
this whole situation, this guy was alive, there's strong controversy around that. Can you explain
Okay,
that whole project, the discovery?
That's different.
Maybe I'll
You
tell
see
you
where
what
it says Bitmoji?
which I know
Yes
you're
or no?
sufficiently saying that you do at the is that issue possible?
I mean,
You
the
see where it says Bitmoji?
suit that they made, that was, in hindsight, that was the result
Okay,
of,
and then you change my outfit, edit my Bitmoji,
you go to the jungle and you start seeing these beautiful places,
and then
these incredible
edit it
species,
to be whatever you want.
evolving relationship with these animals. And then you watch it get
Makes sense.
we watch it burn. Every places that are crucial to my soul, I have seen leveled and turned to ash. And at some point, we started going, someone has to do
I
something.
identify whatever that
As
is.
you look to your right, you look to your left,
I
you use
identify whatever that is.
green forests have been destroyed since the start. That's cliche.
Very cool.
And so we started trying to do something.
All right, let's get our
putting
friend in here.
emphasis on
Do you have a way?
publicity, a little bit more emphasis on getting the message out there. So I started trying to see what was going to work. And we started firing shots in the dark and seeing, JJ's going to have to help us do something. Okay, so from 18 years old now, I'm 23 years old. All of a sudden, this place isn't foreign to me anymore. It's home. And so we're trying to take involved in the attention to this place that you can't go out there. Yet you're standing next to a boulder of progress, of destruction, and it's about to roll onto the forest and just destroy it, snuff out all that life, and no one's there to do anything about it. So you go, is
Were you
there
able
any
to contact him?
that I can put myself in front of this book and hold it back? And you're talking about the global economic reality. It's just a massive system. So what's the most dramatic possible thing I could do? So if you find yourself flown to LA as a 23-year-old dude, and you're sitting there with some guy who's like spinning a pack.
You and I are as major
What can you
against rights
show us now?
I mean, nation.
These anacondas in the world, talk about mercury and biorelation, how these animals are understood.
No way, Plato's got a different icon, dog.
The coolest show ever. He goes, yeah, not good. So that cycle.
Are you sure?
Someone at some point in one of those meetings said, what if we show people
They want to play against each other.
huge? somebody with an anaconda? And I said, I mean, I kind of joked.
All right, do you want to play each other until
The
we
only way
come?
that's feasible is if you like make a suit with a breathing apparatus, let the snake eat you, and come back out
Right.
safely and make sure you
All
get
right,
the
I'm
snake.
sending you.
They're like, okay, you're on. I was like, oh, shit.
So I should mention as a small tangent. I think I mentioned it about
Well, we'll find out right now. No, listen, it's to be old school.
while traveling to the United States.
Which way you gonna go
On my
to?
way to Boston.
Which way you gonna go?
And on my way to Boston, I did a conversation with Mr. Bees, Jimmy, and I got a chance to hang out with him today. And one of the things we did was have
That's a
a lengthy brainstorm session with his team. I was observing, but it was interesting
He's gonna get attached to the truck.
the
What a good shot.
conversation.
But I'm easily water.
Easily because he's revolutionizing and he's also doing he's trying to figure out how to help people. I would love to actually. I started to just brainstorm.
Yes.
So extravagant.
Yeah.
We really take the situation with these. Here's the point that I'm really proud of everything about. It's being destroyed. What's the sex of it?
Yeah. How do you get people to watch something? You know, we all change the channel when they show us the kids are going to this one stuff. Nobody wants to see it. It's like with the rainforest, it's like we know. I'm going. I could give data on that. I could show photos of burning forests. And so I was looking for what would do it. So the live thing,
Are you happy
without
with that
spending
shot?
too much time on a massive misstep was, I agreed to do it. They paid me at the time more money than I had made before, which was very much needed because nobody pays you to be a conservationist. So I was a very poor 23-year-old who was like, yes, I would love that. Please, you know what? This is the start of a TV career. We got shafted so bad. I mean, they used, somehow they changed our voices, they changed the things we said, they changed the message of the film. There was one point where we caught a 19-foot snake and I was holding her head, and this is such a beautiful animal, the queen of the Amazon. This is such a great moment for my fist on the head as this made so many babies and stars, was talking about just the poetry of this incredible dragon. And then the producer goes, yeah, that's great. Listen, if that was to bite you, what would happen? And I was like, well, bit you, you know, bleed out, lacerate down here. So they didn't show me the film the night before I went on that live show, and I said I am not endorsing this film. And they called it Expedition on the call sheet. They called it Expedition EA, Expedition Amazon. All of a sudden they changed it to even way past, wait. I said you're gonna make people think that it actually happened, not that they're attempting it. And I said I'm not gonna. They called me and said you're going on live TV. They said you let us know what level they were going to show. It was very threatening going on. And so I had to go out and smile for the cameras. And there was something that was extreme. And the scientific community was like, you're an idiot. We don't want to ever see you again. There's a lot of opportunities. PETA came first thing. PETA came out and people were like, we need to try to break a snake, which I wanted to do. And then the American public was like, you know, you said you're going to get eaten by a snake. And I didn't. So everyone was pissed. They basically had to exile. So I had to so furious.
What gave you strength to that? How difficult was it? I did you use it
I spent so much time on the ground with wildlife. It's such a devout and important thing. And it got turned into a sideshow. It got turned into a joke. And then not just a joke, it got turned into like, I am somehow bad. You know, I'm irresponsible. Jimmy Kimmel told me to have sex with him. I was stunned. Like, it was like, it got really rough. And it misfired so bad. When you hear these like motivational speakers talk about, you know, just gotta keep trying. Sometimes I'm gonna fail hard. Like, that one I got hit in the head with a baseball. That was tough. And at the time, I was not fine. And I looked around. Like at this point, I'm still glad I did it. People understand that I thought, what a room full of people that you don't know look you in the eye and shake your hand and say, trust us. Do you have, if you remember this argument, towards discovery, towards the people that be able to figure it out? Literally, that's what they did. They literally put out a document saying, it's not going to There's a documentary where they took a bunch of scientists who were like oceanographers and they like showed them ancient footage of mariners saying seals were everything. Who cares? It's. I was young. I got brought to Hollywood and I spit out letters, and that's not their fault. There's that there's that parable about the frog that gets the scorpion to ride across the water. And I'll give you a ride, just don't stink. Get to the other side, the scorpion stinks. The frog goes, why did you do that? Because I'm a scorpion. It's not their fault. Nature, but how do you become much more well-known, much more successful?
Now, I wonder if it's if I leave
Can you
it.
return to those people that use the machine to get attention? Because some people
It's a long shot, but
I think that most of the success that we have in protecting people and it's the levels that we've reached so far. I think back to days of catching the snakes with JJ and the boat, and now the massive ecological reserve we have, the team of rangers and loggers, all of that is because of the ability to show people. And so I'm open to the fact, if somebody came and gave a sort of like what David in the past, so that you can be yourself, you can swim, or you can smoke, do whatever you want to do, go out there and show us the real thing. But now I know how much contracts.
oh no,
Anything
yeah.
right to refuse.
Oh
They can't
no.
change. And so I'd almost rather just do it like the way I think like Mr.
Oh,
Beast does stuff where it's like you get a crew of guys and some seed money and go film the episodes and put it out. I mean, a committee never helps real hard do that. It has to come from the source of inspiration. So I think that you get JJ and the crew of people, the guys in Africa, or doing health and conservation, that you gotta show people. I mean, that's why Joe Rogan is important. That's why you're important, because you're not being filtered through this ridiculous
If you
system.
go all the way, it's wrong back.
Yeah, that's why Joe is on inspiration. You don't need a crew of bunch of people. You don't need a crew of 1 or 200 people. That's it. My things different day. By acquiring us, there's a few other folks now that it's just they make great ones. The creative director. Somebody told me shows about visiting LA. I think it was they were saying that now for all consumer teams in Hollywood movies, there's a casting director, so two people have accepted. There's a third person that ensures that unfilmed, so it's not, but there's still interest.
Oh,
But there's a third person that ensures that everyone's covered and the actors, so that always moves the chemistry of the scene. So it's a very Hollywood thing. I understand those people. It's usually it comes from the director pushing things too hard. If you just leave it to the actors, they know the boundaries and the intimacy directors know.
ready for this? Fuck yeah, dog. Oh, I thought we were getting tied. Don't ever call me. Count it out. How'd you like that shot, dog?
Is the greatest part. In order for me to tell the story that I can tell, like what changed the game for me was
First, third.
I want to tell you this story. So
Did you call? Did
2019,
you call?
the Amazon Fire started popping up. We just got film
Called
the
you?
month earlier, some small documentary, and they've been following me as if I was there, as if I was on a solo.
You called?
But as we were driving past the spot where the flame was set, the forest was being destroyed. I went out there with overheated in like 2 minutes. It's like you can't use it. But for a second, I was out there in the flames, picking up animals, throwing them off to try and just get them cooled off. I was trying to get snakes out of there. Everything was, the birds were flying, and I fucking lost it. I was red-eyed. I was crying. And I was going, this is happening every fucking day. I was screaming. It was the first time that I've done it. Because I've seen the burn so many times. I just lost it. I don't know what made me pull out my phone, because usually I forget the documentation. I forget the stuff to do it. And then a month later, I'm calling the door, and all of a sudden, this news Amazon burn first this year.
I have a 1200.
I've never cursed on it.
Did you contact Verizon?
My phone was 100%. I put it on top of the refrigerator when I went to bed. I woke up in the morning, my phone was on the floor on 2%. It was ringing off the hook. And it was like the news. I knew the guy that posted that viral video about the Amazon. And that was the start. That's where it grew up. And that's where we went from barefoot in the Amazon to, all of a sudden, I was talking head for 3 weeks and going around on all these news stations. And all of a sudden, I was like the spokesperson for the Amazon. JJ's calling me. Go. Like, get us that support. And it's just, so communicating with people, bringing that into that reality, whether it's, rhino culture, the Amazon movement show, it's like, for me, it's like being able to take people into that is something that I love. Yeah, and you directly, like this is on Instagram. People should definitely find Instagram. I think we work with cars on Instagram too. Well, the end of that story actually kind of involves it. Because I went to all these news outlets and I was living in green rooms and traveling around and I was all strung out. I hadn't seen anybody I actually know in 2 weeks. And I finally got home and it was like a family party and I was like, dude, it's been crazy. I was like, yup. And then I left and my cousin Michael called me and screaming, what? He goes, Joe Rogan just shared it. Joe Rogan just shared it. Everyone was losing their shit. It was so amazing. It was like, that's when it really took off. And what happened as a result of all of this is that a Canadian entrepreneur who started Lightspeed reached out. And several months later, after COVID, after that boom, I've been in the game for maybe 13 years or something. No savings, no job, nothing. And after that great publicity thing, nothing happened.
All right, you ready to go?
Waves came and everything got real exciting. Everybody reached out because we care so much. Nothing happened. We can run into that. And I made a phone call to my Morrison right at the start of COVID. And I was like, divorce. And it broke. And I said, I'm going to get a job. I said, I can this is stupid. To be tours and business is done. Job is going to strike out.
I mean, there's an argument to be made that everything, all that which happens in
the analogy of being
universe
JJ,
happens.
Trying to hold this boulder back and just destroy
Random. There's another argument to be made.
And he gave us the funding to start actually developing a region program, to start actually bringing the others to be protected, to be supporting smaller conservation farms. And now,
let's say
50,000 acres of green farms.
You had a really bad
street
great grandfather.
Soup and double that. It's like this
thing.
So
you might be punished. And let's say that great grandfather lived a really bad life, a really immoral life.
That social media,
but nothing ever happened. Well, there's an argument to be made that kind of what goes around comes around, and that perhaps you, his great grandchild, will have a bad set of circumstances in your life because of what your ancestors did.
While I do appreciate,
Does that make sense?
Also that technology, the robots, I wouldn't need everywhere.
Either way, at some point, make sure you cover that. It definitely really helped push us over that limit. Enough people see it. You get someone like that who says, I can, and have the resources to help. And that
back to the jungle. Yeah, what your reactions to Jaguars? How do you
And dude, Jags aren't
Well, perhaps that's
say
true
this.
that
Jags
Jaguars
are
are
not the danger that
all
all
had
trees
come
are
to
danger.
that. I personally
Story.
would say that
Then
we
you want to go out
should
a lot, but
only rely
Jags,
on
I was one, so JJ started in Santiago.
your relationship with that person and don't take into account perhaps
Go out alone.
their ancestry or what their
Have a hammock, a
They-
lamp, 3
their
days worth of
previous
food,
generations
some
have done.
machete.
And
That's
thus, I would say
So
that
one of the stories that
You
happened early on
hurt
in
someone,
there was
you
rain
did a bad thing, you doing a bad thing. Not your
This is
role
test.
to be like the karma police and get everybody back for everybody else. So
You listen
just
to the things that
treat everybody equally and fairly and as
there
kindly
was
as
one night
possible.
that I was going to have,
And
and the jaguar
hopefully
came up. I was asleep.
things
She
will
came up right next to my head. She was, I could hear her smelling.
even out.
And then my first
And
instinct was to turn
then
on my head. Just
there-
the sound of my arm moving against the
Oh,
material.
that's like their
She just
badness, so to speak,
right
Oh,
here.
stop.
feel it, right.
will be eventually.
And that's one of those moments where you felt you really felt because I wasn't scared. I felt like I understood the intentions of the cat. If she was hunting her, she was scared. I was lost. I didn't know if I was
What
ever
kind
going
of
to get out
drugs
of
would
it.
it come?
What she did was energize. So it was an experience like the giant time. So this is so much that it's
Yeah,
so
is that really that
cinematically outside the realm of what I thought my life would be, that it made me like, wait,
No.
because the previous day I was lost, tired, confused, kind of devastated, between my legs. After that, this
Okay,
amazing
but that's like for the federal
woke up. Even though I've been in this swamp for 3 days, I'm gonna find my way out of this swamp.
This is a
Just like
very hard.
breathe fire. It's like that's nuts. I could be 6 inches away from the jaguar's face.
I understand that.
And you're
I get that. So
you
you should.
feel
Oh, what a good shot.
the jump.
Oh, you got one.
Yeah, that was the sign.
You should perhaps
So what
just allow time to
you said you had an hammock, here's some food.
work it out.
What kind of food?
And like, it's not your role to
Because you can't. So you can't really start
take
fire.
down pharmaceutical companies.
I'm a good fire. I'm not can't all over the place. I'm really this guy. Starting fire.
Oh, what a shot.
Back a lot of survival. So you don't do it. If you're really lost in the focus, I'm not going to be able to do it. Yeah, so that's don't even try. But you can still get like that environment.
You got that perfect.
Layout, you know, you can still exposure can still get you. So you want fire. I even at the beginning I used to do like ramen, which is but nutritionally is irrelevant. So I started bringing like nuts and then supplementing out with fish, which is very deficient. Now, of course, JJ knows he can like they can cut certain groups and like batch it up and put it in a stream. The fish just float to the top. He's got all the cheap things. Whereas like I'm sitting there with a
It is such an advantage to go first on this one.
find bait. And the most competitive ecosystem on earth with what you can't do. What does JJ do? He takes the machete, with his foot, cuts a slug of callus off of his spear, so it's thick right on the back. Puts that on the head, catches a 6-inch fish, chops it in half, puts it on a bigger bag. And in 15 minutes, he's got a 4-foot giant catfish that can feed a family of 16, and he's happy. I'm sitting there, trying to like, stick a beetle on a fishing boat. Yeah, just a line, just a line. And then you just chop up. You just chop it up. You just chop it up soft. So you still doing it? I like for the food that I drink, not the
You can't even make
So
it.
I have some nuts. I can shove in enough calories to get me through the night. Or like leave a fishing line. I like something there. But yes, I can start a fire, but a lot of times
I probably do over the course of this because
not with
the amazing thing about it is because it's
so you have
so much footage,
diesel.
I am like it can all be there. Like somebody could be like, oh, I've listened to like here's one that I thought about. I listened to this one song. I listened to it. It's just like background noise, 24/7 for like at least 2 or 3 years. And I think that could be a record of just the person who listened to the song the most amount of time. Under normal circumstances, though, that's a hard thing to verify because it'd be like, well, how do you prove it? But at least in my case, I can just say, just watch the video. And there's a lot of stuff that I've done. Perfect game.
So, yeah. So, yeah, there's a picture.
It's just kind of like filler song that I just play.
What was the infection? Like, yeah, and how crazy are you for a really infection? Stay with it before you get the choice. No, I did have a choice. I was 19 years old and I was taking care of a giant animal.
It would have been better if it all went.
And my job was to teach her the jungle. So when I started like noticing that I had an infection, that I think I dengue at the time too, I went back to town, probably picked up nursery, came back into the jungle. I got progressively sicker and sicker. I was 2 weeks, 3 weeks in the jungle, and it got to the point where my vision went black and white. I passed out and I knew why at the time I had shaved that day. And when I woke up the next morning, I couldn't open my eyes because the pus had come out of my eyes and out of my pores and my face. I was in my cuts and the pillow was stuck in my face. I was stuck up there with no help at 19 years old. And also, you see that picture, imagine that I assumed that my life was over. I didn't know what it was. And I also didn't assume that, or at the very least, I figured I'd be disfigured. I didn't think there was anything better. And so I remember sitting by the side of the river praying that the boat would come by. It was the rainy season for us to be in the boat because the river was just psychotic. And so it was a long time before I got back to town. I didn't want to leave the anteater, but became the house. I realized I was dying. And then I finally got it over with some loggers, but yeah, they were just loaded with. These guys were having a gun, they were trying to shot everything they could and keep on stage and they were selfish. So it was like baby monkeys and toucans and birds in cages and pieces of crocodiles and cotton skins and jaguar skins rolled up. And it was just like, I was just laying there with all these dead animals and all the flies on my face. Got back to the hotel, called my mother.
Oh shit.
Flight out to death.
I had a hair on my phone
And
and I just moved my fingers.
somebody said I do remember that in the haze, at this point I was having trouble staying conscious, but I do remember that she like looked over, like trying to see what was sitting next to her, and then she got up and never came back. And when I got to immigration, the cop, he like takes my passport and goes, hey, goes, what are you doing? He's looking down, he goes, yeah, he holds up the passport. Whoa, what? And I said, no, that's fine. I'm trying to. He goes, he stamps and he goes, go, God bless. He's like, oh shit. And then they put me in the room in the hospital, like the hazmat suit, and what it was. I spent like 5 days on IV antibiotics for like 4 different days. The doctors were like, don't go that close.
Yeah, that's what my picture. I mean, people should check out the book to see the picture because I imagine you just laying unable to see a user power with you're like half hallucinating.
Yep.
And there's no plus there's this creature who you become parent of, that you love. I mean, most people have never been in a place like that. Where did you find strength in that place?
I just remember writing.
I don't really know.
It was really dark. It really felt like it was the end. I was writing, to find me out here. So, all that type of stuff. Was, I don't know about strength. There's no strength. There's just like, and at some point, it was like, you'll take me down remember taking them to,
You just got lucky with the lunches. You get that food. Yeah, okay, fine.
how did you fix it? I don't know. I mean, we always have some sort of little shit. But the thing is now, JJ taught me that there's like 3 different trees that
Oh.
can grow infections. And most of the time, the cheap drugs. Now there's you have a small infection. You do something like you got one for it, but it's sort of like a seed fly. It's a little fussy. There's a fly living in your skin. You put that on there, not only will it kill the fly, but it'll kill the infection. Like a horse infection, okay, spikes and syphilis, you can use that. Now completely heal, that will murder. It's like fire out there. It will murder infection. So like
Let's see it.
these are heavy chemical compounds running through these trees, and they know all about it. So whatever it is, so now at this point, that's no longer an issue because at the time, JJ had been there.
Oh, no way.
So these are open roots, and they're
No way.
just stuff.
You can make it in
It's not separate with the crop plants. There's a creature that unfortunately, very, very, very unfortunately, likes to make its home inside the flesh of animals. So the flies attach their eggs to mosquitoes. Mosquitoes go and seek out home-loved animals. The eggs, microscopic eggs, fall into your skin and they begin to grow, and sooner they'll twitch. And it's a worm living inside of you. It's like vertical down.
Oh, no.
At first, it's not a problem. When it gets about as thick as that can, it starts to hurt. You got a hole. You have a little breathing tube that comes up, and they breathe, and they go back in, and they eat, and they come back up to breathe. You have a threat. And it's like one of those. I have lots of those. It starts to take big yeah. The joke is somebody dig it up. You gotta get a irritant, so like a lot of times do down there is something with a massive drag of a cigarette, just with the power like exhale, you get
I can fuck it up.
some of the talk, or you get a cigarette, and then with a knife, you put that right over the hole.
Really need, like,
Slap some gas and breathe. And eventually, as it goes through 2 hours, they'll come up looking for air, and then you got to grab them with the tweezer and try not to rip them. You got to squeeze the whole stuff. Keep that pop flash. Like, oh,
yes, you
pop
can.
flash time, let's go. Squeeze.
With a tie.
You can like take
got
a
it,
piece
folks.
of your neck and you
Beautiful
think he's going to break your skin. They'll just squeeze until his neck comes out. And you can
No, that's still not
give you something. Yeah, you don't want to bathe for a day or two after that. So it's just kind of like splash around and they're wet like that. Water in your skin tends to I mean, the jungle water is clean. We drink it. I drink the water fresh out of the street. Oh, that's interesting. Well, it's just the giant filtration system. All those roots.
No, but just get it right in front of you.
People might be thinking about that with the jungle. These are streets stuff all the time.
It's not as bad as you think. Like I've been to Finland, Lapland in the summer, and the mosquitoes are crazy.
Oh,
Like devastating. The Amazon in our area, if you're sitting in a hammock reading a book, our research stations don't have walls or anything. You're good for about one mosquito every half hour. It's really not a lot. It's worse than New Jersey. It's really not.
oh, what an amazing shot. What an amazing shot.
Yeah, they use food recipe. And they decided
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
there's always massive German Shepherd sized thing with Wolverine claws, these giant Popeye forearms, and then they excavate and termite nests this long time. And their babies ride on their back for the first 6 months of their lives. So they actually have this incredibly intimate relationship with their young. And it just so happens that this animal is wildly fascinated with. There's a dolphin on the river.
Look at this.
And JJ was like, "You love these things." Yeah. So he went and said, "Hey, my friend, you got me the baby. Like we're gonna be wild." So it's been like weeks and weeks and weeks, just like with this thing on my back, crawling through the jungle, teaching her with hands, giving her milk, falling asleep with her on my chest, and was like 11 inches long at that age, and so she.
What do you think?
She wanted me to wake up. She'd fired up my nose and come up my mouth, and then if I tried to get her off me quick, she'd stick the claws in, all my clothes. I had cold, like, now that like,
Oh, are you saying? I like it. It's more interesting when you watch the and stuff.
She needed it. She needed it. So if this animal didn't have this garage, if we didn't, I didn't hold her all day.
Oh, do I talk to people? No, I'm all about
Right, so
making
pull down the
it.
curtain, ruin the wood. Start literally having a traumatic response to not having,
That was an easy shot.
which was shock to get out.
I don't know if it's
Skin
good.
goes to another.
Right, her back's up against the wall now.
The giant, so she has emotions. So like, but she did. And also taking care of her forced
Oh,
me
well, you got your wish.
to explore the jungle from the perspective to try to like be it.
Do it.
So there's only a few times in my life where I've gotten to do that. One was with her, another time I was living with the herd of elephants.
Why
I had
is it all
with
there?
them through the forest, see how they interacted completely. It's different. It's very different. You realize like just like a person's public persona when you're out on the street now, it's going to be very different.
Are you fucking serious?
And wild animals is very much like that. If you see a bobcat on a trail, it's going to look at you and glare at you and go off. And it's like, yeah, what's it like when it's in the den? It's playing with its colors.
So then when it's looking at you,
Oh,
Yeah, she's doing stuff.
so
I
you
don't know if I helped you.
as Amazon's been a wild time.
I don't think I
Can
heard you.
you tell me hanging out with a herd of elephants?
Yeah. Well, what should people not understand about elephants?
All right, you got this now.
Like beautiful to you, that's interesting to you. First of all, I think that elephants should have gun representation. It's like a subset of persona, like action. They of intelligence. And when you look at an elephant, so there's this
He got
question:
those fucking elements.
are we smart enough to know this? And can we interpret the intelligence that we're seeing? And I lived with a semi-wild herd of elephants for a while. Some of the things that I saw like changed how I viewed the wild. You watch a matriarch of an elephant herd walk up to someone. None of us knew was pregnant, and her trunk goes to her stomach, and then she calls all the other ones out, and they're interested in this little human. They know that there's
That's
something,
what you wanted to do.
and they're all conversing. That every morning we wake up, and the elephants didn't want the stream water, they didn't want the lake water, the puddles, they wanted the water from the well, the stone well, traditional. And every morning, when we run out of bed, all the elephants were going to come, they were going to rip the bucket off and destroy everything. They wanted the bucket, this is really clean water. So it was like caring for elephants that were wild. They were sometimes getting shot at by farmers because they were trying to rocks and so you saw like delinquent elephants that were wild in the forest. The farmer was thinking about, getting rid of them.
I don't know if that's something better.
And I made really good friends with this one elephant. His name was Dharma.
Oh,
And Dharma had this stuff doesn't. It's hard to write a book I'm writing right now. None of it sounds real. He grew up around people because he was a tough business.
you got a really good opportunity. You have a really good opportunity.
With the females because he was a grown-up male. He could not hang out with the males because he couldn't defend himself in the rough house.
Now all I have to do is just
Dharma would be like wandering around the forest, not knowing who.
which I just did.
And so like there was one night there was a tiger calling. You hear it echoing over the hills. What a Dharma. 2 a.m.
Oh, what a good shot.
And he's the same thing. Starts throwing the fans in. Starts pulling shit over.
But I might have a
Takes
better
a chair. Throws it. We had bananas in the truck. Dharma walks
Look at
up
this
to the truck.
shot.
It's like a Jeep.
Get there.
Looks at the Jeep, smells it, he looks at me. He's like, "You gotta get out of bed."
Hit the tree.
Don't, you're throwing
I
ass
had a
off.
chance to make
The
the
tiger
win.
does this thing again. He's like, "I eat bananas to feel better."
Not a good shot. Oh, no
Pushes the
way.
truck up to 2 wheels.
Fucking amazing shot.
Is this how you want to do it?
Oh,
So I'm
really
like,
fucking
I go out, I'm like, please, don't look at me or I'm rubbing his face. He's like, he puts it down, sir. I'm like, then hit. There was lifted up again. So in the end, there was no way for me to
Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit my ball.
Nothing I could do.
Hit my ball.
So a lot of my
You're
job
gonna
was
hit my ball.
taking him out into the forest
On site.
and spending a little bit of time with him. It was beautiful. One time I set up the tripod, I was just journaling.
This
You
would be the
finally
free
played
shot.
with my hand.
Oh, I'm having
Just you wanted someone to interact with on a life. And when you think about elephants in terms of the fact that they use medication to reduce labor, that's not facts. They hold the bones of the dead together. That's smell. Anyhow, that's also not the right. They don't know exactly who that was.
Ready for this?
But they can navigate to water bodies and communicate in ways that we
Incorrect.
cannot really figure out. And so when you hear about people
Oh,
measuring health
what
intelligence,
an amazing shot.
you'll hear about scientists being like, oh, well, we gave it a hole in it and
I'm
a
ready
key
for
and
it.
a float, and you're like, oh, this is all human stuff. And you go walking with them 3 weeks in the wild, and so elephants have become, especially recently with the work that I've been doing in Africa with that I've just become so fascinated with
What
elephants.
do you think of this? Oh no,
You know,
too hard.
the African elephant population right now is down to 2%. We're really putting them on the brink. But,
You have no
there's
chance.
some elephants that are being born tuskers because poaching has taken down
Actually, you might.
the great tuskers to the point where now
It's hot.
it's actually beneficial. It's not that tuskers. That's like we created deformed elephants. Now I'm very concerned with issues of
I don't like this stuff.
with males compete with each other.
Get
They're
that
also
straight.
elephants use the tusk.
All right, what do you think of
They'll
that
break
shot?
a branch and they'll
Did you
this
take
is
it
a
right
branch.
now?
You're gonna eat the hell out of this. And they'll like hang it on the tusk. And they're like, yeah, you want to try this stuff? They'll like hold it. Ripping a tree up out of it. I just watched it 2 weeks ago. I was watching an elephant. He got down on his knees and stuck his tusk into the ground. He leveraged up. He like Archimedes to this root. And I was like, that's a sweet root. And when he left, I went and I tasted the root. It was like sweet ginger. But he knew it was good.
Do they use tusk for sexual selection and to impress the ladies?
It's certainly involved in who has native rights. Who wins. If you got the big tusks, and there are elephants out there like the mammoth big tuskers that have tusks.
Very easy to worry about.
Huge. And when you see them, it's like seeing something in history.
Oh, from the water. Oh, what a perfect.
So prized by hunters.
That's interesting because
Oh, I can't believe I missed that.
because there's some studies of the value of beauty.
That's not
Birds, peacocks and so on, but there's no actual
You have 2 shots and you can top.
value to it. But
I think you went for it.
those are more sexual selection. Meaning value, it's much easier to understand
You can.
tusk function to keep.
Sure.
Because
Oh,
but I think you look at components of the tusk abilities, but
the same thing happened to me.
maybe the visual beauty, maybe
But what a beauty, though, as we're defining it, is symmetry and the absence
What's this?
of yellow spots on the face. And
Watch this movie.
healthy looking
This
hair.
is a
tusk
right.
beauty has
Quit with that bullshit, dog.
sexually appealing traits that look good to me.
so that
What do you think of this shot?
everybody in the world is like
What was it? You look like a bird.
okay. When you're speaking about intelligence, it's something I think of
Stop.
about artificial intelligence. It's what the philosophical question that comes up is what is intelligence? What is intelligent?
All right, don't do that.
Humans, Homo sapiens, are often
No way.
thought to be
That's
highly
not what
intelligent.
one does. Just hit it off this corner with the ice.
In your understanding of different species like the elephant, what stands out to
You
you
did. It was
about
just
humans?
low.
Or are they just different kinds of intelligence?
Well, we're certainly unique because we have altered the entire planet. So we've literally created a geological layer whereas other animals don't. When you talking about tigers, it's like they also engineer their environment. You're in a forest. If you drop me in the forest, I can tell you in 2 seconds if there's elephants there because there's twisted branches and excavated earth. And they will constantly guard. But look at this. We're clearly unique in nature, which makes me not understand that anti-human sentiment that so much of environmentalism has about, like, you know, we're bad, we're greedy. It's like, I've seen the worst. I've seen the burning out. I'm still like, I love being able to share ideas with you and travel to places and FaceTime my family when I'm not around. And it's like, I celebrate a lot that makes us human. And it's almost like reality is this crazy video game. It's like, just figure out the right keys. You can pretty much do anything with the technology. You can poetry, art. You know, I'm the biggest animal lover in the world. We are different. We really are.
Yeah, the ability to puzzle solve, create tools. I mean, I think it's the coolest. Is it fire? Was the fun?
Fire. I feel like fire's kind of a gimmick. I feel like
You almost
the wheel. Flying. You're flying. I think if you go back in time, someone never, you know, assaulted the Egyptian king, George Washington. You know, you're like, you can. I mean, this just on my way here.
I see what you're trying to do.
Way too much, but I was looking out the window at the clouds. I thought this was unbelievably spectacular. It's just stunning. You know, as a kid, you look at a cloudy day and you go, "This the world is like this today." And then you get to plane and fly back to town. Sunday is but it changes perspective. It's like when people go to the moon and they come back and they get a blue dot. You know, just I say
That is the shot right there.
The fact that I could get on a plane and be in India in 22 hours is shocking.
In terms of its usefulness, I would argue it's not in the top 5 in terms of its ability to spy. There's something I forgot who there's something about the atmosphere. This atmosphere that allows you to look up and see stars. If we didn't have that, human civilization would not have. You know, like we have to look up and see something out there. It's something that allows you to look up versus just look down. You're looking by. You're just like one day.
I mean, yeah, it's fucking cool.
Holy shit. There's a big world out there. Okay. If you're able to look up and see that.
All right, you ready for this shot?
That kind of humility to body with the dream of exploring. Maybe it just inspires exploration. It's kind of an interesting thing. Given how inspiring, for example, the extra upgraded
You have a
super cool
chance to
version
do
of
this.
that. There's going to be, hopefully, this century, a child born, maybe a century, a child born on a planet that was back on Earth, and has to be educated by his parents that, like, because remember, place.
Well, there aren't as many additives,
Way easier.
and the thing that really makes cigarettes more additives and
Earth is really good. It's really, really good here. Water everywhere.
You can just like marijuana in a bomb. And I would say that that's probably
I love it.
probably
Yeah,
what
we
it
would
is.
still.
There's a longing to explore, but I really think I'm such a, like, my longing to explore is like,
Yeah. But what are you putting in it? Marijuana?
maybe, yeah, I would watch the hell out of the live stream of when Elon touched down on Mars. Like, this is incredible. It's an amazing way to see this.
I think if you run it through
I'll be right with
it's safer than if you just smoke it.
No, that's amazing.
And it does that for you.
Because the water it
Just
creates a filter
a quick question.
that basically
What's the
stops
most
it from
dangerous
going in there. But like a lot of that
mammal? Let's go from there.
oh,
Dangerous in terms of you walking around and so like
I'm going to disappoint everybody, but it's huge. There's no, if I'm out in the Amazon, there's nothing to try. You know, in India, you might have
here's a big
an old leopard or a tiger that's missing a tooth that decides to play. Or you might have an angry elephant that's lost that just decides to fly. The Amazon is jaguars won't even let you see them. It's really nothing else. One of my friends, a brilliant scientist friend of mine, got attacked by a rabid ocelot. It looks like a diesel house cat beside my foot. You know, it wasn't the worst thing.
what were you smoking?
just the aspect. Okay, what in terms of food, you said that the tribes, some of them are contacted.
Yeah.
It can be exceptionally dangerous. What's your experience with them? What's your people know? Is it's such a fast
Bounce off the wall.
with like North
Water.
Asian tribes?
No.
You don't have much or any contact with the quote-unquote
Yeah.
Most of the people that I meet don't actually really understand
Yeah.
how isolated these people are, how weird it is that we're sitting here
How do you do
and
that?
that we have iPhones and airplanes and all this stuff. These people are like naked in the forest at this moment.
I did what you did the last time. Oh, it's you all the way.
The thing though, you know, I also was recently somebody that was like Paleolithic tribe and said, no, just by default, they're modern tribes. Living now, they just happen to be living out in the jungle. There's a huge debate about them. Do we try and contact them to bring them out? And there's two camps of people on this. We say there was the trauma of the rubber boom that sent them out that far into the forest and made them terrified of the outside world. And so that's also what made them so hyper violent. I mean, one of the guys who worked on it, Victor, was, I think it was 2004. He was coming down the river and he had a load of mahogany. He's piloting this boat. And he sent two people, husband and wife, ahead to go start cooking breakfast on the beach and put the little kitchenette thing down.
Oh.
They put the cook in.
What a shot.
He sent them ahead. As he's going nice and slow with the barge coming down the river. They go ahead, reach the beach, they get out, he starts cutting some cane, they start putting the fire.
Yeah,
The tribe comes out. No warning, they just start
I like
screaming and start
all
shooting. The man instantly gets an arrow through
I
the
really
leg.
like crocodilians,
Legs that can't run.
alligators,
Go save yourself. She does.
crocodiles.
Jumps in the water with arrows falling around her too. And as she's floating down the river, she looks back. The last thing she sees is these guys getting to her and beginning to hit her. As Victor comes down,
Saltwater
this is
crocodile.
a guy we work with every day.
Is it like
He comes down the river and sees his friend disemboweled, opened up, dissected. His parts are all over the beach.
Have you ever known anyone to see
They only found out what happened because they found her later on holding onto a stick in the river. What happened? She was like, they just attacked. They don't want people on their land. On the sort of the underground WhatsApp chain of the Amazon, in August, like this was not international. Some loggers went up and tried to steal a few trees for the tribe to work. And then everybody sent the pictures of what the loggers looked like after a few days. You know, the tribes porcupine with arrows. They were laying down the ground with arrows sticking out of their bodies. And then eventually the authorities came out and looked at these white. I'll show you the pictures of these white puffy bodies with like the skulls sticking out. Like, you don't mess with these. I wonder what mythology of deconstructing who these outsiders are. Are they gods? Are they demons? Are they humans? What before you gotta go back to the rubber barons were down there. They start the industrial revolution. To get rubber was to mine it from the trees that are out in the forest. So the only way to do that, because you can't make a rubber plantation jump. The rubber, when it's in plantation form, it's a monoculture, it gets this leaf blight called Henry Ford tried and didn't work. And so What they did was they sent these people down and
I
just
don't, I'm not.
whipped, burned, and slaved
You never know anyone else
people for the worst abuse that people suffered that I've ever read.
Look at that shot.
One missionary said they were killing the locals the way you or I were killing mosquitoes. It
And
just
apparently there's footage of it that's
so they sent them out and they would come back.
I'm weird of that.
This would work. The fuel, the
I'm an
industrial
industrial.
houses, gaskets, and tires, and all this stuff suddenly became. And it was during that time
I'm saying that he's the only person I've ever known that
these gangs of foreigners would go into the jungle
or
and
who's
slay
something I've ever heard.
that these uncontacted tribes went back into the jungle and slain us.
I know.
And they have 6-foot bows
You're high.
and
You're
7-foot arrows with bamboo tips. They make the bamboo tips into razor blades.
too short,
And
dog.
so when those things fly, actually one of my rangers, one of the jungle people,
In my ball.
present when the tribes come out onto the river, and he tried to help them to no matter if they live out there. So there's an element of that.
What about Benji?
They're trying to do it. You need to be like this.
Benji's hot as fuck.
So they sent a canoe across the river with bananas. So he's up to his roots in the river, driving right across the river, and they shot. He sees the arrow come right at his head. And as he moved to the side, it hit him at the temple and sliced it back towards the ear, opening him to the skull. He's fine. But let me tell you something. He goes and gets a fruit cut. It's the scar you've ever seen. So he always keeps it real short on that side. But even if I try to help them, they're not necessarily friendly. I suppose they have a point, and protecting them is a default. We are protecting all this ecosystem and all these other indigenous communities. It's like we all sort of live with this knowledge.
Good five.
They're
You
not
gotta be able to keep up with this.
that's the way they want to. So we just have to be respectful of like you don't camp on certain beaches because you know that they might be.
Survivor was
You really have to.
Big Brother
If you
and Survivor came out. I want to say the same season or like
interaction with them on a solo
on
CBS.
Yeah.
Survivor
was like Big Brother was more just like little brother.
Up the river, I went past the
Like I can't tell you a single person who's ever been
no tributary.
I guess the same as Trent, right?
Tributary.
They're
okay.
I mean, like I know people who won, but I can't tell you about the guy who won Survivor the first year in the United States.
Videos and tripod.
He was big and richer. He was like drinking the whole time, a lot of it, and that caused like a lot of
Around this river. And again, like we just
yeah, well, that's right. He's gay, and it was not cool to be. I don't want to say cool to be gay, but it was, like, that was a big deal.
Is that saying more alone than die alone? It's like no, you're not. You're born into a room full of people who, at the very least, your mother's there for everybody. And
I didn't watch it.
And so you've been around.
It came on Thursday,
Every
which is like the big night
You've seen
for
dozens of
television in the United States.
and all of a sudden we realize we're a social creature because on day 6,
I remember.
for me, I know there's people that can
Right, I imagine.
longing for contact, longing for contact, the distortion of reality, you know, you wake up and there's no one there. You start to, you're going up the river. So I want to keep, I was looking back down the river, almost thinking of my life as something. It was almost like I had already died, and I had gone to somewhere else. I was looking back on that life as something that I had experienced, and there came this panic of, what if it's gone? Or like, what if World War III broke out? I just don't know about it. My family, you know, the vaporize. Something, you really comprehend, interpret reality. It's not just that you need that context actually just perceive the world, make sense of it, all that. So you started basically posting. I started feeling very it doesn't help also that like Santiago Texas story is like you hear capitals sounding not quite monkeys.
To be honest with you, that would be big in trials. If it was United States versus a world or an international survivor, that would be big.
They should be
It's just like United States versus
shit. You know, it's really hard to fall asleep.
I mean, I say that, but like
I left a fish. I like
the United States doesn't really,
huge fish. It's
you know, make it right. Doesn't really see anybody on the same level. So
love soldiers.
like it's just we're like a big country with
This one I actually took, the skeleton
a big population. So like
and
if you had all of the
I just
best people in the United States playing against all the best people from Survivor around the world, or just in one country, it's not fair. Australia's like, I don't know, 1/10 the population or something.
Some of their heads are this big, and they're like, "There's fish there. Can we have it?"
What would be big is, at least for the United States, is if it were United States versus that's how they like most Americans I would say would see that outside.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
But no, so then there's a
Yeah,
lot.
that would be
Small one,
more
medium sized one, every type. Well, their eyes go, trying to light it out. They have a big person, so their eyes shine from the back. Shine a headlamp at a jaguar or a frog, or almost like every animal has a tape.
These are crocs. There's a whole lot of them.
Yeah.
I thought, we'll go back to the start of the conversation when you said the jumper was not dangerous. It's using as
What did they eat?
Why did they eat?
They wanted the fish.
Is there some way of interacting with them that shows that you're not social harm?
I don't think so. I'm sure there's someone out there that thinks they can talk to crocs, but
Because there's a story of you grabbing a rock around the tail.
yeah,
What did you learn from that?
but not always listen to JJ.
So Jay was testing you to
See how stupid I was.
how do you hold the crocodile?
Exactly.
United States.
Like this. And so
So you're one of the ones that's surprised with your friend.
Right.
I would say more expert, but I've done a lot. I also have the sea letters that kind of ball there. And that's where I talked about tooth green that time. That time.
Yeah,
That was a really good jump. And the watch I was wearing at the time.
yeah, that's true.
Saved
Yeah, if
me.
you count that as a reality show, that's big.
Real fast.
Just like somebody took a sledgehammer and put your hand on the table.
Okay, so and this was really
Really
big.
hurt. Shouldn't have been doing that.
How do you
Oh,
Because I caught a croc that was too big. So usually when we catch little canines and streams and we measure them to monitor the populations, we get it by the
wow,
neck.
you got your first lead in the game.
I hold it. This is a little
well.
and this one I did move into a swamp at 6.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. He gets all the first releases of them.
I had it by the neck and realized I couldn't get your tail on
Even though it wasn't like super popular in the United States, at least I liked it.
It
I
was
think
like
a lot of people did too because it has a big cult following. Is Robot Wars.
Like grabbed her by a leg.
Oh, if we count all those shows like Pawn Stars and I don't know,
Gonna go back to
Ice Road Truckers,
just
those all have like Duck Dynasty. Those all have like people like them, but they're not as big as Survivor. I would say is the biggest because it was like the first. I remember hearing on the radio they were like, there's this thing called reality television, and this fall, whenever it was coming soon, they're gonna have whatever 12 people on an island who, and like that alone is like really interesting. Like, wait, they're gonna be filming people all the time. You know, it's not really a reality show, but at least in the United States, I mean, I guess the first big reality show there ever was Real World. If you know what Real World is.
That's it. It's so simple, and that's
Do
like
you know what Real
sometimes
World was?
where I feel like I have the dumbest job in the world. I'm like, guys, please stop killing the things that keep us alive.
Oh no.
The Amazon regulates our global climate, reduces medicine, it's home to indigenous people, it's beautiful. Rainforests only cover 3% of the planet's landmass. It's not that much task.
If you leave the home budget, you don't have that sex in it. Except with Amazon. So I'm sure.
Yeah. Humpbacks, they went from 130,000 to I think about 8,000 at whaling times. And if you banned whale, since that time, people have been hunting humpback whales. They bounced back. It's a success story. You're not going to lose.
Okay, so you're So with
Yeah.
no, that's
Yeah,
actually
If you get somebody who can study you, who you can build a relationship with, who can give you
When you come,
sound advice and also prescribe you correctly.
you guys will come. You're 100%.
if there's any place you're in jail, but if there's any way to die, it's a gun. It's pretty cool. I mean, I'm not even joking. There's a oneness to everything. All the stories, just reading your work, looking at your work, it seems like you are part of this machine that is nature. This incredible machine. We all are. We're all part of that.
Thoughts. I would
Humans do have the capability to also construct stories and myths and tell them to each other, share them with each other, and have more sophisticated ways, therefore, to communicate love to each other. But animals do love. They communicate love. And simply, maybe more honestly.
you can at least tell that to the doctor,
You could cry.
and they can.
So I messed up. I let the fish out. I stood up myself. But in the end, it was fine. I backed off. They had their goals to fish.
Is there a general is there a general rule?
At least one thing.
Yeah,
that
it's like if you're big in the Northeast, you don't need to do a bear bat.
I didn't necessarily take you seriously. I think that
I really did mess up.
in my opinion, you really do.
I do this every now and then. I look for value.
But the things that you say are very hurtful.
Yeah,
So you can really
and then you keep going through these. My plan was
But then
get
you have to see
to a point
doctor
where I reached the end of the
and
treatment.
you
It's like very, again, for me, this is like a person. This is like me going into the heart of the very center and soul essence of everything that I am fascinated with, like as close to God as you can get, because you're leaving every type of security, every human relationship. You're also pushing on your chips. And so it's
I think this is a difficult
every step I took further up river, it got weirder and more intense. And every day and every moment it changed. And I brought pictures at the times of other people's phone charts. I didn't have like a power bank or anything. I brought pictures. I brought a National Geographic magazine. Something just
Look at this. Look at this shot.
And,
Stop.
There came a day right when I was getting to the point where the river was so shallow that it was just a trickle. And I was walking on the rocks and
Maybe it can't make it.
like reaching the place and the music was swelling and then all of a sudden I saw smoke.
Maybe there. Maybe.
And
That's the shot.
like
Let
my
it go.
spine was reacting.
That's the shot.
As I thought about it.
Do you have any chance to make it? It's right there.
You
Oh, that's a good shot.
knew
That's
what I
the
was
best
going
shot
to
you
see.
could have.
I knew it was impossible for loggers to be out there. There's no motor that could take you the boat with a front ground. It's miles away. So I went. And this is the other idiot thing. It's like just turn around. Just do it. I'm not kid going to sign like a walk by. That's a walk by. And so I went around the bend. And
We haven't had one of these.
a few naked people on the beach. And they see me.
Oh, stop.
And we're like a good
Oh, what a
distance
good shot.
on the other side.
But gay people in
Arrow
America.
in hand, bow in hand, with the attention forward. They're looking at me, they're clearly conversing. And that moment lasted for a long moment where I said, this is the part of the story that they are going to.
It varies. At least when TV guys like this.
See what I mean, every other story in the region that we've heard, that's the ending of it.
Because you're right.
These people, it's not
I would say my favorite game show is probably Jeopardy. Just because like Jeopardy is a different level of game show than most people have.
for like
The
3
biggest
hours.
game show that has happened over the last 30 years in the United States
And everything
is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? That game was
you're like, my get out. The thing after I crossed the mountain,
That-
came down.
that one became like a different type of show.
It's a
But
tiny little inflatable raft,
Um,
good enough to
what
have
else?
the raft. And I inflated the pack raft. Once the river was like 6 inches deep, I inflated the pack raft. And I went for the rest of that day into the night. Went to the point that I shut lamp guy and I was just floating on a raft down the Amazon, heading into the I'm going to pop this raft. I got out of the raft, set up my tent. I was going to get some sleep. I was freaking out. I had food out. As soon as I fell asleep, my asshole brain comes up with the dream that I hear voices. They're right outside the tent. I just sleeping was worse than doing it.
Yeah, that was great, but it wasn't
back in the tent. And then at one point it was really cool because one of the same guys came that they come to the fish as I'm going down the river. He was right up next to me. He was just like motoring down with this giant, like 16-foot crocodile. He just like came up to me and looked at me. It was funny because I wasn't scared.
We were talking. You had asked what the biggest reality show. Even bigger than Survivor. I forgot.
The appreciation of your parents. What a hug feels like. When you are faced with pretty much certainty that you're not.
Oh, it's so good. It was the biggest big reality show ever.
I find that it brings you this new joy for life.
To being that close to him.
Yeah.
There's
America's
Got Talent, which isn't
Sad
there's
because
the X Factor, which is big, but when that American
she's
TV
different
show
like that.
was
We deal with folks
when
for
the
a
American
week
that
together where they can't bring out enough to eat. I'm not. I think how funny that they did.
They're like any other Amazon.
it may just be
they're
starting
tall.
because
They seem to have tall genetics.
it gives people the
And there's
opportunity to see
places,
things they've never seen
there's
before.
one Disney film, and there's what we know down there. Like there's one community. I don't know whether it was like a bad rainstorm or something, but some kid from contacted tribe did end up in the village. So he learned Spanish, or he learned whatever dialect he spoke in that village. And so he's told us a little bit about
What do you think of this shot?
like just people. They're just people that have their own culture. They know about medicines that we don't know about. They
You
definitely
have
have
to make-
hunting practices that we don't understand. They can hit a spider monkey out of a
No way.
tree with a band.
No fucking
We
way.
can't do that. They are incredible hunters and also like living naked in the jungle with the vakas and mosquitoes. Like sometimes at night, again, we don't have meat. Almost every other animal will have meat. And sometimes we'll be sitting, on our, at the research station at night, and she's just drinking, looking around. We're scary to everybody. They're out there and they're looking at us. And so the truth is that when it's dark out there, they
What's a live stream platform?
it's not easy to start a fire
YouTube or
with matches, a lighter, and gas. They do it. They have some beats on survival that we should really. Not to mention
Netflix,
that there are people that believe
I
that
couldn't see YouTube. YouTube
the
doesn't
guardians of the
have
state
enough
protecting
precautions
themselves
to
and
do
their business that are living out there because they're protecting a secret.
I mean, the big issue
population
isn't-
extinct megafauna. But there's all kinds of, it's like you go into the crypto side for people who have.
But then again, you have to be helpful at a little bit more.
That's arguable. If anything, it shows the major loopholes that they have, and that a lot of people have felt that it's buffering them.
I've done it. You pick up a bug and you go, that doesn't work. That's not right. It's got 3 heads. And then you send it to.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's acceptable, but it can improve that.
And you talk to the world that it's like, that's it. And then 50% of the life is up in the hand. So you start climbing the trees, like rock climbing, like what Alex on it. You don't climb up 50 feet and put a sit. You basically trap. Climb up another 50 feet. Have JJ's leg onto the.
Why do you say live? Why do you say live stream?
Get up there, and the branches
Like,
are as thick as this tape.
haven't those shows already taped?
total like avatar. It's like you can go run around with that food like this. Bromeliads, orchids, and cactuses because up there it's against the sun. So it's a different environment. And then you start seeing lizards and snakes and birds and things that are down.
Okay, let's talk about what life is.
Scientists actually got
It's technically in the United States.
really spent time. Really,
Technically, in the United States,
this is what you
you're
hear about.
using the public airways. I think it's really live. It's perfectly live. You need, I think it's like a 8-second delay or something. In case somebody says you have blurred or shows their boobs or something.
So it raises some insights. So it's supposed to be the most painful flight. You did book pilot?
So, really, people
Okay, so
don't
the
really
first
have
time
to schedule
before that's
their lives around the TV show anymore like they used to.
you know,
Like, when I was a kid,
pull it
I can tell you Thursday night in the United States, there was Seinfeld and Friends the same night on the same channel, along with some other shows, but really the big one was just Run. And everybody was at home watching Seinfeld
every bit as much
on
as
Thursday night. That's when Must See TV was at its peak in the 90s.
holding on,
Since then,
really
it's
injecting
really
it.
kind of been hit and miss with television.
And,
Yes, there will be,
it travels
like,
up,
you know, there are
goes into
fans of like Dancing with the Stars, which is a big
you
show,
get a
but they
headache.
fade out.
And I
They
think
just,
that
they,
the brilliant thing
those
about
shows, they get a core group of
the
people watching
venom
it,
that
but it doesn't have massive
makes
appeal.
you feel
No, it could
like
with the right people.
it's feel like a lot. Makes you feel like
So when we talk about things being
you don't
live,
just go, oh, let's go.
what's the benefit of a company saying you have to watch this at this given time? Well, unless it's a one-time event, like you're saying, like
it's freaking
Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, or like the NFL, something like that. Okay, live, you get it, but anything that isn't basically a sporting event can be shown at another time.
The Amazon, they stick their hand in the glove for like a second ago. And I think Steve did that, which I just don't understand how you could do that without going into complete anaphylactic shock and dying. Just one
And, you know,
really
not that desire for life, YouTube and Twitch have that.
first to the species.
And Rumble and, okay.
And what about the
And not only that, but you can interact with the people who are basically live streaming, which is a very exciting opportunity for
what
in
kind
general.
of civilization?
I would say
This is something
the idea that, like, you
Hancock
can connect with someone
about
wherever they are in the world,
ancient civilizations, sort of challenging conventional, the mainstream thinking about the
They-
civilization that there. It was like, can you steal them and
when you connect with them,
criticize
you
the
can type
idea?
with them,
So the
and they can react to you immediately. That's very attractive for American
civilization. But how much do we know? Well, what are all the possibilities for what's in the Amazon in this past?
So like when Oriana went down the Amazon, the reports were that there was great civilizations in the Amazon. And then, a few hundred years later when people got to actually check up on this stuff, it was all gone. And so is that because of disease that we wiped out all these civilizations, these communities of people? Potentially, probably. Was he just wrong? Probably not. This is a guy that navigated by the stars back to Spain after building his own planet. Or did he, or was he trying
Basically, what I said was, what's the benefit of the
is a
streaming
long history
platform
of complex civilizations. 100%. There's no
showing
one that
everything live unless it's a
the
sport?
thing that I reacted to was that I've heard videos, I've seen moments in podcasts where the narrative becomes not, there's more
basically, like,
ancient civilization
If
information.
I stream something live,
previously than true
and I
story.
want it to have global appeal,
Discovering LiDAR. This is what brings me back to
then I really have to hit.
discovering constantly.
Exactly.
There's more civilizations in the
And
world.
the only reason why sports events are big is because they have a crowd, and that crowd can't keep their mouths
Is
shut,
where
and they'll tell everybody who won.
they
So you have
start
to
to
show
say
it live.
Amazon
But
actually
if it's
articles
like a television show where you can have people sign
that the Amazon
non-disclosure agreements and not have people tell what happened,
reaction.
Like
I
if
think
we
it's
film
likely
at any given time, and then a given part of the goal.
everything we can talk about, all the speaks to
I'm trying to think of like what else would have that kind of appeal.
life.
It's really supportive. There's nothing really else out there.
Ecosystems are initially created by humans. Well,
I guess games, like e-gaming. E-gaming would be it.
we can't. Well, there's no ridiculous in science. But the complexity of life is very difficult as the more you study about biological systems and so on, it's very difficult to create things that nature will. That said, I don't know if you've heard, the entire
What's your secret, big man?
the world has gone through a pandemic recently. And everybody say, of course, it's natural, or it's viruses we take all the time. And nevertheless, it seems more and more likely that in this particular case, it was an artificial. So humans are able to create stuff. Sure, it's modern, it's technological, genetic engineering, make gold. You can't be that used to be a war. But so that bothers me because it allows you to really to preserve the environment.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's just to me that's a slippery slope. Like I totally it's so quick from me. I'm a fan of expeditions to find ecological ruins and learn more about the ancient civilizations too, which I don't think is what he's putting out, is that then sort of like news articles, which I think they're trying to bait you for the Amazon and it's like because then you're gonna get a Brazilian program to go, see what they said? It's man-made. So we might as well continue to engineer it.
Well, I think there's less kind of those
It's such complex systems and interactions, and such a giant web of life there that, at least in my opinion, is clearly one of the most authentically natural things. And again, are there things that we've engineered? Uncontacted tribes, sometimes they have banana plants there. You can see it from the air. They have banana plants. We made banana plants. That's engineered by us. But agriculture engineering, stuff like that. But suggesting that Amazon base,
well, that's not too bad.
it's just a weird way to think about it. I just heard people dismiss the protection of the Amazon based on the fact that, like, oh, well, if people made it, it's such a giant leap from
You take care, my friend.
0 to
Hey,
100.
come back tomorrow and we'll play with.
Is there slash and burn that the ancient civilizations did? Of course. Are there areas that were affected by people? Of course. I just get worried when we start talking about people's media.
Hear you loud and clear. And I personally am completely separate from wondering about what the ancient civilization can do to accomplish.
I love how
it's almost
I
really sad because if all humans are not done
was like,
now,
oh, hey, you want to fucking not let me sing songs? So I'll just have so many fucking stream codes simultaneously that I don't know.
from an alien perspective.
What timeline are we talking about?
I mean, there's
100,000 years?
we do less. It could be like 3,000. Because 100,000 is complete destruction. But then it could be in just a few years as it starts becoming. The government of the alien civilizations is going to have to pay quite a bit of money to do the research. Because they're going to find other things. They're going to find the dolphins and the fish and so on. They're going to find the trees. Maybe the trees are the interesting. Sure, like the buildings are not that interesting. No.
But there must be examples of cities that have been left unattended for a few decades, and like how quickly the plants push up through the street, and everything starts to get broken down.
If you really look at like, oh, there's some interesting geometry to show the buildings and so on. The mosquito stuff,
Yeah.
all the stuff of the past 100 years, the airplanes, all the technologies, all the paperwork, the hard drives, they still all be.
I want to actually know how long it takes for the sun to work stuff to like how if you just leave it there, sitting on the runway, society stops.
Yeah.
How long does it take that to disappear? That's a
we versus I don't know, to a point where it's identified that might be different. But sure. I mean, what I'm trying to say here is, as you brilliantly put it, the Amazon charts.
Yeah.
Right. And the fact that I wonder throughout its history, what are the peaks of the awesomeness? Well, how many agriculture, Einstein's and bananas,
Yeah.
were there, creating different kinds of ideas, different kinds of geometry, different kinds of tools.
Yeah, look what the Incas did. The Incas, Machu Picchu. And they found Iron Haven found Machu Picchu was covered in jungle you could hardly see. And I mean, the stonework they did, much like what the Egyptians did with the pyramids, a lot of it we don't really understand how they did it. If you come to the jungle, you got to go to Machu Picchu because it's not far from it. And I usually, I'm the person like, I don't usually go see I never get to see the Taj Mahal after living in India for 5 years. But when you look up and you see Machu Picchu, you go, either they were communicating with the gods there, or these people were so smart that they knew that anybody they brought, they were going to impress. They built something there. When you look up at that mountain, giant stones, the beauty of it, it's just stunning. To imagine that there was this culture of people that could achieve this. And so through the Amazon, I mean, that's sort of up to the Andes, but there's all kinds of stuff in the Amazon.
Really?
There are places where they say this
I thought, can
pyramids
you fucking think of
that we just don't know. I mean, it's endless.
If you had billions of dollars, what would be the efforts, right? For both conservation and for exploration.
First,
Which are tied together.
yeah, exactly. First, arrest the deforestation so we don't have an ecological crisis on it. We don't want to keep losing species, losing indigenous cultures, losing the climate stabilizing services that the Amazon provides. Stop that. That's my first mission. Next, then we can play. And then it's like, let's go find. I mean, I've flown over the Amazon in Cessna. It's like you see things where you go, we have to go see what that is. Weird lakes or shapes in the jungle that don't make sense. That are strange. And like,
Even at that level, you can see the, you can see from
oh yeah,
like
oh,
signs of positiveness.
the jungle is so weird. And here's the other thing is that so like the region I've been working in, you see where the researchers go. With certain biological stations, there's certain places where like this university has a relationship with this university has this. So everybody goes to the same group study sites, and then they work on the same tracks, and they have the same guides. When you fly in a Cessna, and you fly a few hours away from all that, and you see a tiny little tributary, and then you fly 40 minutes over unbroken green, just wild, before you reach another tributary. Even if somebody could survive going up that tributary, had the expeditionary expertise and the ability to survive getting shot at by arrows, if they could get up that tree, now go cut perpendicular into the jungle, which I don't do. Solos, you can't, they'll never leave the river. But you tell me that in that span of 70 miles between tiny tributaries, the edge of the world, no one's been there. None of us have been there. Maybe somebody 10,000 years ago was there, but we don't know what populations have been to. We don't know what ruins are. And so there's so much undiscovered stuff. It's just
What is the process of exploring that? So how does money get converted towards exploration? Is there safe ways of doing it?
there's places where we found out about things that have to be explored, but where you come up with how do we do this without getting shot, and not only without getting shot, but also without endangering them too. Because how stupid are we if we go in there to people that are living in the jungle, not bothering us, and we go insert ourselves into them because we're curious about some rocks. That doesn't seem fair. We lost a lot of things already. But yeah, that's something that we're working on. Like one thing, of course, is like LiDAR and stuff, but eventually, at the end of everything, it comes down to boots.
As somebody who has to ask that very question about or deal with uncontacted tribes that are going to kill you. But you also don't want to disturb their environment. If you were an intelligent alien civilization and you came from Earth, how would you interact? You put yourself in the mind of any other civilization, because there seems to be some parallels here.
It is actually right.
It's we're very aggressive. Human civilization is very aggressive. If we're easily, we get threatened easily. Yeah. For stupid reasons, because we start like American military product, which is like the Chinese or the Russians. Like if you see any kind of flying objects, they get very on edge.
I don't know. I mean, because part of it is like I just want to ask. Like that's the thing. I just want to ask questions.
But you don't have to sound like it. First of all, you send a boat of bananas.
Send a book of bananas to a shop. I mean, picture if aliens landed in New York, how long would it take for one of them to get shot? So it could be minutes. It could be a matter of minutes.
Yeah, that's everywhere else. Look where we are right now. That's true. Yeah. Makes me wonder what is the right way to interact with intelligent life that's knowledgeable. I dream of in my lifetime we can interact with possibly life from Mars or one of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, and like how do you interact with them? Yeah, these very technical, biological, chemical processes, but also if there's any kind of intelligence, how you try to communicate with that intelligence.
Because we're not talking about something that's clearly doing things, making things.
Some cockroach possibly. How do you know the difference between cockroach? Like how do you know if we're
Just like a reality. Yeah,
we don't know. We don't know. We have
just like a race of like philosopher cockroaches just
Right.
chilling on the rocks.
well here on Earth, kind of there seems to be a strong correlation between size and intelligence. Like
Yes.
it seems like the bigger things have bigger nervous systems and brains that are usually smarter. But like this is
I think it's brain. It's the ratio with body. Because you have like crows that are up in the most intelligent. It's like the size of the brain to the size of the body.
but there also could be kinds of intelligence who I do not appreciate.
Maybe it's not fiction.
They still not the longest. They probably should
Yeah,
have
that's
us.
not
They
These rocks are so great.
a couple of 100 years